What up, guys? Welcome in. You know what time it is, of course. Get my audio here set. But of course, guys, welcome in. We've got Ravens taking on the Steelers, last game of the Week 18 or regular NFL season. Of course, at M&T Bank Stadium, we're in tune for a wet and wild matchup here in Baltimore. Rain's coming down. Going to be hard to keep a hand on the ball. And of course, like we mentioned in our title, guys, we're going to be doing a back-to-back, no cuts in between. So right after this game, we'll be getting ready for Colts versus Texans. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, at Lucas Oil Stadium. So Colts with the home field advantage, but AFC South on the line there. Something to keep an eye on. Welcome in Oak, Dabney, and Darth Maul. How y'all doing today? Dabney says the Ravens are playing subs, correct? Does Pittsburgh truly have anything to play for? They do. Technically, Pittsburgh playoff chance is on the line, which is something we're going to address a little bit here later in the stream because, if you're a Steelers fan, do you really, do you think this is your Super Bowl team? And is it worth getting into the playoffs and forfeiting a better draft pick, basically? But we'll get into that more. Dabney says, correct me if I'm wrong, Pittsburgh needs a win with Mason Rudolph, and they need the Texans to win and something else. But if I forgot, yeah, I've got all my playoff stuff up. We'll have that up here in not too long, kind of talking about all these playoff, scenarios, basically. Eve Mommy says, I just want to see the Steelers lose. I know. Honestly, if I was a Steelers fan, guys, I would not even want to win this game. Just feeling like, the Steelers, I feel like if a Steelers fan was realistic, kind of like when the Ravens were limping into the playoffs without Lamar Jackson, it's like we know we have a great team. We know we might win a playoff game, but without Lamar, our Super Bowl hopes weren't there. So I wonder if maybe some Steeler fans, really don't want to win this game. But, we'll see about that, right? But welcome in everyone who's new here, joining us here on the channel. Of course, Tyler Huntley going to be getting the start tonight. Malik Cunningham, the recent free agent acquisition from New England, I believe on the active roster as well. Let me pull up here one moment. We've got the R&R. And let me pull up. Booyah. So a couple things to keep an eye on here, guys. Let me get into my Pittsburgh. So, of course, the first thing we're going to talk about in this matchup is that Brad Allen, the referee crew from the Lion Cowboys incident, the whole debacle with the 2-point conversion and not declaring, Brad Allen going to be refereeing the game tonight for the Baltimore Ravens versus Pittsburgh Steelers. Majority of the pundits actually picking the Steelers to win this game because the backups playing for Baltimore, 34 out of 45 picking that. Zay did not practice all week. Lamar, of course, not playing. A slew of guys. Steelers going to be mostly healthy, but key guys keep an eye on Andrew Adams, Ben Mason, and Jeremiah Moon. Last minute call-ups from the practice squad or wherever their elevation came from. So they will be active this game. Andrew Adams, the recent acquisition from Tennessee, probably going to be taking a lot of snaps from Kyle Hamilton tonight, who I expect not to see at all. Ben Mason, probably going to get a lot of snaps for Patrick Ricard and Isaiah Likely. We expect Charlie Kolar to probably be taking a lot of the starting snaps. Sad news for Ravens flock, of course, Daryl Worley headed to the IR. Which is not something, of course, we like to see. But, let me give the rundown here real quick, guys. Hey, welcome in, my boy Terror Dome. Real quick, let's give the rundown on the backups to be watching here for the Baltimore Ravens tonight. So, of course, on the defensive side of the ball, we're going to talk about Demarion Williams was activated to practice, if I'm not mistaken, a while ago. He was supposed to start for the Ravens in the slot this season. Had some injury issues. We're also keeping a keen eye on Rock Ya-Sin, who, according to PFF, didn't have the best game last game, and we're keeping an eye on him. Of course, our Darius Washington coming back to the Baltimore Ravens as well. In the linebacker core, of course, on the outside, keep an eye out for Tavius Robinson, the rookie from this year, and Jeremiah Moon, the undrafted guy. Of course, in the middle, we might see a lot of Trenton Simpson instead of, PQ and RQ. And of course, I'm looking to see a lot of snaps on the defensive line from Travis Jones, Broderick Washington, and maybe Brent Urban, but we'll see. Of course, we already talked about the quarterback situation, Tyler Huntley, Malik Cunningham. The Ravens, of course, added Dalvin Cook to the practice squad. I don't think we'll see him tonight, but of course, we'll see a healthy dose of Melvin Gordon. But the real story, Ravens flock, today to keep an eye on is going to be all of these offensive linemen. I believe at halftime there will be no Ravens starters offensive line. We might not even have any at the beginning of the game. Of course, I expect the offensive line to line up as such. Patrick McCary, left tackle. Malasala Amove Laulu, the Oregon guard we took, has been a healthy scratch from almost every single game this season. The Ravens too scared to put him on the practice squad. I expect him maybe to play some left guard tonight. Sam Mustipher might take over at center. Ben Cleveland, of course, filled in Admery for Kevin Zeitler last week. So we're looking to see him at right guard today. And of course, Daniel Falele continuing to man that right tackle position. Like I said, we could see an entire backup offensive line from the Ravens today. But I'm a little excited for it because, like we talked about a little bit in the Ravens pregame show, actually from Baltimore Ravens, Garrett Downing and all the guys and girls there. This is an opportunity to not only test our depth against starters who they're playing for a playoff spot. They're playing for a check right now. You feel me? And not only can we gauge our depth better, but this might give the Ravens some potential trade assets coming into the offseason, being able to potentially move one of these backup offensive linemen, that might want to leave Baltimore just so they have a starting chance somewhere else. We're all about trade assets on this channel. But let's get back to the chat here. Logan and Carcast joining us in. What up, my guy? How you doing? Armada Beaks in the D-line getting some snaps. Probably not a lot, Carcast. We expect a lot of backups to be playing. Like I said, the Ravens made a bunch of last-minute elevations from practice squad and, little things like that. But I don't know if y'all can see, guys. For those that aren't watching the game, the rain is coming down. I think we're getting our official reports of who's playing now. Yeah, Ben Cleveland suited up. He suited up last week with Kevin Zeitler not playing at right guard. Like I said, Carcast, I think we talked a little bit about Ben Mason, because some teams are looking for like that fullback. Ben Mason been on and off our squad for a while, practicing behind Patrick Ricard. He was elevated today, so you might be able to get some good, snap footage on him, basically. But honestly, the guy I'm really hoping to see, I don't know if he is active. I got to check the official inactive report. NFL inactive. But I'm really hoping to see Lavalu. Cade Lane says, I'm still hoping the Ravens win. I want the Ravens to win too. It doesn't mean anything to us. But I want it, again, just to kind of like highlight and show that depth of the Ravens. All right, I've got the official NFL inactive report coming up now, so let's see here. Of course, inactives for the Ravens: Lamar, Odell, Zay, Zeitler, Malik Harrison, Marlon Humphrey, and Kyle Hamilton. Officially inactive for the Ravens. Looks like Minkah Fitzpatrick going to be inactive for the Steelers. Absolute travesty that Geno Stone got snubbed while Minkah got in, to be honest with you. Nothing against Minkah, my guy, but like Geno Stone deserved it on the free safety position. But again, guys, we're doing a full doubleheader today. So right after this game, we're going to be headed into the Texans Colts game. We already got the notes all wrote up for the game. Of course, we didn't do as many notes for this game just because, the Ravens aren't like... But with that also, we're going to officially opening the first betting poll here of the night. Streamlabs should have that open here in just a moment. There we are. Kate says it would eliminate the Steelers. It would. Actually, on our R&R episode on Friday, we've got that up here on the screen. We had the playoff scenario. So, of course, Steelers need to win, plus Buffalo, I believe, and Jacksonville lost, technically. Even if they win, their percentage to get in is 67%. The AFC, a lot of just basically win-in ends. Of course, Bills have a chance to take the AFC East division title from the Dolphins. That's why we're covering them Sunday night. Of course, Texans playing the Colts basically for the AFC South division title. So 2 really good divisional games coming up. On the NFC side, it gets a little crazy. Buccaneers and Packers, basically the win and in situations. Everyone else kind of needs a little bit of help here and there. Going to be a couple good games there. We're rooting for the Seahawks to be that last team to get in on the NFC side a little bit. And again, it's an absolute shame that our boys Kevin Zeitler and Geno Stone didn't get into the Pro Bowl like we covered in R&R. Since week 4, Kevin Zeitler, 428 pass blocking snaps, 0 hits, 0 sacks, only 12 pressures allowed. And Geno just basically letting nobody get behind him while always hustling to the ball. And again, if you haven't watched, guys, we always do our R&R on Friday. That is the Ravens recap, where we kind of try to run through the last week's matchup, this week's matchup, as well as a bunch of different stuff. If you don't know, PQ shot his shot with Dua Lipa, and, RQ and Marlon were trying to be his wingmans on the podcast, so we're rooting for you, PQ. And to anyone that's joining us, welcome into Darwin's Raven. I'm your host, Darwin's Raven, a.k.a. D-Rave, a.k.a. Levi, whatever you want to call me here. And I appreciate you. We're not drinking liquor yet. It's a little too early to be in a double header to be drinking adult beverages here on the channel. So we've just got a nice Coke in our fun little Baltimore Ravens drink holder. I might have just spilled it on myself. We're going to act like that didn't happen. And guys, we're trying to get our oh my god, I got all over my oh my gosh, my notes. I'm glad that's the Ravens notes and not the Colts notes. Whoopsies. Cade Lane says, how does the betting poll work? So basically, the betting works like this. You can do exclamation, you get loyalty points. So let's start there. And actually, to everyone that's in here, we're going to give out loyalty points. Let me go to my Streamlab bot real quick. We'll give out 1,000 loyalty points to all current viewers here in the chat. So loyalty points are gained by every 5 minutes. You hang out in the chat, you engage, you get extra points for memberships, follows, subscriptions, super chats, all those things. The loyalty points can be used to play fun little games. You see at the very top of my screen, you'll see a bunch of commands. Like exclamation point points is one of them. It kind of messed it up. I don't know why whenever OBS puts it in there, it has that extra D. But if you do exclamation point points, like I'm going to do here in chat. Now ignore my points. I own my channel, so I have unlimited points. This will display your point totals. And you can use these loyalty points, like I said, to gamble. You can do exclamation point gamble plus a point total, like I'm about to do in chat, which gamble is rolling a 1d100 die. You can actually do the slots and play some fun little slot games in our chat. And guys, look forward to, I've actually got a fun little game we're going to have up later at our more halftime stuff. We've got a fun little word game, like guessing word game you're going to be able to play later on our commercial breaks. I even could make it so the chat could play tic-tac-toe against an AI. Different little fun things we're trying to add here to the stream and increase our viewing experience. 39 degrees in Baltimore today, 16 mile per hour east by northeast winds. And of course, 100% chance of rain as it continues to come down. I'm trying to get the Gamecast to redo it. But so you can do exclamation point bet, 1 space, Ravens or Steelers, one more space, and then however many points you would like to bet on it. And then my Streamlabs bot will register it. So I'll give you an example here in chat as well. Exclamation point bet Ravens, and I'm gonna bet 1,000 points on it. So of course, if you were a Steelers fan, you would put exclamation point bet one space Steelers, and then your point total. And as you can see there, my Streamlabs bot registered my bet on the Ravens officially. And with that, guys, we're about to finally get started here in Baltimore. Of course, last little thing, Baltimore Ravens gave 100 tickets away to local school workers, like cafeteria workers, bus drivers, things like that. So huge shout outs. It's sad it's cold and wet here in Baltimore, but still a really cool thing that they did, for them. I'm about to say, is ESPN gonna... And of course, Mason Rudolph getting the start here for the Pittsburgh Steelers. There's been so many memes. Mike Tomlin, when he realizes he should have let that reindeer play in all the reindeer games, because his name's Rudolph and he won all the games. All right, 1st and 10 here, though, for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Handoff going, it's fumbled off the rip, and the Ravens, it looked like they had it. Already almost a fumble with this rain. And why am I not getting a game cast? And I apologize, guys. I'm trying to get the game cast up, but ESPN seems to be having issues with the game cast. Second and 8 after the run by the... My gosh, come on. Sorry. Shotgun snap. It's going to be a little outlet pass to Najee Harris on the right side. Arthur Mullet there. And Matabike is in there for the Ravens, by the way. It's something we discussed on the R&R. There's not a lot of things the Ravens can do for, roster, basically. And we're trying to get the game cast up, guys. Just bear with me for a moment here. ESPN, the actual page seems to be having issues, it would seem. So we're trying to get it up as soon as ESPN actually gets it up. 13:45 here in the first. 3rd and 1 after the short pass right. Ravens look like they're going to bring some pressure. Let's see if they do. They back out of it. Rudolph over the middle, and good catch by Deontay Johnson. Going to be a first down at the Ravens' 40-yard line. But yeah, the Ravens linebacker defensive line didn't have a lot of options to make moves from elevation points. And I'm honestly glad to see the bigger guys out there because that's where it's hard to replicate reps. You know what I'm saying? You got to do the exclamation point and probably a lower point total. Again, you can do exclamation point points to let you know how many points you have in the chat. And I'll try to give out more points. Give me 1 second here. Bobbled again on a pitch and almost 2 fumbles now in this rainy game in Baltimore. We tried to hand out 1,000 points to all viewers, so it should have done that. And Jalen Warren, just a little surprise there. 12:30 on the clock. 2nd and 10. Mike Sullivan, the quarterback coach, looks like he's calling the plays. Screen right. Deontay, the receiver, and pretty good game. What looks like maybe 6 on the play. Going to bring up a 3rd and manageable. We're working on it, my guy. We're working on it. Ball now at the Ravens 47-yard. I'm sorry, the Steelers 47. Rudolph going over the middle. Almost interception by Marcus Williams. Arthur Mullet in coverage all over the play as well. Going to bring up a 4th and 4 as we guess the punt team's coming out here for the Steelers. And let's see if we can get that game cast. I don't know, again, what is going on with actually ESPN. Their just don't have the game cast up. Like, we're going to try to jump between another game, see if that gets it up. It just is not working. I'm sorry, guys. I just don't know what's going on there. That's like killing me. Usually we have the game cast up, so I apologize, guys. But here comes Snoop for his first offensive drive for the Ravens. That's pretty exciting, honestly. A lot of people are really watching, too, Malik Cunningham to see if he gets used in some odd ways. Oh, I ripped my notes. Oops. That's a big rip. Let me see here. I'm going to try a brand new command we've never done here on the chat. Or let me see. So it should be... Give me 1 second, guys. Did I not add it? It didn't. Or did I add it to the wrong text? I added it to the wrong text. Copy. I'm going to try. Let's see if it works. So I'm trying out this thing. So pardon me, guys. I can see like it constantly just reruns it. So it's supposed to be a word chat game where you guess a 5-letter word. So let me see. SL or exclamation point SL game Raven. And it should take 5 seconds to register technically my... Ah! Some of y'all might recognize this. It's kind of like Wordly. So you can actually, this is something we can do on commercial breaks now and stuff that I'm working with, where you can actually like guess basically the word. Misplaced are in green. Wrong, of course, in gray. But fun little game we're trying to add here eventually to the stream here. So I appreciate all y'all for coming and hanging out with us here today on Darwin's Raven. By the way, you could be anywhere, but you're here. So we appreciate you. Huntley out here for his first drive on the Ravens. Man, the camera is just like covered in water right now. Huntley looking left. He's going to run for it, and looks like a gain of 2 on the play. And for those that aren't watching, these cameras are drenched right now. Like, this is crazy. And again, I cannot get this game cast up to save my life. 2nd and 8. Gus Edwards in for the back. Kolar, the man in slot for the Ravens. Huntley from the shotgun, looking right, going for Kolar, and that's going to be a gain of what looks like 4 on the plea. Probably going to bring up a 3rd and 4. 10:50 here in the first, as the Ravens look like they're picking up the pace of the offense maybe a little bit. Cameron not cutting away. We'll pop up the game since Gamecast isn't working. It should register your thing after a few seconds. 3rd and 3. For shotgun snap, Huntley, pocket collapse and going on the right side, and had Justice Hill on a wheel route. Beautifully thrown, but just off his hands, as definitely the rain plays a little bit, on that one. And man, that's a beautiful throw. Why is it not registered? SL game. You did it right. Wonder if it's only available to members. I'm going to have to check some stuff on that. Very interesting. Let's see. SL game speed. We'll see if it registers it. I don't know why it's not registering the things. I'm trying, guys. I don't know what's going on with some of the stuff. We're trying. This is a brand new game. We've even got a tic-tac-toe game we're trying to work on. But, of course, Ravens punted that ball away. So Steelers at 10:08 going to get their second attempt here. I don't know why it's not registering the... SL game. That is the correct command. Let me double check here. Like, I don't... Wrong text. SL game. I don't know why it's not registering our, because SL game, SL, exclamation point, SL game, fried. Why is it not registering? That's so weird. I'm sorry, guys. We're working on this as we're on commercial break. I'm going to also open up a poll. Maybe my stream bot's got too much going on, but I'm going to still do it. I've opened up another poll, too, you can play around with. If you were the Bears GM, guys, for all my viewers, do you keep Justin Fields or do you draft Caleb Williams or another quarterback? You can vote using exclamation point vote Fields or draft. Make sure you put a space after the exclamation point vote. I'm going to let y'all get some stuff in, and I'm going to try to figure out why this is not registering. It's doing it. Exclamation point. Alfonso Gabriel says, working, cannot watch the game. How is the offense under Huntley looking? They actually just finished their first drive. Huntley actually nailed a beautiful wheel route throw to Justice Hill, just like last week's game. But, dude, it's pouring in Baltimore right now. The Steelers have basically already had 2 fumbles. The Ravens, of course, that ball went off Justice Hill's hands. It's rough right now in Baltimore. Hey, it finally registered speed in there. I don't know what happened. Speed. So that it is a 2E word, guys, but the E's in the wrong spot in speed. So one E's right, one E's misplaced. So yeah. Ooh, y'all good at this. 1st and 10. Handoff going to Harris up the middle and good power running, and what looked like it was going to be a 2-yard gain ends up being about 6. 9:55 here in the first. And again, I don't know why ESPN's Gamecast is not working, guys. Like I said, it's kind of killing me a little bit. I guess they just hate us. Screw you, ESPN. 2nd and 5, a run up the middle again. And going to be a 3rd and short. Honestly, this is the type of game, I don't know about y'all, I love these types of games, and I would love to be there, basically, in this rain. Absolute fun. I worked in the airlines for Delta, so we had to work in any and all weather conditions. You got to do exclamation point, vote, and then draft. So, and then... Third and 1. Inside run again off the right guard this time, though. And, man, these offensive linemen for the Steelers are going the extra 5 yards. And that's going to be a 1st down. And again, welcome to Doubleheader Saturday, guys. Not only like NFL on ESPN going to be doing doubleheader, we're going to be doing a doubleheader here on DarwinsRaven, covering the Texans Colts game right after this game. So if you like it, if you're enjoying hanging out, the T and the E are correct for those that are playing the word game. So your T and your E are in the correct location. Also, by the way, guys, for every follow, member super chat. I should have also a new thing that's called the Stream Boss, and you can fight my Stream Boss, aka me, and try to get my health all the way down to 0. Oh, Warren with a huge run off the left side. And he's going to be all the way into Baltimore territory with 7:55 here in the first quarter. Steeler fans getting a little pumped. Dabney says, does Delta have good family benefits or just individual? Honestly, Dabney, if the thing is this, if you're working for what we call Delta Mainline, which is, Delta subcontracts out like a lot of their work. So like if you're in a big city, if you get on with Delta Mainline, absolutely great benefits, great company to work for. If you work for a subsidiary, it's a hit or miss. Jet sweep going left for the Steelers and a pretty good run. Going to bring up what looks like an 8-yard gain. 2nd and 2 is what we're predicting officially. And Manuel, I don't know why it is not registering your things. I don't know if you have to be a follower or you maybe spend so much time in the channel, but I swear you follow me, so I'm a little confused why it's not registering your things. That's because I've noticed that's like the 3rd time I think, Manuel, it hasn't registered your guess. And Steve-O messing around, making sure to put that space. Of course, for those that don't know, Steve-O's a Niner fan. And a good catch off the right side as the Steelers are moving down the field. That's Hayward with a catch now for the Steelers. Bringing up a fresh sets of down as they're approaching the red zone. Yeah, it starts. So again, guys, if the letter is in green, it's correct and in the right space. If it's yellow, it's the correct letter, but it's misplaced. And of course, gray means wrong space, wrong letter. So is it tiled like Manuel said? I feel like that's a good guess. I feel like Manuel got it. 5:55 though, sorry. Missed a play there. Going to bring up a 2nd down here for the Steelers as Warren checks out. Oh, you're good, my guy. No worries. You don't have to say hello before you ask a question. It don't bother me none. Nothing but love here in the channel, right? And for those that don't know, you can't sleep on Jaylen Warren, the 2nd running back there in Pittsburgh. Dude, man, legitimately forces a lot of missed tackles. Almost, I think the only person he trails really is Christian and maybe Raheem Mostert, potentially. And with a short catch on the left side, I think that's Pickens. That's another 1st down for the Steelers. 1st and 10. They've got to be in red zone, right? And again, I'm going to try to check, see if ESPN has fixed their issue yet with the Gamecast. We always have the Gamecast up on here, but yeah, ESPN's giving us issues today. And I'm terrified of NFL, to be honest with you guys. I would do the NFL drive chart, but I'm slightly terrified they would DMCA me so fast. 1st and 10. Little bit of motion here from the Steelers. Going to be a handoff up the middle to Najee Harris. Again, really strong running as the Ravens have had a little bit of a hard time stopping the run. And the Steelers taking them to town today. Of course, Malik Harrison. Welcome in, my boy Azo. We got a new word game you can play, by the way. But Ravens have, of course, struggled to stop the run a little bit. Malik Harrison, the 3rd-string inside linebacker, been very key for us in stopping the run, and he's, of course, out today. And Najee Harris, like they said, almost got 1,000 yards on the season. Little pitch left, cuts back inside, and he's across the 10-yard line down at the 9 of the Ravens. It's a 1st and goal for the Steelers with 3:55 here in the first quarter. Oh, it looks like y'all only got one more guess. Don't lose. My stream bot will change the word. And again, guys, y'all should let me know in chat. So we've got the chat words game that we're playing now here. That's supposed to be more for our commercial breaks. I also have a version where you can play tic-tac-toe against an AI, which I thought might be a fun one as well. 1st and goal, 3:25. Ooh. It was a weird handoff. It almost looked like a fake toss really a long and slow handoff that ended up actually going up the middle. But of course, no real outstep there by Harris. So yeah, and there they go. They're talking about it's kind of like a fake toss, and he's just holding on to the ball with two hands to make sure, though, it doesn't go anywhere. And for those that aren't watching, Mason Rudolph has gloves on both of his hands, the quarterback for the Steelers, after, they've already had a couple of fumble issues. 2nd and goal after the run up the middle. Ball on the 6-yard line of the Ravens. They're changing the play. I hear Rudolph, alert, alert, as he's making a change. Keep an eye at the top side of your screen. Oh, it's going to be a handoff up the middle, and Najee Harris is in for the touchdown. Steelers going to take the early lead against the Ravens. And, of course, barring the PAT, that'll be a 7-0 lead, Pittsburgh. Najee Harris, of course, with the 6-yard touchdown run. That's a 12-play, 76-yard drive, 7.5 minutes off the clock for the Steelers. You got to give credit. That was a great sequence of plays. The Ravens got to be able to stop the run and figure it out. I love that y'all are having fun with that, with the guessing word game, especially because ESPN's kind of screwing me out a little bit on the Gamecast. And again, apologies if it's not registering some guesses. I don't know what's going on with that. It's a new feature we brought to the channel today. So, bear with me, guys. And again, we're doing the doubleheader tier today on Darwin's Raven. So if you like it, hang out with us, man. We're going to be here all night. We'll eventually start drinking some adult beverages later, but we got just some nice Coca-Cola and our Ravens drink holder. Of course, the later game going to be really interesting. Texans taking on the Colts, I believe, in Lucas Oil Stadium, so Colts with the advantage. I really hope the Texans win. I want them to win and get in. I think they deserve it. Nothing against the Colts, but without Anthony Richardson, I don't know if their Super Bowl aspirations are really there. Kind of a little bit like the Pittsburgh Steelers today. So I just would much rather see the Jacksonville Jaguars get in from a competitive, and just kind of hoping for the best of the best to get in. For those that aren't aware, too, if I'm not mistaken, Christian Kirk was activated from IR today, I believe, for the Jaguars, which means their number one wide receiver might be back in time for the playoff run if they can get there. Of course, Trevor Lawrence, though, still dealing with a couple injuries. I believe he's got rib and ankle injuries on the season so far. So, we're hoping the best for him. Yeah, Cade, it definitely is delayed, and I noticed again that some people, it's not really like taking their stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm sorry. I'm looking at a bunch of stuff. But I'm glad y'all are enjoying that because, like I said, ESPN kind of screwing me. I always have the Gamecast up for my people. And I'm too terrified to do it from NFLs, to be honest with you. But we're getting ready here. Justice Hill looks like he's the man back for the Ravens kick return right now. For those that don't know, Justice Hill racked up over 200 all-purpose yards last week in Miami. I think it was 40 rushing or 60 rushing, 40 receiving, as well as over 100 yards returning. So Justice Hill doing a little bit of everything here for the Ravens, showing why he's been on this roster for a while. Man, y'all are close. You got the P, you got the I, just not in the right locations. And oh, look at that block on Matabike right there. Number 73 of the Steelers offensive line. Pancaked Matabike on a, what was that, a wham or trap block? Basically, when they went up the middle on that touchdown run. Oh, y'all almost got it. 1st and 10. Huntley out here for the Ravens. Strong formation. Run going right. That's Edwards. Or I'm sorry, not Edwards. That's Melvin Gordon. I saw the 3. Of course, Melvin wearing 33, Edwards 35. So, and again, congratulations to Tyler Huntley. They're showing it right there. Tyler Huntley Jr., born December 14th, 2023. Huntley just became a father right before Christmas. So, you know, that's a great Christmas present. And we're happy for Snoop. We're hoping he's going to go out here and win his first game for his son that was born. And he'd be like, right after you were born, boy, I went out there and stomped the Steelers with backups. And, oh, pass going left side to Charlie Kolar, and he's going to drop it. That rain, and you can definitely tell Huntley let out a cuss word right there. Oh, y'all almost got it. Spoil was close. It can't be Spill. No, it's Spill. No, it can't be Spill. I'm so confused. It's not Spell. I'm so confused. Spiel, maybe. Y'all got some good guesses. Huntley with all the time in the world, but nowhere to go, and tries to get a ball to Hill on the right side, but at that point, he had dropped 10 yards plus his original drop point. So that was a 20-yard throw to get the ball 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage, just about. 1:45 here on the clock as the Ravens punt team comes out. Lamar got like a scowl on right now, to be honest with you. So the I's right. So the L has just got to be overlapping, guys. It's got to be counting that L for the other L, right? Like, that's got to be it. Ooh, you only got one more guess. I love how much y'all are spamming trying to get that guess in. And for those that aren't joining us here actually in our chat tonight, that might just be listening in, because we do have this set up as a YouTube podcast technically as well. My chat, I've got like a wordly kind of word guessing game going on in my chat, and that's also up on the screen since ESPN is failing me today by not having that game cast. So my chat's having a lot of fun trying to play it. I'm guessing, guys, there's got to be a cooldown as well on certain people and stuff like that. So that would be my guess on that. Giveaway quotes, Q, media share, loyalty poll betting. Campbell, 8-ball. I'm looking at a bunch of stuff. I'm going to try a command. I don't know if it works. And guys, look forward to, I'm trying to get these things on my channel, basically. I'm working on it. So where you would also be able to like use your loyalty points to like queue up like GIFs, media files, maybe little sound effects. The guy I'm following, he also even does like green screen stuff. So you could queue up potentially using loyalty points a green screen effect that would like queue up on my computer. And so maybe all of my face, like you could basically make me have a clown face, for example, on the stream. Hey, congratulations! By the way, it was Spiel. In honor of that, we got to give out some loyalty points, right? Come here, Cloudbot. 1,000 points to all viewers. And who was the first one to come up with Spiel? I think it was Azo. I'm going to give extra points to Azo and Cade. Of course, it bro, it never finds y'all. When I try to find y'all by name, it hates me. All right, but let's get back to the game. Sorry. Gave out some points. 1st and 10. Again, another hand up as the middle as the Steelers just continue to run this ball up the gut. Definitely you can see Del'Shawn Phillips, one of the better special teams player for the Ravens in there. I'm guessing with Trenton Simpson, as I'm guessing we're not going to see a lot of PQ and RQ. Yeah, I don't know why it's not accepting from some people. Like I said, I'm trying to work on it, but technically that mini game is not run through my stream bot, but it is run through. Oh, Tavius Robinson almost got a sack. Short little pass on the right side to Hay. We're going to bring up a 3rd and 3. Let me see. And of course, if I was able to do this to Twitch, I could do so many more things, honestly. But it only allows me to do so much on YouTube. Hold on, I'm trying to find my my game bot again, basically. It's not my stream boss. There it is, the game widget. We have chat words running. Yada, yada, yada. Chat poll timer, the duration to collect chat responses before passing them to the game. I'm gonna increase the chat poll timer to 10 seconds, so the duration in seconds to collect chat's responses. So I think what it does, guys, if there's more than one person responding, it's basically, I think what it does, it takes whatever the most amount of guesses are. So I think what you have to do is basically you have to let's see here. I'm checking if there's anything else. Okay, so I changed it to 10 seconds, so we'll take a little longer before it, but that's the only thing it'll really allow me to change on there. But so if basically probably what's happening is if there's 2 people that both put something, it's probably deadlocked and it probably needs someone else to put something. That would be my guess. As we're headed to another commercial break. So as you can see there now, the chat bot taking 10 seconds now to kind of read the chat and take a minute. It shouldn't. There's nothing that tells me that it would do that. Let me see if I can find some other notes on it here. Adding it, customizing the widget. Yeah, it doesn't tell me much. These are kind of newer things that they're adding, but no, it shouldn't. I kind of wonder if maybe it has something to do with amount of time spent in the channel or something like that, potentially. We go back to my cloud bot. User management. No, that's not it. That's not it. Like, I'm trying to find, like, if there's something else that I need to do. But I really don't see anything. There's nothing. And like I said, I don't know why. Like I said, so Cade was the first person. I wonder if that was his guess or Steve-O's guess. Maybe I need to turn also the seconds up. So it does it every 10 seconds. It reads the chat. Hold on. I'm going to mess around with that real quick, guys. Let me up that to every 30 seconds. Okay, it says it has to be between 3 and 15 seconds. So I'll do 15 seconds. And we'll see. Or should I drop it? No, let's try dropping it to 3 seconds. We'll drop it to the minimum and see what that changes. So every 3 seconds, it's chat's turn. I'm sorry, it kicked it out. I'm so sorry. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. You know, and I'm going to change something else, too. Well, no, I need to keep that, actually, so sorry. Mason says, if the Steelers win today, are they guaranteed a place in the playoffs? They should wait for the results. They actually are not guaranteed a spot. We covered this on the R&R, actually. So even if the Steelers win, they need Buffalo or, I believe, Jacksonville to lose. I don't think... They might need both, actually, to lose, technically. If the Steelers, even if they win, their playoff percentage chance supposedly only 67%. So I think they need Buffalo and Jacksonville to lose, plus the win to make it into the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken. And we've got an extra penalty here. Crazy. So with that, it's officially to the start of the second quarter. But I appreciate y'all coming to hang out with me today, guys. And I've got, like I said, we've got these little fun little word games to play. And again, I don't understand why it's like not registering everyone's kind of like... I'm going to try one myself. Let's see if it'll register mine. Let's see. And you see it say right there, welcome in, Grady. It says no response from chat restarting. So I wonder again if maybe I should switch that to the max 15. And punt away here as they're going to wave this away. And that's a bad punt by the Steelers. Going to go out of bounds at the Ravens' 35-yard line. Only a 26-yard punt by Harvin, the punter of the Steelers. So with 14:52, Huntley's going to come out here and, the special teams coach has some words for him. Gret says, I'm from Europe and I have a question. On what channel am I watching this game? I'm actually watching this through Hulu, aka ESPN Plus, technically. And ESPN is failing us. Usually I have the ESPN Gamecast up on the screen so you can watch like that of the game, but ESPN actually doesn't have it up today for some reason, so we're a little confused on that. And again, I don't know why it's not registering. All right, hold on. I'm going to change the chat bot to 15 seconds now because I think you have to insert it in that window, and I think because no one's doing it within that 3-second window, I think that's why it's not registering. So let's try this one more time. So my apologies. Wait for the chatbot to reset the time. And I love it took that now. Why is it only taking like Cades? Gretty says, how do you watch it? Free from Europe? I can't say that on stream because I don't want to get in trouble. There are ways, to take a bite out of NFL's viewership. You really got to bite into it. You feel me? But like, I don't know. Sometimes it's like, networking gigabytes. I don't know. It's weird with the NFL. First and 10, 13:30 on the clock. Handoff going right by Melvin Gordon. Oh, it's fumbled! And Steelers look like they got it. They do. And for those that don't know, by the way, Brad Allen's crew is calling this game, by the way. The guys that were in the controversy with the Detroit Lions last-minute game versus the Cowboys. QC says to stream rhymes with VPN. Oh, that's funny. I like it. Again, Grady, you got to take a bite out of that NFL market if you are picking up what I'm putting down here. I do not advocate or ever promote illegal streams here on my stream, though. But as someone that has grown up poor, and before I got this channel and started trying to put out better product and actually buy these streams, I was in that life, so it'd be like that. Mason says, I'm confused. What are we playing in chat? So we actually have like a little like Wordly where you try to guess a 5-letter word using, like you see them saying SL game. So the tan is a misplaced letter, so correct, but in the wrong slot. Gray is completely wrong. And of course, then green is correct letter, correct spot. I don't know why, though, it doesn't it's not registering everyone's votes or having. There's got to be a reason. It might have something to do with time spent in the channel. It might have something to do with follows, subscribes. I don't know. Honestly, it's something we're trying out here new. The chat words game was supposed to be something I was trying to bring into the channel to add during our commercial breaks and stuff like that. Fun little. Kate says, sucks. It took all 3 uncles. I know. I'm trying. TTV says, am I supposed to be upset of the Ravens right now or no? No. The run concerns up the middle are a little concerning, but without RQ and PQ really playing a lot of the snaps, So I wouldn't be too upset, TTV lit. And of course, that's Melvin Gordon. As soon as Dalvin Cook gets practice, Melvin Gordon's probably headed back for the practice squad. Melvin's always had a little bit of fumbling issues. It's one of what a lot of people have always said, so that's why Dalvin's on the roster probably. And Lamar right there tell him, don't worry about it, homie. He's trying to counsel Melvin a little bit on the sideline. Kevin Johnston says the Ravens' heart isn't in this game. You're right, my guy. And there we go. Melvin Gordon, 19th career fumble loss, most by any non-quarterback since 2015. And again, that's been what we've been worried about. It reared its ugly head. Of course, this is a big rainy game, but run going off the left side, that's Najee Harris. And again, the Ravens' run struggle defense continues to struggle in this game. 13-20 here in the second quarter. Kevin John says this is a perfect game for Cook to go start to cook. Probably doesn't know the playbook enough yet, though. Yeah, Kevin, I don't believe he's been elevated. I believe he's still on technically practice squad. So I don't think we'll get a chance to see him. Like you said, he's still learning the playbook a little bit. And we've got a flag on the play, blown dead. Looks like it's going to be a false start, but let's wait and see what the penalty is. And again, the Ravens without a lot of their starters in this game. A snap infraction, 61. I think that's the center of the Steelers. I'm guessing he hit us with good old head bob. Tenchi, what up, my boy? Welcome in, Tenchi Masaki, one of our normal guys here. How's it going? Kind of late getting here because I was working on my car. Nice, my guy. What are you working on? 1st and 15 after the snap penalty, by the way. What oh my, it's behind the game. And run going right this time, and finally not much to gain. Going to be maybe a gain of 3 on the play. Bring up 2nd and I'm guessing 12. Cade Lane says Pride wouldn't be correct. Green means it's correct letter and placement. bro. Thank you. I had no idea it's streaming on Hulu. I'm watching too now. You're welcome, my boy. You're welcome. I know it's honestly, guys, it's a challenge every week finding, is this game on ESPN, aka Hulu? Is this game on ABC, aka like Paramount? Is this game on NBC, aka Peacock? Is this game, like there's so many different destinations for the games now. I slightly hate it. Little screen pass setup, though, left by to Jalen Warren. Going to bring up a third and more manageable after a pretty good gain here. Kevin John says, I'm okay with the loss here. Good way to come back hungry and learn from our mistakes. I agree. I'm glad to see guys like Matabike and Pierce getting a few snaps here. It's hard to replicate that big man push kind of deal in the weight room. But by halftime, I expect a lot of backups to be in for the Baltimore Ravens. But it's always good to test your depth. 3rd and 8. Pump fake left, going to Warren on the right. 2 Ravens there. And great open field tackle. I think that was Arthur Mullet. And Ravens are signaling for a fumble and a return by the Ravens. Ref still sorting it out. A Ravens coming out of the bottom of the pile. Arthur Mullet with the ball. We'll have to wait and see, though. Is this a fumble and recovery by the Ravens? Tenchi says, I got a Subaru Forester. I had to replace the entire front end after driving into a ditch to avoid a herded deer. Well, I'm glad. I hope you're okay, my guy. And I love how now it's not accepting anyone's, word game stuff. I'm so confused on what's going on. Oh, you got it on the first one? Is that what just happened? There we go. Okay, registered Cage. Okay, so it's registering Dabney's. And I'm glad y'all are enjoying this. And when y'all get a little more tired of this, I might let y'all. I have another one. There's one other game that Streamlabs gives me, guys, for y'all to play here in the chat. I can actually let y'all play tic-tac-toe against an AI, technically. So maybe we'll try that here in a little bit as well. Like I said, we're trying out a bunch of different things here on the channel. Your 4th guest. Nice, my guy. And again, we're doing the doubleheader today, guys. So right after this, we're going more into Texans Colts. And I know this might be a little controversial to say to the Ravens flock, but I'm more excited about that game. Because this game doesn't have a whole lot of meaning, while the next game, the division's on the line for the AFC South, basically. Azo says, I accidentally clicked a video from your previous stream. Got really excited when we scored. I was wondering where you went, Azo. That's absolutely hilarious. Wait, why does it have... That's not... I just noticed you don't have the right thing besides your name. That's YouTube's defaults. Give me 1 second here. I wonder if I accidentally clicked something the last time I was in there. Come on, memberships. There we go. Save and publish. Now Azo should get his proper thing back beside his name. It shouldn't be a little star. That's boring. And QC says, yeah, it's a juggling act between all the networks week to week. Steve-O says, do 10 seconds because there's a 5-second delay also. Heard, Steve-O. We'll try that. Give me 1 second. We'll change that to a 10-second. Lets me do anywhere between 3 and 15. So let me save that settings. And it's going to restart the game. So I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. When I reset the time, it resets the game. So I'm so sorry. I saw y'all were almost done on that one. I'm so sorry, chat. Mason says, very proud of Lamar for the season. I really hope the Ravens go deep in the playoffs, and why not the Super Bowl? Oh, Huntley rolling out left, going to a man and bounce. So going to be a no catch with 10:50 here in the second. Going to bring up a 2nd and 10. Yeah, this really could be our year, Mason. I'm hoping so. I just want to be able to shut up some of the haters against Lamar. It's always rough. Kevin Johnson says, I kind of wish it was a snowy game in Baltimore. Those are fun to watch. Oh, I agree. I want to go with like one of those like Packers snow games. We got 6 inches of snow in West Virginia, about 1.5 hours away from Baltimore. Mike says, why is the word game window blocking the gameplay window? Oh, I just noticed the ESPN's back up. Oh, thank you for telling me that. I didn't even notice that ESPN earlier, the Gamecast wasn't working. So I apologize. Give me one moment. We're going to get that worked out. I'm looking through here in my things. Give me a second here. We're going to move the game. Man. And then we're going to go to the Gamecast, and we're going to mess with the size of the Gamecast now. God, this is tough. Gosh, I'm so torn because y'all are enjoying this thing so much, but I need to have that Gamecast up too. And I know if I try to make it fit, it's not going to be sized properly. Like, I'm working. Give me a second, guys. Gosh. Oh, God. It's moving my whole thing. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm so sorry as Huntley gets sacked on the play. I'm trying to please everyone. See, technically, the widget game's only supposed to be... This is tough. I'm trying to figure it out, guys. The word game's going on because a lot of people like playing it. The word game was originally something that was supposed to be there for it, so give me a moment. I'm working here. Want to spike that up. Widgets. Okay, Kate says it's okay to scrap the game. I appreciate that. Because, you know, we really should have the game cast up. It was originally supposed to be up. The game is supposed to be more for our commercial breaks, guys. So I appreciate everyone who's been helping me, test that out. We'll have that up here in just a little bit. Oh, yeah, I forgot to refill it. I'm so sorry. Sorry. I had to help the girlfriend with something. All right, but back to the game and back to the chat, guys. 4th and 7, though, after Huntley unable to make something happen. 7:52 as Jordan Stout comes out to punt again. Kevin John says, I'm so impressed with Isaiah Likely. With Andrews down, it actually improved Lamar's game by taking away his comfort go-to player. It kind of really did, to be honest. Oh, good punt for the Ravens. Great bounce. That ball is going to be down at the 4-yard line. But we've got a flag down on the play, so let's wait and see what that's all about. And it's going to be against the Ravens, guys. But yeah, Isaiah Likely, of course, a CCU alum, Chanticleer. It's where I first started school. It's where I first walked on as a tight end, honestly. Did not make the team. My girlfriend graduated from CCU, so trust me, on this channel, we are very familiar with Isaiah Likely here on DarwinsRaven. And it's why I kept telling people after the Andrews injury, I said, don't worry, guys. Don't worry. And that's an ineligible man downfield for the Ravens. So Trenton Simpson, the rookie linebacker out of Clemson from this last draft. That's unfortunate. But I'm glad to be able to see him get some snaps and kind of, he's learning. And with PQ potentially headed for free agency, it's very important that Trenton Simpson gets these game snaps now, basically, against an offense that is fighting for their life and their playoff hopes, basically. And in a 35, 39 degree game in Baltimore, pouring rain, that's beautiful. Ravens going to have to repunt this, by the way, after the penalty. punt away by Stout. Whoo, that ball is up there. And they're going to let it bounce again, and the Ravens. Oh, no! Who is that? That's Tylan Wallace. Was in position to knock it down at the 2, and he falls down into the end zone, and we've got another flag on the play. And this one's going to be against Pittsburgh, supposedly. This is getting crazy. And again, for those that are new to watching the game, Brad Allen's crew calling this game, they were demoted out of the playoffs. And they, of course, their most infamous last call, the Detroit Lions Cowboys 2-point conversion, declaring eligible, the whole scandal. And after that, like I said, they were demoted, and I believe they're not going to be working any playoff games. But the moment they were assigned to this game, guys, it became a talking point. And Ravens not going to re-kick this, thankfully, for a third time. Just going to take the 10 yards. So after the touchback, of course, Tylan Wallace unable to touch it down at the 2. That should put the Steelers at their 15 as they come out here to try to extend their lead in Baltimore. And come on, Ravens, man. We got 100 supposed school employees from the Baltimore Ravens County school system at this game today. These are cafeteria workers. These are bus drivers. Give them a win. Please, Ravens, please, 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 for the sake of those guys and girls, and I should say ladies and gentlemen, let them walk out of M&T Bank with a head held high. I mean, their heads held high no matter what because we got the number 1 seed, but it would just be like the icing on the cake. You know what I mean? And you know what? We're on a commercial break. So I should have done this sooner. I got the word game back up, and that word game will disappear once the game gets back up on the screen. So let's see here. I'm sorry, I missed a couple chats here. Kevin Johnson says, are you at all concerned with the Browns? I'm not going to lie. Flacco in the playoffs is dangerous. Yo, you always got to be worried about Joe Cool. I just love how many Browns fans always talked for so much shit about Flacco for years, and now he's their franchise savior. But that Browns defense is no joke, and we know all about that. So you can't be too cautious with them. TT Violet says, bro, I'm trying so hard to not get mad at this game. Dabney back and forth. What is going on? TT Violet says also, the referees scare me, bro. David Corona joined us in chat. We love our boy David Corona here on the channel, one of our 49er content creator friends. Dabney says, that's correct. They're missing out on a ton of playoff money, this ref crew. And Kevin John says, so who can we feed the ball to other than Hill and Gordon today? I don't think we were able to really elevate anyone, so that's it, basically. We just really got to make sure that Hill doesn't come away with an injury. And, basically, it's going to be Cook's game. 1 fumble, it's raining, homie. 2 fumbles, Cook's probably going to put you about on the practice squad on Monday. Let me see here. Come on, Ravens, knock the Steelers out of the playoffs. If there's any Steeler fans in here, nothing against you. And with that, guys, I'm taking the game back down as we get back to the actual game. First and hit 10 here for the Steelers. 7:26 here on the clock. Ball again on the 10-yard line. So sorry, not the 15, the 10. Handoff going left, and Urban and Travis Jones were there in the backfield, but unable to catch him. Going to be a gain of maybe 1 on the play as Travis Jones a little slow to get up, but I think he's fine. 7-10 and ticking. Pucking Q says, that's funny. For years when the Ravens was, yep. Exactly. They acted like he was terrible. Now they're praying for him. And again, guys, betting is open. You can use those loyalty points to bet who you think is going to win this game. Ravens or Steelers. Streamlabs tells you there how to do it. 2nd and 9, 6:50 and ticking. Of course, Ravens lead the league in sacks, 57 sacks, looking to break 60 on the season, hopefully, in this game. Little bit of a play action, it looked like. Pass over the middle, and that's going to be a missed tackle on the play, but he goes backwards. And I believe that's Rock Ya-Sin coming up with a big tackle, pushing Harris backwards. After one of the linebackers, I think Del'Shawn Phillips, missed a tackle up the middle. Del'Shawn, not a great, Hold on, let's make sure. And yeah, that's Del'Shawn Phillips officially credited with a missed tackle on the play. But great special teams player for the Ravens. And for Ravens flock, I know I was excited. I kind of almost wanted Lamar to play until the rain and TJ Watt because I wanted him to break 3,800 passing, 900 rushing. First ever quarterback in NFL history to do so. But 3rd and 3 after the game. Handoff going up the middle, a little bit of a delayed handoff, and he's going to be inches short, going to bring up a 4th and inches on the play. I'm guessing Tomlin's going for it, but ball is at the 20-yard line, so. Kevin Johnson says, Flacco hasn't seen a great defense yet, though, so he started with the Browns. That is kind of true. The thing is this with Flacco. Is Flacco still has that deep ball arm. Of course, we watched Joe Flacco get drafted live. I left Disney. Oh, they're punting it. Wow. But we watched, and while they're, punting, we watched the Baltimore Ravens draft Joe Flacco in 2008. I left Disneyland to go watch that draft at my hotel. But 5:07 officially in the second as the Ravens offenses get heading out, trying to tie this game up. And they're putting us on a commercial break, so I'm going to bring the word game back up for chat since y'all love playing this so much. But the thing you got to be concerned with Joe Flacco and the Cleveland Browns is this, that Joe can still chuck the ball deep. So if you're not in a bad weather game, just like how Joe took us on that magical Super Bowl run, at any point, he can go play action, max protect, and as long as he's got a number 1 wide receiver, which he does in Cleveland, he can chuck it deep. And we know all about it. Joe, just like Lamar this season, has actually been pretty good about knowing when to throw to draw a flag. Lamar and OBJ have been infamous in some of the games this season in doing that. And you've always got to be terrified about that, especially how some of the refs have been calling these games. Dabney says, yeah, I thought on 4th and 1 they were going to go for it too, Dabney. I really don't know why. Pretty good field position. Looked like the ball was on the 30-yard line for the Ravens with a little bit of time left. And Kevin John says, I'd punt it too. Our offense hasn't given them anything to worry about. You're not wrong. We've had some really bad drops, though. Be right back. Apologize, guys. And again, the word game is only up while we're on commercial. Ooh, Stain was almost right. Y'all are smart. And look at Harbaugh dancing after that Week 17 win versus the Dolphins once they clinched the number 1 AFC seed. I don't know if you saw, Harbaugh was having himself a good old time in that locker room. Ooh, Stars again, almost right, but not quite. Should be. Get your last guesses in here. There's only one guess left before we get back to the game here. Commercial break's almost over. And God, this rain just continues to come down. And officially, guys, kicking off the game chat, or the word game, because we're back here. 1st and 10, 5:07 here in the second quarter. Second time in franchise history, by the way, the Ravens have clinched the number 1 overall seed. Little bit of motion here by the Ravens. Going to be a handoff up the middle. That looks like it was Edwards. It is. And Gus Edwards getting some snaps in. And we've got, my boy Chimera dropping in, making sure he put in his guesses in for field, or his vote in for Fields. For those that don't know, we've got an official poll open up here on the game. If you were the Bears GM, do you keep Justin Fields or do you draft Caleb Williams or another quarterback? You can put that vote in. We've got 2 votes in currently. And of course, we always have the betting open. Who will win, Ravens versus or Steelers? Huntley from shotgun snap, short pass right, and a huge hit going to jar the ball loose. That's Justice Hill was the intended receiver. as Ravens now in a 3rd and 9, 4:25 on the clock, as just the Ravens just can't hold on to a ball right now in this rain. And I don't know if y'all are watching, it's really kind of funny to watch, the Harbaugh down on the sideline drenched, and then they cut to Todd Monken, who's up in the play calling booth, dry as a whistle. It's kind of funny to watch. 3rd and 9. Trips left formation for the Ravens. Solo tight end right. Looks like likely. He's going deep right side. He's got a man. And that's a catch. Was that Laquan? Yeah, Laquan Treadwell. I thought I saw him activated to the roster, of course, with, Zay not practicing all week. OBJ not going to be here in this game. Going to see a lot of Tylan Wallace, Nelson Aguilar, and Laquan Treadwell. And Laquan showing off some good hands right there. That's going to be a huge gain, bringing us down at the 46, it looks like, of the Ravens. So almost at half field as they're trying to get the turf out of his helmet. Handoff going right. Edwards with a huge hole. Makes a cut up the middle. He's still going. The 30, the 25, the 20. And down at basically the 20-yard line of the Steelers as Gus Edwards breaks a huge run off the right guard. And some good moves by Gus Edwards. Let's watch the replay. So handoff, cuts right, cuts left, hits the speed, cuts back left inside on the DB, hits the turbo button as 3 Steelers chase him down to the 20-yard line of the Steelers. And we've got a Steelers slow on the sideline, might have been injured on the play. 3:03. Another handoff up the middle, and that's Edwards going to lose 2 on the play. TJ Watt already on top of him as he handed the ball off. Nowhere to go. 2:50 and ticking. Chimera says, yeah, they fired their Matt Canada, their offensive coordinator. And then they honestly were, I think, 1-3 until they went to Mason Rudolph. So the joke is Mike Tomlin realized he should have let that reindeer play in all them reindeer games. Because his name's Mason Rudolph. 2nd and 12. Kolar, the motion man for the Ravens, going on a little wheel route, looks like. Huntley going the right side. He's got a man and some. It's Likely, and he's in! Isaiah Likely with his first touchdown of the day. The CCU Chanticleer puts the Ravens on the board. 27-yard strike to the right side from Huntley to Likely. And Isaiah Likely continues to show why he was the training camp star for the Ravens. Let's go, Ravens. CCU. And again, guys, we know all about CCU on this channel. And barring the PAT, Tucker gave me a little bit of scare with that PAT. Oh, that was terrifying. And we're all tied up here, 7-7, with 2 minutes, 19 seconds. So we're basically going to come out. My girlfriend is literally wearing her CCU shirt as she's going out to grab us dinner right now, actually. That's hilarious. So, Chanticleers as Isaiah Likely, a huge catch and great post. And for those that aren't familiar, Isaiah Likely definitely not the same tight end as Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews, a much bigger guy, but Isaiah Likely, a little smaller and really shifty after the catch, made a lot of his work as Yak at CCU. One of the reasons the Ravens brought him in, just his pure receiving talent. Let's go. And as we're waiting for the Steelers to get this way, I'll pull up the chat word game for everyone in chat. For those that don't know, you can see some of our people do an SL game with exclamation point and then a word. They're trying to play our chat word game that we have going on to try to help fill a little bit, But Ravens getting ready to kick this ball away. Jordan Stout's about to kick it. So Tucker is not taking kickoff duties today as Jordan Stout gets this ball away for the Ravens. And ball, it's going to be and smart play by the Steelers player to lay out basically on the sideline. It's going to be a penalty against the Ravens, so Steelers will get this ball at the 40. But I'm really wondering, did he touch the ball before his feet technically got out of bounds? I want to watch that replay. And yeah, they're going to call it, so. I know, I got to figure out. Okay, they're coming back in 30 seconds. Wait. But they're coming back in 30 seconds, but I can see the game. Kevin Johnson says, I hate to say it, but I almost prefer Likely in this type of Ravens offense scheme with Andrews. Is that a bad take? It's hard because Andrews is a Pro Bowl player, and that's half the reason we brought Todd Monken in is because Todd Monken made those two tight ends at Georgia a first-round pick and a third-round pick, respectively. Broderick Washington, of course, Broderick Washington. Am I getting confused with Broderick Jones? But the tight end from Georgia went to the Steelers' third round, and Georgia are going to probably have a first-round pick tight end in this draft. But 1st and 10 here as the Steelers line it up. Ravens playing some retreat technique here on the outside, and run going up the middle. Going to be a gain of 5. That's Jalen Warren on the carry, and that's probably going to bring us to the 2-minute warning as well. Steve-O, not a fan of the kickoff rule. I agree and don't, man. That's a hard one. I think we should have got a replay to see if his hand touched the ball before his feet actually hit the line. R.W. Clippy, howdy, y'all. How you doing, my guy? I love y'all. Y'all playing this game hard. I'm going to put it up there for a minute. And with that, we're at a 2-minute warning, so they're going to commercial break. While they're on commercial break, guys, I'm going to go grab another beverage. We're not drinking alcohol quite yet, maybe after halftime. But I'll leave the word game up for y'all to play, and I'll be right back. Not back yet. And, I broke some stuff out of, storage for y'all a little bit for here on the stream today as well. Our special playoff episode. Some of y'all might know this, man. Honestly, one of the nicest and coolest celebrities I ever got a chance to meet. Like I said, he signed it directly to me. But let's talk football here. Let's talk football. I got to cover some information here on this card because I can't let y'all see it. That's Ron Hill, former vice president of NFL operations. He was a really cool guy. He actually sent me this NFL official hat. So one of the few NFL people that we've got a chance to meet. Where's Steve Mariucci's? Yep. For all my 49er guys, there's Steve's. That's from Steve Mariucci, of course, the former 49er legend, NFL analyst, and at one point considered a quarterback guru, to be honest with you. But 2nd and 5 here, as obviously it skips some plays on me, so I apologize, guys. 150 here. Oh, no, I didn't miss plays. That's right. We had the one play before 2 minutes. I honestly, Chimera, I didn't check either. I kind of had a lot going on, so. Let's go. Oh, Chimera trying to duel Steve-O for some points. 3rd and 6. Empty backfield for Rudolph. Looking left. He's going there. Oh, man. PQ in the game for the Ravens, but unable to cut that ball underneath, as it looks like now the Steelers are in Ravens territory and at about their field goal range. It's a duel where you can like basically duel people for points. So like oh, there we go. Streamlabs finally put it out there for you. Come on, we got Crystal Gilliam and Audible Productions in here. Are the Steelers your favorite team? You playing me, right, homie? We Ravens flock up in here. We got double accepting the duels going on in chat. 55 seconds here, though, as the Raven defense trying to get set up. They're having some miscommunication issues. 50 seconds, play action. Rudolph getting pressured, gets the ball out to Jalen Warren, and Jalen with some extra effort was stopped short, but going to have a first down. As Steelers have all 3 timeouts, I'm guessing they're about to use one here. Let's see if they do. Travis Jones and Kyle Van Noy almost able to get there for the sack. Hey, we beat Chimera in the first duel of the channel today. You have to do Steelers. You have to do an amount member Chimera after like your Steelers. So you would do like yeah, there you go. Yep, you got it. Let's see how many bets we have in officially right now. Officially, guys, bets on the channel. Why is it not registering your Steeler bet yet? Do you not have? You have 10,000. There we go. The loyalty pot for the betting for the Ravens is now up to 11,626 loyalty points up in the betting poll. So, Audible says, "Come on, homie. You know I gotta mess with you since you're 13-3." I know. You know, honestly, I think y'all have a lot to look. If you're a Steelers fan, you got a lot to look forward to next year. 1st and 10, though. 43 seconds. Trips left for the Steelers. Rudolph's looking there. He's coming back. Oh, ball pops out as Clowney hits him. Gonna be a fumble, it looks like. But Rudolph wants it as a pass. Refs look like they're going to rule it a fumble, but it's recovered by the Steelers. And he wants it as an incomplete pass to stop the clock. And clock is continuing to tick as the Steelers not using a timeout here. Honestly, that looked like it might have been an incomplete pass. I want to watch that one more time. That's a horrible camera angle. Steve-O, where are the commands at? You can see a lot of them scrolling on the top side of my screen up there. That scrolling text you see up the top are all different commands that you can do, basically. Now, the duel and all that like accepting, that takes some time. Let me see. Top hours. And they're going to roll it an incomplete pass. Oh, no, they're going to credit Clowney for a sack. Let's go. 9.5 sacks. He needs a half a sack to hit double-digit sacks. That would be the first time in his 10-year career. So we're rooting for him a little bit. And Chimera starting his gambling habits in chat. 2nd and 19 after the Ravens got credit for a sack on that play. Clowney having a terror year. He is. And again, that's a lot of credit to Mike McDonald, the defensive coordinator for the Ravens. Basically, Clowney and Kyle Van Noy having career years. Empty backfield for the Steelers. Pass over the middle. And I believe that was their tight end Freiermuth. It is. And that's going to get them closer to back to the first down, but at the field goal target line as 15 seconds and ticking. They're going no huddle for the 3rd and 12. Let's see where they go. I'd go after Pickens. Oh, and it's a strip sack by Kyle Van Noy and recovered by Broderick. I'm sorry, is that Broderick? It is. Broderick Washington and Kyle Van Noy getting close to the 10 sack mark now too. Kyle Van Noy, that I believe his 8th sack and only been signed since week 4. As these 2 10-year-old veterans are just tearing teams apart on the outside. You know, if you told me right now that Kyle Van Noy and Clowney were both going to have like double-digit sacks going into the playoffs, I might have laughed at you. But Mike McDonald is getting it done. Like, and I'm guessing Steelers going to send their kicker out here with 5 seconds left, try to take a 3-point lead. Congrats to my boy Cade. Won his first. I think, Cade, that's your first duel. Congrats, my guy, by the way. ES, do exclamation point points. It'll tell you how many points you have. Just like I did in chat. And with that, guys, since we're probably headed for commercial break, let's get the game up. The word game back up. And of course, it's my channel, so I have like unlimited points. So ignore my point total. Steve-O says, this has to be the slowest ticker on YouTube. I can't adjust the rate of that. I didn't want it to go too fast, you know? And let's see if we can find, ES says you have 1,000 points. Give me 1 second, ES. I'm going to try to find you 1,020. I should be able to find that number. ES, you're in here a lot. ES, I got you, my guy. 1, 2, 3. ES, do your points again, and you'll have a different number, I promise you. ES has been in my channel for a long time. He always drops it. He's been one of my longest subscribers. So, and again, for those that don't know, we got the word game back up here on the chat, you know, since it's halftime. So have a little bit of fun. You can play basically like Wordly. Yellow means right letter, wrong place. Gray means wrong letter, wrong place. And of course, green means right letter, right place. I hope you have some fun with that. Well, what up, my boy Christopher? Just checking in. I hope you're doing okay, my guy. Kevin Johnson said, it looked like the Ravens forgot they're still playing. That run defense has been sus, my guy. Gamerzilla coming in laughing. Yeah, ES, you should have some more points now. And again, you can even do betting, guys. We've got polls open up. And, you know, like I said, we were kind of hoping Lamar would start, but not really. It's just, I so wanted Lamar to break make that history with 3,800 passing, 900 rushing. We were hoping so much for it, you know, during the, this entire season, once it got a little closer, you know what I'm saying? And Christopher says, listen, we ain't worried about Pittsburgh. They got lucky and won on us earlier in the year. We have our backups in, and Pittsburgh can't do anything. Exactly. This is a good chance for us to, you know, see the backups. We talked about it a little bit on our other coverage, you know, our R&R episode on Friday. We really looking at the backup offensive line. I'm looking at Sam Mustipher, Ben Cleveland, Laulu, Daniel Falele, and Patrick McCary. Especially, I'm looking for the rookie Malasala Amuve Laulu. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. I'm trying my hardest to. But he's the big guy I'm staring at here on the Ravens offensive line as we get started in the second half. I don't know if Demarion Williams is in there. I'm also keeping an eye out for Jeremiah Moon. And of course, Travis Jones has already flashed himself a little bit here and there. So we're really excited to see that. And again, guys, if you don't know, we're doing the double header here after this game as well. We're going to be doing Texans versus Colts no break right after. Honestly, guys, I'm super stoked for the game. We kind of showed it earlier. We've got all the notes written down here so far. Honestly, the Colts didn't have as much stats as I wanted them to have. But one of the fun things for me, guys, is that the Colts and Texans actually ended up taking a lot of guys from my draft special. And if you're unaware, of course, the NFL released their top 5 teams for drafts, basically, with Detroit taking the number 1 spot, but Houston coming in number 2. And of course, on Houston's roster, we got guys like Tank Dell, who we wanted, Juice Scruggs. I think I actually got more on the Colts than anyone, like any team. The Colts got a lot of guys I wanted, to be honest with you, but we're excited for that game. Oh, y'all are getting close. You only got one more guess. Christopher says, on the real, Baltimore should be undefeated right now, but due to some defensive issues early in the season, we lost 3 games we should have won. Agree, Christopher. And Christopher, we had, one, Lamar Jackson did not play a single snap in the preseason in a brand new offense. It's going to take some time and some growing pains. 2, at the start of the season is actually when the Ravens were dealing with the most injuries. And, our secondary was decimated by injuries at the beginning of the season. It's why also that week 13 bye week was super important for us, getting it late in the season. And why this first round bye might be big as well. Gamerzilla says, I can't believe Zay got the 75-yard touchdown. That was insane. And I know. I'm excited for him because, again, and when he did that, he broke not only this season Torrey Smith's reception rookie record for the Ravens, but also, if I'm not mistaken, his yard rookie record for the Ravens. So Zay made a little bit of history as a Ravens rookie this year. And, we're excited for him. Steve-O, no R. I love how much fun y'all are having too with the word chat thing. I think that's hilarious. Christopher says, keep Fields and trade the picks and get him some weapons. Agreed, dude. With that number 1. Oh, Azo gonna try out. I think you have to do Azo instead of exclamation point. I think it's. Oh, never mind. Azo, will you do me a favor while you're in here? You should have custom emotes, technically. For those that don't know, Azo, of course, you can see the little purple egg beside his name. Azo is my one and only, my first ever official member here on the channel. It's something we're trying really hard to get the membership up. But Azo, you should have the 4 new custom little emojis. Would you do me a favor and try those out? Those are only available to members of the channel. There's the first one. We got the purple face. I like it. It looks good. That one got, by the way, guys, Azo actually gave me that emoji in chat. So shout out to my boy. Carcast says, what's the deal with Dobbins? You going to go, guys, hold on to him? Probably not. I mean, it's all about the contract, but if he's due, of course, we would love to have him back in Baltimore. He's just been unlucky with injuries. He was going to have a huge season this year. Hey, there's the other 3. We got the Tanjiro, the sweating bird, and a Captain Levi emoji. I figured my boy Chimera would be all over the Captain Levi emoji. Yep. I know. I had to put those in there for you, Chimera. And again, for $2.99, guys, you can become an official member here on Darwin's Raven. Currently, this membership only gets you a custom badge, custom emojis, and stuff like that on the channel. But look forward to, we're going to try to have some more rewards on it. We're working on it. Of course, the custom badge, like you see beside Azo's name, actually evolves the longer you stay a member here on the channel. It starts, of course, as a little purple egg and slowly grows into a raven or a baby raven, then a flock, and then you get to become, some legends like Joe Flacco, Ed Reed, Ray Lewis. Eventually, I don't know if I'll ever have anyone here long enough on the channel for it. It's like a dream. If you're here, I think like 6 years as a member, you get the Jonathan Ogden badge beside your name. And I'd argue for $2.99 if I ever blow up, having that little badge beside your name, not a bad deal, right? And it's something I'm trying to stress to everyone. If you like, I've had a few super chats here on the channel. The membership, I feel like algorithm wise would drive the channel harder. And for $2.99, man, ain't nothing. Most people probably wouldn't even notice that. It should be able to just click on somewhere on the channel to become a member. Like, if I'm not mistaken, here, let me actually pull up my live stream. Christopher says, I think Dalvin Cook going to go off in the playoffs. I hope so, my guy. He's still going to be RB3, but it's just like Keaton Mitchell. If he gets, if he takes some snaps and he outplays everyone, just like Keaton Mitchell, he'll get that chance to really, play more, but we'll have to wait and see a little bit. But we're hoping that Cook's going to be cooking in the playoffs, if you feel me. And technically, yeah, if you're watching somewhere, you should be able to see on my channel right beside my name, there should be a button that says join somewhere by the like button. And that is how you officially become a member here on the channel. You get loyalty badges, custom emojis, member shoutouts, priority replies, and eventually we'll try to get some discounted merches as well. But yeah, we're trying here. Steve-O. Oh, Steve-O got ripped off? Wait, what? What happened? Did he get ripped off in that last one because he had it right? If so, I don't know what's going on. Chimera says, I literally just finished the Swordsmith Village arc. Oh, it's so good, my guy. So good. Yeah, if you just go on my YouTube page, it should have it there. Steve-O needs some points for that one. Hold on, let me find them here. What I hate too is my Streamlab, when I search by names, it doesn't hold on, Steve-O, I'm going to give you an extra 2,000 points here, basically, because my boy's saying you got robbed. So if you actually check your points now, Steve-O, I added 2,000 points to your loyalty points. So hopefully that'll be a little more fair. I'm trying to run through these comments. I'm sorry, guys. Catch passes. Chimera says, if Josh Allen blows out the Dolphins tonight, any shot he wins MVP? If he goes out there and lights up, I don't think he's going to win MVP, but I think you got to at least put his name in the conversation a little bit. But again, Chimera, we're covering that game. We're doing a doubleheader today, and we're doing a doubleheader tomorrow. So today, Ravens, Steelers, Texans, Colts. And then tomorrow, we're doing, of course, Bears, Packers, and Bills, Dolphins. So make sure you come back and check us out tomorrow if you're enjoying the channel tonight, guys. Dabney says the game expired, but he had the right guess. Oh, that's so... Okay, but like I said, I made sure to add 2,000 points to Steve-O for that. Caitlin says, hey, yeah, but it took another guess. Okay. Christopher says, a lot of these quarterbacks don't have the right coaches around them, and they don't develop. And we're seeing a lot of that now. Look at, case in point, Jared Goff's restoration in Detroit. Geno Smith's restoration in Seattle. We're seeing a lot of these teams basically saying, hey, Shane Steichen was a genius too. Kellen Moore, I think's in LA or somewhere. I don't even know. But a lot of these guys, we're seeing these guys saying, hey, I can take this guy that everyone's given up on. And I'm telling you guys, be wary of when Hendon Hooker gets his shot somewhere, whether it'll be with the Lions or another team. Might be a little scary. I got you, Steve. Like I said, I made sure to add some points to your total. So you should have 5,500 points now. So I added a little over 2,000 points. Christopher says all the teams the Ravens beat over 500, they blowed them out by at least. Yeah, Christopher, actually, that's something we talked about on one of our R&R episodes. The Ravens winning all those games, And it's also like the first time one team's had 3 different DVOA over 100. Like the Ravens own the top 3 DVO games of this year, basically, in the NFL. So it's pretty freaking crazy. Like, Chimera says bad coaching is killing the NFL. You know, I'll be honest, I kind of agree. There's a lot of guys that aren't getting their shots. And make sure you get your last guesses in, guys, because we're getting back to the game here as the Ravens offense is going to start the second half with the ball. So hurry up and get those last guesses in, so I got to cut the word game off. And Chimera says also largely due to the incompetent ownership. Again, we got to talk about guys like David Tepper. David Tepper getting fined whatever he got fined for throwing that beer at a Jacksonville Jaguar fan was like the equivalent of finding the average American $1.22 because, you know, he has like, he's worth like $20 billion. Absolute garbage. Jim Irsay, gotta go. You know, honestly, the Dolphins owners had some issues. Like, there's quite a few owners that are just bad. We just got rid of Dan Snyder, of course. Hurry, get your last guesses. 1st and 15, and that's wrong. All right, hold on. I got to get the game off. I got to get it off. Sorry, guys. Oh my God, my nose. Oh, apologize, guys. Like, I'll be honest, the constant talking, honestly, kind of just like kills my throat, and then like, yeah, we have issues. But we'll talk more about some of this other stuff, NFL playoff picture, and of course, the Ravens know we got some snubs, bro. Kevin Zeitler, Geno Stone, and Brandon Stevens not making the Pro Bowl. Snubs. I know my 49er bros are mad about the Brandon Ayuk snub. They should be. 2nd and 13. Huntley getting pressured up the middle, and he's down for a sack as TJ Watt adds another one to the books. 18 on the season. 3rd and long now. And again, you could argue, you know, and if y'all were watching, Tyler Huntley didn't have his helmet, and that's why the Ravens got penalized because he couldn't find his helmet. 3rd and 16. And I know Steeler fans are going to be talking a lot of, oh, he got all these sacks against actually all backups right now. Steelers back out of the blitz. Huntley with all the time in the world, rolling right, and flips it over the middle and off the hands of his wide receiver. That ball just does not look that good, and that's Laquan Treadwell, the intended wide receiver on the play. Christopher says the Ravens just playing a simple game for Huntley to win, not trying to do too much and not risk. Agreed. I talked about this on one of the 49ers channels the other day. A lot of teams are just going to be playing the most basic vanilla schemes that they can. And by the way, that is the entire Ravens starting offensive lineman, minus Zeitler, of course, who's not active for this game. Ben Cleveland getting the start at right guard. And that's a muff punt by the Steelers. He's still running backwards, but going down the left sideline, able to get a good return in. Simpson able to push him out of bounds. And what could have been a disastrous play for the Steelers ends up as a pretty good return. I think that ball came back past the 30-yard line. Man, guys, and we're past halftime. It's almost officially time to switch to some drinking. Oh my God, my neck. God, I just want to get to this, honestly, this Houston game so bad because I'm so excited for all the rookies that are in that game. That's like, I'm fucking stoked. Fucking stoked, bro. And Christopher says, you see how different that offense looks when Lamar is not the quarterback? You are very correct there, Christopher. And that's one of the reasons why the Ravens have constantly been arguing for the MVP for Lamar. Simple as that. Look at the difference in the offense. You know, some of these teams, you take their quarterback out, and sometimes they actually still are able to like have that crazy game. By the way, I think this is the first time the Browns are going to finish ahead of the Steelers divisional-wise since 1989, if I'm not mistaken, Steeler fans. So, I feel bad for you, man. Chimera says, I personally think the best solution would be to socialize ownership of the teams, put them in the public's hands like the Packers. You know, it would definitely make it very interesting. The problem is the Packers, of course, was an experiment. I don't know if it would work with how much it takes to build a stadium, I should say. You know what I mean? Ricky B says, come on, Steelers, WTF. I know, honestly, but you got to give it, Ricky, it's pouring in Baltimore right now. Absolutely coming down. It's everyone's dropping balls. Right now, look at this ESPN camera. It's covered in water. Like, through this camera angle, you cannot even see the game. I love y'all still trying to play this game. And man, that's crazy. If the Steelers lose, they're not technically eliminated from the playoffs. Even if they lose, they have a 14% chance to make it in. Oh, excuse me. Handoff going left. Big run up the middle, though. And Najee with a big run and all the way on to Baltimore side of the field to start the game. They're going to put that ball, looks like, down at the 49 of the Ravens. So, again, across the field. And there's the Steelers' first half. Punt, touchdown, punt, fumble. You know, haven't really been able to get anything started since that second offensive drive. But maybe it'll be a different story of this in this half. 12:40 here in the third. Let me get that quarter updated before I forget about it. I have to update my quarters manually and scores. And that's going to be another run up the middle to Najee and nothing on that play. Maybe a gain of 1 on the play. 12:20 and ticking. Chimera says, I swear the Steelers are the luckiest team I've ever seen. I don't know. I've seen some craziness. Chimera says they should have finished below 500 all of the last 3 years. Oh, it's been rough since Big Ben retired. It's been hard to watch in there in Pittsburgh. I've never been that big of a Trubisky guy, and we'll talk about that in a minute. And Harris with nowhere to go on the right side, and they're going to go backwards, going to bring up what looks like a 3rd and 10 now, as Clowney with a good play on the right side. But Kenny Pickett supposedly been pretty good, not the great. Might have been some offensive coordinator issues. Mitch Trubisky, for those that don't know, when he was on Gruden's quarterback camp, Gruden hid the fact that he didn't know what a hard count was, and Gruden didn't release that footage from the QB camp episodes until after Mitch Trubisky was drafted. So yeah, Mitch Trubisky, when he was drafted in the first round, didn't know what a hard count was when he went on to Gruden's QB camp. 3rd and 10, Rudolph he doesn't get the snap off, and that's going to be a delay of game. Nope. Oh, no, it is delay of game. Pittsburgh tried to call a timeout, but didn't get it in time. Back up Pittsburgh, 5 more yards. It's going to bring up a 3rd and long now. Let me see here. Tenchi says, I like how when people talk about the last time the Browns did something, it was the original Browns that became the Ravens, although because those trophies accolades really do belong in Baltimore. I know, man. I spent some time in Grove City, Ohio and Berea, Ohio, where, of course, the Browns practice facility and Hall of Fame is. Oh, bad snap, and Rudolph going to get sacked on the play. Kyle Van Noy making sure to get his hand to touch him. And that might put Kyle Van Noy at 9 or 10 sacks now. As the punt team comes out here for the Steelers, and just that rain, the ball just bounces off Rudolph's hands. And honestly, not the best snap. It's on point, but it's a little weak. Steve-O says, what's the difference between the gamble and the slot? So the gamble, it's like my chatbot rolls a 1D100 dice, and based upon the roll, awards points. So, like, if you roll a 1 on a 1D100 die, I don't think I can make it take points from you. But of course, if you roll a 99 on that, or 100 on that 1D die, however many points you wager on the gamble, it has a multiplier effect, essentially. For the slots, it's like essentially a slot machine where you're aiming to get very preset combinations. Like, you might get Ray Lewis Hall of Fame, which will of course then pay you out. But if you get like Ray Ed Hall of Fame, not the correct combo. So the slot's a little more risky here for my viewers that are playing the games in the chat. Bigger risk, bigger reward. While the gamble is just a more fun, like sitting here rolling a dice also. Of course, there's also the heist. There's duels. We've got betting and polls open as well. And, of course, if you have any questions, just make sure to ask us here in chat. Ricky making sure to vote for Justin Fields. I don't think anyone has voted yet. Yeah, we've got 4 votes officially in the poll now, like registered. All 4 on keeping Justin Fields, basically, and working around him on the roster. We got some consensus here in the chat. Tenchi says, back in 2012, I had a coworker claim that all the Ravens accolades belong to the Cleveland, but really it's the opposite. Yeah, when Ravens came here, Ozzie Newsome took over the GM, and he just drafted Hall of Fame after Hall of Fame. Ozzie Newsome changed how the draft was approached completely by all other 31 other teams in the NFL. Well, I don't even know if there were 31 teams technically at that time, but you get what I mean. Baltimore revolutionized how drafting and scouting is done. And that's why Baltimore is the team that is. Baltimore has only been in existence since 1996. From 1996 to current, no team has had more compensatory picks than the Baltimore Ravens, including teams like the Steelers and Patriots with their extended and long history. That's a testament to how well Baltimore has drafted, and it's again why I have such a deep love of the draft, I see y'all playing some gambles, some slots. Someone started the heist, Chimera did. You can join the heist by playing for some points. 1st and 10. Handoff going left side. That's Gus Edwards, and maybe a gain of 2. Going to bring up 2nd and 8. The heist says, ahoy! Captain Chimera is trying to get the crew together for a treasure hunt. Type, ! Heist and amount to join the heist. Ha ha ha. Philip saying also, keep Fields, trade the picks, and get a haul. We agreeing here on the chat, my guy. A lot of people agree with you on that. Yo, Steve-O rolled a 97, won 6,000 points on his 2,000 roll. So he hit the triple point modifier. Another handoff going right side this time to Gus Edwards, and nothing on the play as the Ravens can't get anything going on the ground. And Azo, dude, I am so excited for the draft. I'm trying to play I might play like a few different roles in the draft. It's like, for those that know, it's my favorite time of the year. Like, I love the draft. I'm actually trying to go to the draft live. As you can see, we've got a little thing there. Super chats to the draft on the right side of the screen. We're trying to get our super chats and memberships up. Help pay for that trip to the draft. We priced it all out, but it would be like $800 for the trip, round trip in hotels. Huntley and going to take a sack on the 3rd and 7 as TJ Watt racks up another one. That's 19 now on the season, looking to break the 20 sacks. And, I hate to say it, if he breaks it, it just won't matter. But it is against a starting offensive lineman, so you have to give credit in that sense to TJ Watt. Well, we got the official, a crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island. The poisonous fog sends half the crew to Davy Jones' locker. The rest escape with a handful of plunder and a tale of plenty. Chimera and Azo walking away with some points off the heist. Joey Bosa, Steve-O said, I rolled a Bosa. That's pretty funny. For those that don't know, Steve-O, a Niner fan. Bosa, of course, wears number 97. That's absolutely hilarious. And as we head to commercial break, let me pull up the game thing here for y'all real quick. All right, guys, fresh word game. No guesses yet. Hey, thankfully, Streamlabs is actually telling people now, as you see right there, some of the functions have a cooldown. I can't really control those cooldowns. Hey, Ricky B just subscribed to the flock. Welcome to the flock, my boy. Even though I think you, not a part of the flock, but we appreciate you, my guy. That actually should have also given you another 1,000 loyalty points. And as it's finally showed there right there, we're finally over 600 subscribers. And guys, if you haven't done it, the betting should be closing. Yeah, betting will close in 3 minutes, 40 seconds on who do you think will win, Ravens or Steelers. Make sure you do exclamation point bet, either Ravens or Steelers, one more space, and then a point total. It can even be 1 or 0 points, but make sure you get your bets in. 3.5 minutes left before the betting poll officially closes on my Streamlabs. Ricky, you're a Texan fan, dude. I am so excited for your Texans. Of course, we're covering that game after this game. Juice Shrugs was part of my offensive draft special. I'm glad to see him doing well for y'all. Of course, I want to thank Dell as well, who RIP, I believe he broke his leg and going to be done, basically. Y'all got quite a few injuries coming into this game as well. I've already seen Noah Brown and Jonathan Grinnard. Grinnard got my Pro Bowl nod, too, as an edge rusher. Officially out for this game with a lot of guys questionable as well for the Texans. Going to be an absolute great game, though, for the AFC South division. And my God, Chimera, y'all killing on these rolls today. Like, Tenchi made sure to get that last bet in, betting $2,500 on the Ravens. Ricky B made sure to get that bet in on the Steelers before. I love that betting's finally getting. We've got 6 bets officially registered. The pot's up to 15,226 loyalty points. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left before the betting poll closes. And hurry up and get those last game chats guesses in. We're getting back here to the action, of course. Oh, y'all keeping me on my toes today. I think y'all can too, Ricky. I'm rooting for you, honestly. I think D'Amico Ryans deserves Coach of the Year too. And Najee Harris with another run as the Steelers continue just to run up the gut. And we've got a flag. Najee calling for a face mask. He's not going to get it, but there is a flag, I think. Chimera says, if the Texans win, Stroud is Rookie of the Year, no question. The Texans have won 12 straight road division games. Ooh, Ricky dropping the facts. And sorry, guys, I'm dropping the game off the things real quick. 1st and 10, 7:40 here after the first down run by Najee. Ball on the 45-yard line of the Steelers. Strong formation right. I expect a counter run. It's a toss right. Ravens got the edge, and Najee is going to lose like 4 yards on that run. Del'Shawn Phillips we can see Del'Shawn Phillips out there for the Ravens. Jeremiah Moon out there for the Ravens. A lot of backups in now for the Ravens. Let me flash the game. Didn't register weird. And I'm sorry, guys. It seems like it put the gamble on a lot bigger cooldown. But it is, it's trying. 2nd and 13, 6:55. Empty backfield for Rudolph. He's getting pressured, and Trenton Simpson, I believe that's going to be his first sack of the season for the rookie out of Clemson. might be the future of Baltimore's other inside linebacker position. Of course, a lot of Ravens fans know Ravens have 4 guys on the predicted top 50 free agent list, PQ and Matabike leading the way. Trenton Simpson just coming from that linebacker position on the blitz, never sees it, never gets picked up, and Rudolph takes a decent shot there. Simpson does a good job not to drive him in. 3rd and 20. Both teams now 3 sacks. Look at that. A Steeler fan and a Raven fan having a good time together. Rudolph setting up a screen left, and Jalen's just going to trip up on the play. Looks like at the, they went backwards, so that's at the 35 of theirs. That's rough. Betting has been officially closed, guys, too. So 6 bets in, 15,000. We got to wait to, of course, settle the winner. Ricky B says, I'm only rooting for the Steelers so Texans can take the division. Sorry, Flock fam. Hey, it's all good, my boy Ricky. I ain't worried about it. I understand. You know me? And if we lose this game, it means nothing for us. So Chimera taking down Azo for 10,000 points in the chat, too. And, man, guys, I think it's almost time. I'm going to be, hold on. How much Coke do I have left? I've got so much Coke left. And while we're on I saw the gamble in chat. I was about to be like, while we're on gamble break, while we're on commercial break, we'll get the word game back up. You know what? Hold on, guys. I'm going to mess with y'all here. I'm going to switch this up. I got a fun one for you. Hold on one second here. Game widget. Tic-tac-toe. Save settings. Haha. Welcome to tic-tac-toe, chat. You can play tic-tac-toe now against my AI. You can do SL game, and then I think 1 through 9 to place your X basically in. Now, of course, my chat bot goes, who's placing the next? SL game, and then either 1 or through 9. The box is, of course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Dabney getting in there. SL game 5. Let's see if it does it. There it goes. Welcome to playing tic-tac-toe against an AI. It's chat's turn again. Where are you going, chat? I'm trying to find a way to get all of this on my screen, too. I wonder if it'll take yours again, Dabney, or maybe someone else will have to do it. Hey, Chimera got it. Where did my pen go? Oh, don't tell me I lost another pen. Okay, there it is. But all right, I'm kicking the game off for a second. We're back to the game real quick. Let me know, guys. Do y'all like what do y'all like better, tic-tac-toe or the word game? I feel like the word game. And we've got a Raven kind of slow to get up on the play. That's John Simpson, the left guard of the Ravens. Get him out of the game. And like they're talking about right there, the Steelers are constantly having to cycle an inside linebacker in because they don't have a guy that can do it all, supposedly. Heard word game, by the way. I felt like the word game was better, too. Let me change that back. Chat words. Save. All right. Whenever we get back to the commercials, it will be back to the word game and not the tic-tac-toe, by the way. And Charlie Kolar with a catch on the right side. Going to be a first down for the Ravens. Good catch. Starts on, I'm sorry, that was the left side. Just a little curl route kind of over the middle and easy first down. I know we got to get him. Haha, no hugs for you, Chimera. 2nd and 8, 4:25 here in the third. Motion man Aguilar for the Ravens. A little bit of play action. Huntley rolling right on the play. He's going to get rid of it. Got a wide open man over the middle. And that's another first down. Aguilar with the catch just short of the 50-yard line as the Ravens are looking to make something happen. And oh no, we've got a Steelers down, and that's TJ Watt, and he is banging the ground right now. And that's, you never want to see that, man. And he jumped up for the ball and just, ooh. And just one of the Steelers players comes and catches the left leg of TJ Watt as he's coming down from jumping. And we're still waiting, guys, on that for TJ Watt. You know, we got, like I said, we got prayers up for him, so. Steve-O's starting to figure out the best way to win points is the rolling that 1D100 die. Azo figured that out a long time ago as well. Ooh, the poisonous fog is catching a lot of y'all. Cade, the only one making it off the Pirate Island in chat. Congrats to my boy Cade. I don't know about y'all too. Of course, we got the goals up here. We're trying to get to the draft, the combine, and the Pro Bowl this year. I would love also to be able to get an Oculus Quest 3 and do some NFL Pro Era streaming as well. But, you know, it'd be hard like that. Can anyone explain me, by the way, guys? Is anyone a Marvel person and know what Marvel Echo is? And TJ Watt able to walk off. So that's a good sign to see. He's going to the medical tent. And look at that pass by Huntley, by the way. Look, airborne, just full airborne as he throws it. Handoff going right. That's Edwards still in there for the Ravens and only a 1 yard gain. Going to bring up 2nd and 9. No way. Azo rolled 100? What? Bro, y'all are killing these rolls in chat tonight. What the heck? And what's funny is I cannot change like the percentage on those rolls. That's 100% y'all's luck. Azo, go buy a lottery ticket, homie. I'm never playing against you in D&D. 2nd and 9. Edwards, the man in motion. Huntley pump fakes to him, buying some time. Rolling right and just going to toss this one out of bounds. Going to bring up a 3rd and 9 with 3:02 here left in the third. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get the word game down. And of course, guys, we changed back to the word game instead of tic-tac-toe. So I don't know about y'all. Maybe it's just me. I'm a little excited to start drinking. Have an adult beverage, if you feel me. Oh, Chimera rolling a 10. Oh, you can lose points. Oh. And, Huntley delivers a strike to Justice Hill on the left side out of the backfield, but again through Hill's hands. Going to be 4th and 9 as his struggle day continues with this rain. Steve-O! That's hilarious! It would be even funnier if all of a sudden Streamlabs is like, bet. That's pretty funny. Punt here by Stout. Going to be a fair catch at what looks like the 11-yard line. So with 2:50, Rudolph going to get a chance to come out here and take the lead for the Steelers. And they're showing right here, Rock Ya-Sin playing off of, or anyone that's playing on George Pickens, kind of playing off technique, not playing press coverage, and usually a safety sitting over top of George Pickens. Last 2 games, like they showed there, 163 yards per game, 2 touchdowns. Blanketed tonight by the Baltimore Ravens, so that's what we like to see. Handoff to Harris, gets bumped back, goes right side, and be a pretty good game, maybe about 5 yards. Azo said she first appeared in Daredevil number 9, 1999, and she is deaf. She's a really cool character, but the best part of the issues where she appeared were hyper stylized and very visual. Interesting. Okay. So it's part of the Daredevil. I've always been, Marvel's been catching a lot of shit lately. And yep, Steve-O says Watt is walking. Looks like he's going back to the locker room. So that's good news for Steelers fans, especially if they are going to the playoffs. But he's headed back to the locker room. I don't see any really... Honestly, I'm going to take a weird guess here. I think it's his foot. I think the dude's cleats came down on his foot, and he's got a horrible case of turf toe. But we'll get an injury update on that here shortly. Kevin Johnson says Huntley seems rattled. Man, it's that rain probably. 3rd and 1. Little sweet play in. Oh, the Ravens had it originally, but lose containment on the right side, and it's going to be a 1st down. George Pickens finally getting his hands on the ball a little bit. Azo said, yeah, Disney is killing Marvel for me. I know, right? Like... I actually got a clip for y'all on that. Oh, by the way, when Jadeveon Clowney got that last sack, it secured a $750,000 performance thing for him. So that's why Clowney was absolutely ecstatic about that last sack and why everyone was celebrating for him, like on the sidelines and everything. Like, hold on, I got something for y'all here. We're going to mute something real quick while we... Where the hell is that? While we're waiting for the game to come back. Wait, why is it... Oh, hold on.
Into terrorist organizations.
Thank you.
And that in turn pisses off.
Hello and welcome to the 77th Annual Golden Globe Awards, live from the Beverly Hilton Hotel here in Los Angeles. I'm Ricky Gervais. Thank you. You'll be pleased to know this is the last time I'm hosting these awards, so I don't care anymore. I'm joking. I never did. NBC clearly don't care either. 5th time. So, I mean, Kevin Hart was fired from the Oscars because of some offensive tweets. Hello? Lucky for me, the Hollywood foreign press can barely speak English. And they've no
Sorry, I'm having a little bit of fun there.
Other terrorist organizations.
no idea what Twitter is. So...
We'll get back to the game. As they're showing right there, TJ Watt walking back into the locker room. So, again, looks like he's okay. Not really much of a limp. And 2 Ravens were hurt on the last play, too. Delshon Phillips and someone else. But 1st and 10, ball on the 23 of the Steelers. Going to be a run off right side and maybe a gain of 2 on the play. Let me see here. Trying to jump back to these things. Azo said, since Disney purchased Marvel, it's been all trash bullshit. And the reason I was showing that Ricky Gervais clip is he talks about that, how, you know, if you're critical of Disney and Marvel Studios, then, you know, they come after you. RW Clippy says his knee got pushed backwards. Oh, Christopher, rain and it's cold, but we still in this game. We are. Good sign to see him walking. Yep. All right. Another run up the middle is that just the continued theme for the Steelers today. Going to be a short gain of maybe about 3 on the play. Going to bring up what looks like 3rd and 5. 23 seconds left here in the 4th quarter, so we're headed for the 4th quarter. I'm going to go ahead and change our quarter before I forget. And if we head to commercial break, for those that enjoy playing our little word game, make sure you stick around because I'm going to have that back up and if we go to commercial. Oh my God, my shoulder's messed up. And they're going to let the clock tick out as they flip the field for the start of the 4th quarter here. Let me get the official game back up. And you know what, guys? I live in a medical legal state. We're past halftime. I'm going to slide off camera to take a dab just to stay a little respectful to the term of services just in case, you know. But I'll still be on the mic, so I'm trying to look at our chat here. Dabney says, well, since they are saying questionable, that would mean TJ Watt could come back. That would indicate that his knee got pushed straight up, but it didn't bend the opposite way. Thank God. Again, yeah, even as a Ravens fan, guys, I never want to see injuries to any like players like that. So we're very super thankful that he was able to walk off under his own power. If anything, so if the knee was pushed back and he's able to walk like that, more than likely the injury is what you would call a hyperextension of the knee. Sometimes it can go the other way, a hypoextension, but hyper meaning beyond the range of motion that it normally does. Hyper, of course, being above or beyond in medical terminology. It's basically like a pull of a muscle, but instead of a pull of a muscle, it's pull on a ligament or tendon. It's extremely painful. Dude, I'm telling you, when it first happens, it feels like you tore something. But usually after like that first 5 minutes, it kind of calms down a little bit, at least while still. And that's definitely why he's able to probably come off under his own power. Steve-O said, why did the NFL get rid of probable? Probably because of Bill Belichick. For those that don't remember that, Bill Belichick was famous. He would load up every injury report, basically like making up injuries, to the point that the NFL had to change how they reported injuries and the consequences if you lied about it, basically. And yeah, Chimera, Andor is so beautifully written. Honestly, like, I love it. Hey, cheers. Yeah, I'm going to slide off camera real quick, guys, so give me one moment here. We've got, what is this? I've got some beautiful F3 crumble. Oh, wait, no, this isn't the crumble. What is this? Where we've got some dreamy velvet live batter. I can't show you on stream, but it is so terpy and delicious, guys. Honestly, I thought about doing a whole cannabis review channel at one point. Yeah, like Daphne Overman says, Bill Belichick always had Tom Brady listed with a groin injury. Steve-O says, touchdown Steelers. Oh, I'm about to watch something then. Steve-O might be ahead of me. Pass. Oh, it's over the middle. That's Deontay Johnson on a post route. 10-5. And Deontay's in to take the lead for the Steelers. What a throw and catch in this rain. I'm ready to watch that 71-yard touchdown reception by Deontay Johnson. Let's see if we get a replay on the first drive of the fourth quarter. A walk-off play. Come on, give me the replay, ESPN. Excuse me. Let's watch the replay. So Freiermuth in the slot. He's going to curl. He's going to draw the safety's attention. Deontay almost... Okay. And see, that's a design to free up the guy on the right side. Rudolph had a wide open man on the right, but they say in NFL or in football, if you're even, they're leaving. And one of the safeties just takes a bad angle on the ball, and Rock Ya-Sin doing his best to chase this one down. I am cheering for the Ravens, but, it'd be like that. You got to keep it fair. I'm going to officially close that poll, too. And again, no one voted to draft Caleb Williams, by the way, so... Oh, Azo, who rolled 100 earlier, now rolls a 2 and lost 10,000 points. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, guys. Dying. Dabney says, if Pittsburgh win, who does it help other than Pittsburgh? I believe technically it would help the Texans, if I'm not mistaken. Like I said, the slots are hard to win, guys. You're looking for like Jonathan Ogden Hall of Fame, Ray Lewis Hall of Fame, Ed Reed Hall of Fame. I might have Joe Flacco Elite in there somewhere. And there was an unnecessary roughness penalty by Justin Madubuike on that touchdown throw too. So on top of an impressive strike, a late hit by Madubuike, and that's going to add 15 yards basically to the kickoff. All right, Tyler Huntley got to do something now. Handoff left guard. I believe that's Gordon on the play. And going to be a gain of 6. And let's get the... and my game cast. There we go. There we go. We got the game cast back up. And actually, I am going to step off for just a second. Ooh, that's going to be a loss on the play as Melvin Gordon didn't look like he knew where he was going. We're going to go get our first drink of the evening, guys. BRB. I'm so sorry, guys. I wanted to go grab a drink, and I missed a play, it looks like. Oh, Aguilar with a good catch for a first down, it looks like, as I come back. Let me pop the game up. I guess your guesses were wrong. I know, I got to figure out a way to get everything on screen for y'all is what I'm going to try to figure out for tomorrow so that maybe I could have the word game up and my game cast up at both good sizes would be ideal. I'll try my best, guys. I'm trying. I would do it right now live on the stream, but you know, maybe if we have some carryover time in between the games, but we shouldn't have that much. We got the first drink of the night. We're drinking Simply Spiked. So just like the juice, but it's got not malt liquor, alcohol in it though. And Huntley with a little pass left, only going to be a gain and maybe 2 on the play, brings up 3rd, and I'm guessing that's 6. But if you're drinking with me today, guys, cheers. This is the starter, and then we're going to switch to Crown later in the Houston game. So, you know, we can't be getting sloppy. It's honestly pretty good. The peach kiwi, peach mango. 3rd and 6. Wallace, the man in motion for the Ravens. Huntley looking right over the middle. He's got Aguilar, and what a catch by Aguilar, who takes a big hit at the end of that play. And that's going to be a Ravens first down with 11:33 and ticking, almost at the 50-yard line. And oh, what a shot right there. That is at the 50-yard line. Whew. Wallace in motion again for the Ravens. A little play action on the play. Huntley having to step up, though. He's going to... Oh, and that was funny. The camera lost the ball for a moment if you're watching the ESPN broadcast. Huntley tried to get that ball off left there, but got batted down at the line of scrimmage. Good effort by the Pittsburgh edge defender there against Patrick McCary on the left side. That's number 56 of the Steelers. And oh, I'm sorry, that's Highsmith, and he almost got there as for the sack. Steve-O said, where'd she go for dinner? Oh, she tried to get us Moe's some chips and queso, honestly, but they had a 30-minute wait on their queso, so I don't even know what we're doing for dinner right now. Aguilar with a little screen left and escaping a little bit, able to gain like 1.5 yards on the play. Chimera says, another 2 years before I can do that. Oh, I'm so sorry, Chimera. Like I said, I don't know why it's actually doing it correctly now. It's supposed to have been doing that the whole time a little bit. I love how y'all are just gambling. Y'all gamble addicts in my channel. I'm about to call Gamblers Anonymous on y'all. I'm about to queue up like a meme or GIF for that. Y'all be gambling so much. Be like, y'all gotta. 3rd and 8, though. Huntley looking over the middle. He's getting pressured. Able to get the ball away, but at Wallace's feet, as it's going to bring up a 4th down for the Ravens. Steelers celebrating a little bit. I got to take a look at who's in there for the offensive line for the Ravens. I wonder if the backups are in. Steve-O said the Shack Big Chicken's open in here. Oh, dude, honestly, I've tried to open a few restaurants here, or I should say franchises. I tried to bring a Raising Cane's, a Del Taco, and a Bojangles to my area here. Hyde punt, going to be a return. He's taking off left side. He's got a little bit of space. 20, the 30, the 35. He's still going the 40. And he's down at the 44-yard line. Oh, huge return. Caught that ball, I think, at the 10. So that's going to be like a 34-yard return, I believe, by Austin, number 19 of the Steelers. And with 10:03, the Steelers coming out here trying to extend this lead and, you know, really keep their playoff hopes alive. I have to drink. For those that'll get this reference, if you know, you know. I'm Captain Levi. This is how I drink my tea. If you know, you know. Chimera says it's only a problem if you lose brain. I'm just mad that Minka Fitzpatrick made it into the Pro Bowl over Geno Stone, honestly. Like, what an absolute shame. Like, let's see. I don't know if y'all saw, by the way, too. Our boy PQ, he shot his shot with Miss Dua Lipa, the girl that did the song for the Barbie movie. Marlon Humphrey and Roquan were on a podcast recently, and they were trying to, be his wingman, be like, yo, give him a chance, give PQ a chance. And for those that don't know, PQ seems like one of the coolest guys to like hang out with. He likes to go fishing and just chill on the boat. Like, seems like, I don't know. I think he's trying to enter some pro fishing competitions for fun as well. But PQ, we wish you the best, homie. Like, and of course, a big congratulations to the 7 Baltimore Ravens who are headed to the Pro Bowl. Hopefully, we will not be seeing them at the Pro Bowl because they'll be headed to the Super Bowl. But Lamar Jackson and going, of course, Roquan going again. Kyle Hamilton and Patrick Queen, both of their first times. Linderbaum and Matabike, I'm not sure if this is their first or second time. And of course, Tucker, perennial. But the snubs, guys. Kevin Zeitler and Geno Stone, as we talked about earlier, there's the stat lines, like absolute snubs. I've been calling for Brandon Stevens to get in, but, I get it. People don't know him. People don't know him, CG interviewed Braden Willis's dad again today. That's so dope. I forgot to tune into that. That was like at 11 a.m., I think, Pacific time, if I'm not mistaken. And with a run off the left side, going to be a pretty good gain, 9:55 and ticking. Steelers going to have a second and I'm going to guess 4. Waiting for the official measurement. Still waiting for the official measurement here. 2nd and 6, actually. And Jalen Warren almost lost the ball on that. That was Michael Pierce. Kind of looks like the rain. No, it's still coming down. Doesn't look like as hard as earlier, but still pretty hard. 9:25. Handoff going middle. Cut right by Warren. He's cutting back left and still on his feet, but just not gaining any yards. And you can see a few Ravens just swiping at that ball in the pile. They're saying ball came out, actually. Good to see Brandon Stevens healthy, too, for the Ravens. Viking Knight says, if the Steelers win, 64% chance of making the playoffs, currently 54% chance. If they lose, it's reduced to 15. What's funny, Viking Knight, is those numbers were, I believe, 1% higher, 65 and 16 earlier, or when I did my video. So that's kind of funny that the numbers might have changed a little bit. But good point, my guy. If you're a Viking fan, man, let me know. How do you feel about your Vikings? I'm very conflicted. I kind of feel like the Steelers. Like, of course, you're a borderline playoff team right now with all the injuries, especially for your Vikings. RIP to Kirk. But 3rd and 5. Rudolph got a little bit of time going to his halfback, and what a tackle by Trenton Simpson. Again, the rookie out of Clemson. And that's what the Ravens were looking to see in this game. We're looking to see some of these backups who might be taking over next year with the some free agents potentially leaving. Let's watch it. He reads it, sees it, breaks down, and pretty good hit. Make sure to wrap up one. I'd like to see a little bit better of a wrap up there, but punt away for the Steelers. Didn't look like that good of a punt, but good bounce. And, Steeler player almost able to get there. Thankfully not. Going to roll back in the end zone. Baltimore's going to get this at the 20. Chimera says Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, Dawson Knox, Mitch Morse, Deion Dawkins, Jordan Poyer, Matt Milano, and Roger Saffold of the Bills all made the Pro Bowl. You know what? Let's talk about that while we're on commercial break. To be 100% honest, I've got that up as well. For those that don't know, we did an official video talking about Pro Bowl voting. I'll tell you right now, in my votes, Josh Allen made it in. I think that was a good call. I was happy to bring CJ Stroud along. I think the quarterback room looks pretty strong. Running backs, Derrick Henry, actually my last guy to make it in. McCaffrey, Etienne, Kyron Williams, Mozart, and Cook were my guys. I don't know how Brandon Ayuk didn't make it in, to be honest with you, but there were a lot of good receivers. I'm sorry, Amon Brown, I didn't put you in. I probably should have. But DJ Moore, I think, is just a beast. And I gave a lot of respect to Ayuk. Fullbacks, they didn't even give a chance. I'm trying to find where my tackles at. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't have either of your tackles in there. I think the tackles from the Colts have not gotten the respect that they deserve. Darrisaw's been, of course, a beast for the... honestly, look at every one of those tackles. And, of course, Trent Williams had an injury at the beginning of the season. But when I did my Pro Bowl voting, I made sure to look through everything and take into account snap counts and percentages of snap counts. And I'm telling you, my guy, Cheers, guys. Let's get it, Ravens flock. We need to get... I know the win doesn't matter, but I want it. And for those that don't know me, ever since I was little, I have a problem saying W-A-N-T. I say I won't. I want it. I want it bad. Not I want it. I want it. Sounds weird coming out of my mouth. And of course, Steelers second best in points allowed per game, only second to the Niners supposedly right now. But they're outgaining the Ravens right now, yards-wise, offense by almost double. 1st and 10, Huntley trying to get something going. 7:40 here in the 4th. Handoff up the middle. Still going on his feet, and that's going to be probably a gain of 6 or 7 on the play. Let me see. Alfonso Gabriel says, this draft, we need a Kyle Hamilton clone at wide receiver 1. Tall, long, fast, mossy, dangerous at every level, and good at routes and returns. Oh, you're not going to like my pick then. Gus Edwards up the middle. No, the ball's out! And that's another fumble, and Pittsburgh's got it after the first down run, and Harbaugh's just looking on, just chewing on gum. The second turnover, and with 7:14, it looks like the Steelers are going to get this ball. Alfonso, it's going to be an unpopular pick here, but I have this deep down feeling the Baltimore Ravens might end up taking a corner in the first round. Just, how we've always kind of done it. We've always drafted first round corners when we had really good corners still. Brandon Stevens playing outstanding. He's going to be coming up, in, I think, 2 years. Rock Ya-Sin definitely hasn't inspired a whole lot of faith long-term. Demarion Williams dealing with injuries. A lot of these other guys like Arthur Mollett who have been filling in. We've been cycling a lot of guys. I think the Ravens invest in a corner in the first round. Just like how we took Marlon when we had Jimmy, just like how we took Jimmy when... Who was it? I believe Chris McAllister, Chris and some, we've had a history of it. And I think that's what the Ravens do in the first round this year, just based off history. But 1st and 10 for the Steelers, ball at the 28-yard line of the Ravens. Handoff going right. That's Najee Harris, and good gain of 9 yards on the play. Going to be down at the 22-yard line of the Ravens. 2nd and short. Vikings Night says Rams fan, though dad from Minnesota, my heritage is Viking. I look like a 6'3", 250-pound long, white hair. Eyes born, raised, live, SoCal, Minnesota Viking. The Minnesota Vikings are okay, but like Rams and Chargers, better. Sean McVay's done with those rookies in LA is impressive. Fun fact, I was supposed to be the next gate manager in Minneapolis at one point, and I feel you. I'm a 6'3", 230-pound ginger, so I feel you, my guy. I got Viking DNA in me. But Najee still going, and he's just being carried at this point. Airborne. Refs are trying to separate him. Looks like he finally fell down. He's just like, come on. And Najee flexing on the Ravens a little bit here. And the Ravens do have quite a few starters out there. Michael Pierce and Brent Urban, the guys on the D-line, the run went to. Travis Jones got in there and forced the cutback. But Brent Urban and Michael Pierce lost the containment on the opposite side, basically. And Najee took advantage on that counter run. As again, the Ravens' run struggles continue, but I'm hoping that's just more tonight than. But of course, we have been having struggles for the past few games. Of course, Malik Harrison, the third-string inside linebacker, fourth-round pick out of Ohio State a few years back, been one of our key run-stopping pieces on that defense, and he's not in there tonight. Kevin Johnson says, this is what the Ravens look like without Lamar, without OBJ, without Zay, without, I don't know if RQ's been out there. I think I've seen PQ a little bit. Marlon not out there. Kyle Hamilton not out there. I don't even know if Ricard's out there. Certain positions we're subbing out, but of course, the way the rosters work and everything, we couldn't do a lot. You know, there was only certain positions we were able to make those changes. And inside run play, going to be gain of 5, as Harris says, weight room, boys. Honestly, I feel like I've liked what I've seen out of Travis Jones, but it's an early impression. And yeah, by the way, RQ not out there tonight. Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of guys not out there. 5:18 here on the clock, fourth quarter, as the Ravens trying to keep him out of the end zone. Definitely. And of course, Najee Harris now first Steeler player with 1,000+ rush yards in each of his first 3 seasons. Honestly, congratulations to Najee. And blitz coming for the Ravens. Picked up pretty well and still able to get a gain of what looks like 3 on the play. Going to bring up 3rd and 2, 450. Oh, Chimera get rolling a 99. 1 point off from that. And I'm telling you, if you are above 21 years and older, these are not terrible. The Simply Spiked, it's the Simply, like the brand that does the juice. It ain't terrible. Let's look at the ingredient list. Where's it at? Carbonated water, alcohol, cane sugar, peach juice from concentrate, apple juice from concentrate, citric acid, natural flavors, a little bit of sodium citrate, which I think is a preservative, and I don't like stevia. Stevia is the last thing in there. Hey, Viking Knight just subscribed. Appreciate you, my guy. Welcome to the flock, even though, you're not the flock, but welcome to the flock. Like I said, I got a lot of respect for Sean McVay. We'll say something about that here in a moment. Rudolph on a little rollout right, and he's got the first down as Brandon Stevens and Patrick Queen tackle him out of bounds. But for those that don't know, fun little fact, Sean McVay and the Rams, after being in cap hell, doing the Super Bowl run, they entered training camp with, out of their 90-man roster, 34 of them were rookies. And of course, if you didn't see, NFL did an article earlier today talking about the top 5 rookie draft classes in the NFL. Of course, after the season is done, Los Angeles Rams coming in number 4. Of course, Houston, who we're covering later, coming in at number 2. And Pittsburgh actually number 5. Oh, Harris going right and slips on the play. He's going to lose 2, but I'm just glad to see Harris is okay. Sometimes when they slip like that, but thankfully Baltimore has an all grass natural stadium. We got rid of that artificial turf crap. Second and goal, 3:35 on the clock here. And they're talking to Pickens on the outside, it looks like. Let's see if he goes there. And they don't. Run up the middle, and going to be a third and goal. Ball looks like at the 3-yard line of the Ravens. Big goal line stand coming. And you know Pickens, he's having a little fun. He's talking to Brandon Stevens right now. They're having a little fun. And you got to respect the Steelers have run the ball effectively in this game. They've made big passes when they needed to. You know, I don't want to take anything away from how the Steelers have played tonight. They've played a pretty damn good game. Of course, the turnovers for the Baltimore Ravens have been horrible. You know, you can blame the rain all you want, but if it's raining like this in the playoffs, you got to be ready for it. So maybe this is good practice before the playoffs is a good way to think about it. Third and goal. Little jet sweep, and the Ravens read it. Trenton Simpson blows it up. That's going to be a huge loss on the play. Looks like he was tackled almost at the 10-yard line, so could be a back. Yep, and field goal team coming out for the Steelers. And Ravens definitely going to be trying to block that kick. Ravens flocks better be screaming at home, block that kick! Block that kick! Come on, somebody get a hand up. Brent Urban, you are 6'7", my guy. For fun fact, Brent Urban, I believe, tied TJ Watt's record when they were in college for passes batted down at the line of scrimmage. It's one of the many scouting notes on Brent Urban that also induced the Ravens to draft him. For those that don't know, Brent Urban drafted by the Ravens, left, came back, you know. Been playing outstanding for us this year. Very good veteran. He was what Derek Wolfe was supposed to be. Never liked the Derek Wolfe signing from Denver. Even though I did kind of like Derek Wolfe in his original draft. But here's the field goal team for the Steelers. 25-yard attempt, and they're going to add some time on the clock. Are the Ravens out of timeouts and I missed it? Or is the clock messed up? It says the Steelers have 2 and the Ravens have none. I'm a little confused. And yeah, I guess, yeah, no timeouts. Yo, what up, Spyro? Hey, Spyro, we're covering that game, so make sure you come back. We're doing the doubleheader tomorrow. And the 25-yard attempt here is good by the Pittsburgh kicker. And that's going to be 17-7 Pittsburgh with 3:13 left as Huntley tries to come out here and show why he's still the main man here in Baltimore is behind Lamar. But, man, Jay Spyro, if you don't know, my boy Chimera, who's my moderator, is a Bills fan. So definitely make sure you drop in tomorrow. It'll make it even funner. I mean, you're both going to the playoffs, right? Basically. So it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough. I'm excited to watch that game, though, because there's a lot of playoff seeding on the line in that game, because basically whoever wins it takes the AFC East, correct? And this is critical for the Steelers. They, like the announcers are saying, guys, they only need one more stop, basically, to secure, to do everything that they can do under their powers and firing Matt Canada to get into the playoffs, you know? I hope the Ravens spoil it. But the way this game has been going, guys, we're going to be realistic here. And that's going to be a touchback. So Ravens going to get this ball at the 25-yard line. And again, guys, I'm excited. We're officially doing the doubleheader tonight. So we're going right back in to the Houston versus Colts game here tonight. I'm excited about it. Oh, I think also, oh yeah, that would be. Hold on. Let me go back here. Playoff scenarios. Also, Steelers, they need to win, and then not only they need Buffalo to lose, I think they also need Jacksonville to lose as well to the Titans to make the playoffs, Chimera. I'm not 100%, but we'll see about that, right? Huntley on a 2nd and 5, little pass to Hill. Hill with some room to work. The 40, the 45, and tackled at the 50-yard line, showing off that speed. 1st and 10, 2:45 again as the Ravens in a no huddle here. Viking says later on today, Texans are winning in, losing out. I know. Battle of the AFC South, basically. I'm excited for it. Huntley over the middle to Kolar, and that's a gain of what looks like 6 on the play. Going to bring up 2nd and manageable. Jay Spyro says, Bill Mafia rolling up to the Hard Rock. They're in the Finns' house. If we beat the Bills, they're out of the playoffs. They miss it entirely, and the Dolphins host the Steelers. That's crazy. Huntley rolling out right, and he's going to try to get that first down, getting pushed out of bounds on the right side. 2:08 on the clock, and that's going to stop the game clock. And Keanu Benton, one of the guys we talked about a lot in the draft, the guy out of Wisconsin, the Badger, ended up on the Steelers. And again, if you go back and watch my live draft coverage, I was like, oh, there goes another guy. Honestly, we expected him to go so high that we didn't even add him to the draft special. He was predicted in some drafts to go borderline 1st, 2nd, and then he fell to the Steelers in like the 3rd or somewhere between 3rd and 5th, if I remember correctly. Pretty sure it was 3rd round. So it was one of those ones that was such a surprise for me, and he's been a really great player for the Steelers apparently. TT Elite says, "What changes when they win? Do they get top seed or something?" 3rd and 1 here for the Ravens, though. Ball on the, 41-yard line. Need the 41 and a half. Huntley looking left. Going to throw for it. And oh my God, why did they throw for it? As they now have to go for it on 4th down. And Huntley pointing at Hill, but they had it. A wide open throw and just missed it, sadly. Jay Spyro says, I wish we had the Dolphins of the 70s from the 70-79. We never lost to the Bills. What's funny, Jay Spyro, is one of the things, the Ravens and how they performed against top 500 teams. There's only been like 3 teams that have come close to that DVO rating, and that's your Dolphins from that era, and then, of course, the undefeated Patriots. 4th and 1. They're going to quarterback run it. Huntley makes a man miss and some, and that's going to be a gain of what looks like 7 on the play. 1st down, 1:58 on the clock. Ravens have no timeouts, though. And that's officially the 2-minute warning now. And after that, Ravens got to not only score the touchdown, but have to probably get an onside kick and then kick a field goal. Very unlikely that it happens. We'll see. Yeah, that Keanu Benton pick by the Steelers was an absolute steal. And, of course, Detroit actually had the number 1 overall rated draft. And I remember coming out of that draft going, man, Detroit just might have either crushed it or, like, I wish I have all my notes in my drawer somewhere. For those that don't know, we have, like, college-ruled notebooks. Here's my this is officially my 2nd one. We filled up the first one last year. With game notes, developing my pattern. And then, we were live during the draft. We were live during the combine. We actually hit a blue screen of death live at the combine because I had way too many tabs open. And it took me like weeks to get my PC back up and running. It was a little terrifying. Yeah, it was. I mean, technically, it was a undefeated regular season, and actually, I believe it was the New York Giants, um, with that NASCAR package who unseated them. Who was it? With the catch on his helmet. I'm trying to remember the catch. It was basically like OBJ before OBJ on the Giants. Oh my God, he came to the Ravens for a while as well. God, it's gonna kill me now. But yeah, it was the Giants, if I'm not mistaken. But Seattle did also beat them. Of course, with that, or I'm sorry, the Patriots beat Seattle. Oh, there it is. Gardner Minshew warming up for the Colts. And again, Colts fans have a lot to be excited for next season when they get Anthony Richardson back. I'm honestly, like I said, I'm excited for you. Yep, 72 Dolphins, yep. Because they technically won the Super Bowl as well. David Tyree, thank you. Beth Laughlin chat. David Tyree, thank you. That's the helmet catch. 1st and 10. Huntley, a little bit of high snap. Deep drop on the play. He's going to scramble up. Pump fake, going to keep running. Makes a cut, and he's got a first down for the Ravens. 147 and ticking. Again, Ravens have no timeouts. Huntley, good pocket, going left side. Got a man, that's Tylan Wallace, and another first down. And the ball is going to be down at the 15-yard line as the Ravens are now in the red zone as Huntley tries to keep that pace up. Huntley rolling right, got time. He's going to run for it. Makes one man, almost missed, gets tackled. He's down at the 9-yard line, 1:09 on the clock. Officially 2nd and 5. Huntley a little winded. Pouring rain. Huntley rolling out right again and going to have to throw it and through the back of the end zone. Just probably going to throw that one away. 45 seconds on the clock. 3rd and 5. Steve-O says, my car insurance went up $10 and rent $30 and I got a 5.3 raise. I mean, so probably, at least I think you came away net positive on that. Chimera said he don't want the Steelers in the playoff. I guess that poll's a little old. I got one for you guys. We got a new poll up. Hold on. Cancel, confirm. Hold on, let me double check that. Hold on, sorry. Sorry. Huntley trips up, and that's going to be a sack. Going to bring up 4th and 5, 35 seconds. And the Ravens, of course, going to have to go for it. As field goal team's actually coming out for the Ravens. That's the better call here. And 36-yard attempt. Steelers going to use their last timeout. And with that, of course, we're going to have to re-kick that ball. 49ers, did your teams play the starters? Of course, they had to play some. You can't put all your starters on the bench, technically. Some starters did play, especially along the D-line and edge rushers, essentially. Ravens without a lot of the corners. Without, of course, after Isaiah Likely's touchdown, he came out of the game, I think. But, we have a good bit of starters in there. It's not, like I said, you can't take away all the credit from the Steelers in this win. Of course, though, the rain is absolutely nuts right now. And I feel like the Ravens are playing half lit, if I could be honest with you. And of course, Justin Tucker out here for the field goal with 20 seconds left, trying to make this a one-score game. And of course, will need an onside kick to even win or tie the game. Bad hold or snap, I should say, the rain. It looked like he got a double clutch on it, but he still got it. And 10-7, Ravens. And of course, onside team probably out here for the Ravens. And am I nuts? I swear I saw a clip this week of Justin Tucker either practicing onside kicks or like, I think it was some Madden clip of like Tucker doing an onside kick and the Ravens getting it. Oh no, I remember the clip. It was Tucker doing an onside kick. The Ravens recovered, then got hit. The ball fumbled again, and the Steelers picked it up and ran it in. How nuts would that be if that happened right now? No way that happens. The backups did all right, you know. Trenton Simpson had a good game, the rookie out of Clemson, honestly, and that was really refreshing to see because he's probably going to see a lot of snaps with Queen potentially leaving in the offseason. Travis Jones, the UConn sophomore, looked pretty good, but let's see here. We got the onside kick coming. And Steelers got it for sure. Didn't go the way the Ravens wanted. And with 15 seconds, guys, it's official. Let's hold on. Let me make sure the betting gets done correctly. I got to open and then close it again. Officially, Steelers win. Only 33.33% of the votes went to the Steelers in the betting, but they are the winners today. Congratulations to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They still need a little bit of help to get into the playoffs, but it ain't over yet. Again, congratulations to the Pittsburgh Steelers. It was one hell of a rainy game. We really hope TJ Watt is okay. It was good to see him be able to walk under his own power. Let me see if we got anything on that yet. Hold on. I'm going to go check. TJ Watt. Let's see if we got anything else. They did rule him out officially. But no. Wonder if they've got, no, they don't have the replay there. I was trying to watch the replay myself to try to take a guess on the injury. 49ers Ultimate Report says, shout out to Corey Davis, Pick'ems. I'm 1-0 so far. Congrats, my boy. RIP to our good friend Corey Davis, who was a 49er content creator. We lost him earlier this year. Really great guy. And it's one of those ones we talk about a lot. You know, if somehow, knock on wood, the Ravens aren't in the dance, you know, we got to be rooting on that side a little bit, right? Viking Knight says, Steelers need either a Jaguars loss to the Titans or a Bills loss to the Dolphins to make the playoffs. And that's what I was saying when we had it up just a moment ago. Ooh. Almost messed up there. Yeah, here's what we were talking about. We had this on the R&R episode, of course, the other day. If it'll ever actually, there we go. So, Steelers, of course, yesterday, win plus Buffalo / Jacksonville loss. Oh, yeah, the slash indicates or, while commas indicate and. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. So, of course, we talked about a lot. Colts and Texans basically win and in since they're playing each other. Dolphins and the Bills have a chance at the divisional title, basically. Currently, Bills percentage chance, 86% to get in. Of course, if they win, 99+. Jay Spyro says, hey, Levi, do you know if Waddle and Mozart will return versus Buffalo? I have seen some alarming reports on that, actually. The earlier reports I think I've seen is that they've either been at least limited or not practicing. I think honestly, I feel like the Waddle hurts more than the Mozart injury, but maybe I'm a little biased. Baltimore Gunny says, hey, Levi, I wish we could have pulled that win out, but it's all good. Time to rest up. Exactly. As Steve Smith said, time to ice up. But, it'd have been nice to get the win, but like we said, it kind of just seemed like the Ravens didn't have that fire in their bellies like they normally do. But we're really excited for this next Colts-Texans game that we're going to be covering. Like I said, we're doing the doubleheader tonight, back-to-back. Not even going to probably cut the stream, guys, honestly. We'll probably talk a little bit about my draft coverage, stuff like that, review the R&R maybe, and then, we'll go straight into Texans v. Colts. Of course, like we said, we already did the notes on the game. We're really excited because for those that knew about our draft coverage stuff, we were really high on quite a few guys that ended up on the Colts. And again, for those that don't know, the Colts ended up on the top 5 list. I'm sorry, they actually missed out. I thought they got there. I'm thinking of Detroit. But Houston got on the list. So Julius, some of the guys that we had our eyes on in that draft that ended up on these two teams, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to name off names real quick. We had Julius Brents, who got taken in the second round by the Colts. Again, another border round, first round, second round guy. But one of the fun facts, he visited every single NFL team in some aspect. Tank Dell, of course, got taken in the third round by Houston. Juice Scruggs ended up with the Houston Texans as well. Henry Ta'o ended up with the Colts and came on strong at the end of the season. Josh Downs, the wide receiver from UNC, ended up with the Colts. You had Hull, the running back out of Northwestern, on IR for the Colts. We were really looking for him to take over when Jonathan Taylor was still holding out. You've got Freeland, the tackle, taken by the Colts, kind of being more of a backup, not seeing much. And then, of course, there was the defensive tackle out of Bwabwe. I'm sorry, mispronouncing that name probably. Again, a borderline first, second round guy that somehow was still on the board and fell to the Colts. So I know they're loving it. Chimera says, I'm going to dip for now and let my 2 fantasy titles sink in more. I'll be back later. I appreciate it, my guy. No worries. And 49er says, are you worried about the playoffs because media is saying Lamar can't win? No. And again, here's my opinion on, you had Mike Florio, who gets paid, said y'all were going to dismantle us. He looked like an idiot. Then you have the lady from Fox Sports. I want a quarterback that's quarterbacky. Stars attract stars. The echo chamber of a lot of the people that make that argument usually don't, like I've said the other night, they don't watch football. They look at, if they're like the people that pick and choose stats and then try to shit talk about it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You understand as a 49er, man, you're going to look me in the face and tell me Giro's a good coordinator? You know what I mean? And the other different struggles that were non-Lamar related in any of his playoff games. So I ain't worried about it. This is a different Ravens team. Dabney says, this is going to hurt, but it didn't mean anything to lose and players are resting. Well, again, Dabney, yes, some players were resting. The Ravens had officially ruled 7 players out at the very beginning of the week and then made a bunch of last minute elevations from practice squad and, activating people from in their practice windows and stuff like that to the active roster. Of course, Daryl Worley moved to the IR. But like I said, of course, wasn't the best effort by the Ravens. They rested quite a few starters, but at the same time, don't discredit the Steelers' win 100%. They ran the ball well and effectively, and we saw Beacon there early. We saw Brent. We saw a lot of the starting D-line in there early because we talked about that in the R&R episode on Friday. That just the way the Ravens roster was, that there wasn't going to be a lot of room to take those guys out of the game. But of course, that might be why we didn't really see that fire in their bellies, because if they can't get rested, they've got to kind of, play to a certain bit. Let's see. Steve-O says Beto and Rudy equals 2, John and Rudy 8. No clue what that means. Vikings now, thanks. Sounds like Steelers have a great shot. It kind of seems like they do. They, like I said, they just need either Buffalo or Jacksonville to lose. Buffalo taking on, of course, Miami. Jacksonville taking on Tennessee. And again, Jacksonville kind of needs to win that game. It's not a gimme for them. And I'm sure the Titans. The Titans stomped on the Ravens logo at one point. And then the Ravens came back and blew them out the next year. The Titans, that's their culture over there. They're not going down without a fight. So don't think they're going to roll over for Jacksonville in that game. And of course, Trevor Lawrence dealing, I believe, not only with like rib injury, but also ankle injuries. So, like I said, you can't discredit them. Oh, man. It's almost time, too. 49ers dropping that super chat, my boy, helping us get to the draft. Let's go. Steve-O says Florio also said Purdy names make him not a QB and cow turds. Exactly. Like I remember whenever we talked about that, y'all were like, yo, they talk. Florio also talked that mad shit about the Niners usually, so it was a little surprising that he even had that take. The lady at Fox Sports got called a racist. She was making good points until she made those two comments, in my opinion. And that was some echo chamber, like racism kind of stuff. Maybe Florio got exposed a little bit too, where he would take the white guy that he hates over the black guy. But, I'm not going to insinuate anything like that, Steve-O says Watt sprained MCL. Yep, it's there officially. A grade 3 MCL sprain. And Streamlabs officially recognizing that 49ers Ultimate Report super chat. Getting us there. Hey, we got another follow sometime. Oh, it was you. Welcome to the flock too, my guy. You got to join that membership for $2.99. You get the custom little badge beside your name and access to custom emojis. But a grade 3 MCL sprain, I feel like if I remember correctly, that's at least 4 to 8 week recovery window, generally speaking. Let me see if I can find something on that real quick. One moment. Hold on. Grade 3 MCL. So for those that don't know, MCL, M means meniscus. So that is your medial collateral ligament, MCL. Medial, if I remember, is the interior side, because you have PCL runs posterior, ACL in front, LCL is the exterior, your lateral collateral ligament, and then of course, like they said, MCL being the medial collateral ligament, basically meaning median or midline. So that is the inside of his knee that has the grade 3 sprain, if I remember correctly from my medical books. Grade 3 sprain. I want to double check something here. Got to make sure I have a good, accurate source. There's only one place. If you're ever looking up information on medical stuff, there's only 2 things I trust. That's the Mayo Clinic. I mean, like, you can trust some like good academic stuff like universities, but I personally prefer the Mayo Clinic and NCBI, the National Center of Biohealth Institute. I also like how NCBI writes their papers, to be honest with you. If you go to WebMD, I will make fun of you. I'm going to tell you that right now. And there we go. Officially, Jags loss at Titans, or hold on. I got to get the official inactive report too for I want to, because of course earlier in the day they don't have the inactive list out till like I believe an hour before the game or so. So I really want to make sure I have that list. Jay Spyro says, the media is hating on my Dolphins. What do you think about them, Levi? Do they consider them a dangerous team? I'm also going to try finding who will play tomorrow for the Dolphins. Yeah, they won't, Jay Spyro, they don't officially usually actually like the actual injury report till about an hour before the game. It's kind of frustrating sometimes. And so, like, when they release the 1 o'clock slot games for inactive list, there's actually, when you go to NFL, the 4 o'clock and 8 o'clock, and of course, Monday, Thursday, whatever games, they don't have those inactives listed yet. But as this game's getting ready to start, we should have, and see, that's not the report. That's an injury report that was from 2 days ago. I want my actual inactive report. I had it up earlier. Here we go. Nope. Why can I not find this? Week 16. Okay, there we go. I finally found it. Okay, officially, so Noah Brown will be out, of course, with Jonathan Greenard for the Houston Texans tonight. Those are 2 starters out for the Texans. Also officially without Nick Broker. Let me double check that. Backup offensive lineman. Nothing really big there. Let me see. Robert Woods. So they're without 2 wide receivers tonight, and they're starting defensive end. On the opposite side of the ball, Colts are going to be without the rookie Adetomiwa Adebawore, the guy we talked about earlier, and looks like just mostly some depth guys. So not a lot of guys out for the Colts. They did have some questionables on the injury report, though. Quentin Nelson, Ryan Kelly, and Braden Smith, 3 of their starting offensive line, all 3 really good offensive linemen, too. The real story, though, guys, is like the Houston Texans, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 offensive linemen officially on IR. That is heartbreak. And of course, we know Tank Dell was headed to the IR. I believe he broke his leg last week. Laramie Tunstall was questioned, the left tackle for the Houston Texans, but he will be active tonight. So definitely something to keep an eye on. And let me get to the official. Here's today, 8 o'clock, live on ESPN Plus. I want to make sure I get to the actual game broadcast. And then we got to get the official changeover to the other game cast. We're going to get that injury report if we can. That looks nice. Now we're going to get down a little more. That looks great. Beautiful. Dabney says grade 3 MCL strain should be a long time, but he will be fight through it. Yeah, he's going to be out 4 to 8 weeks, but I'm telling you right now, there's no way the coaching staff lets him fight through it. To be honest, their Super Bowl chances are limited, especially if he's not 100%. He's been carrying that defense all year. And just with a grade 3 MCL sprain, the sprain is almost like a slight tear. So you really don't want to aggravate that past a grade 3, I'm telling you. So it's one of those ones where they're going to shut him down because the potential that he could cause worse damage to that, the LCL. And again, if it was a PCL, which is a posterior crucial ligament, they would play through it. But the LCL and the MCL are on the outsides of the knees, so they are. If that goes, you lose all stability in your knee. And when we see those gruesome injuries like to Teddy and stuff like that, it's because one ligament goes and then it just causes like a cascading effect if they go down the wrong way. And I would never want to see that happen to JJ Watt. So in my medical, unprofessional but lightly trained medical opinion, I would not put TJ Watt back in the playoffs. No matter what, no matter how bad he wants it, shut him down. Dabney says significant joint opening, no endpoint. Exactly. Giants fan dropping in. I think that's part of the Rhino raid. Hit that like button. I appreciate you. We're definitely looking at the Giants here in the offseason. They got to retool that offensive line and get Daniel Jones or whoever's playing quarterback for the Giants, whoever you want as the quarterback, some weapons. I had faith because of what the owner of the Giants said in the offseason. For those that don't know, and I know I'm talking like weird Giants football now all of a sudden, but let's address it. So the owner of the Giants came out in defense of Daniel Jones in the offseason. And he said, here's the deal. Dude's running for his life. And then I would tell people, other than Slayton, who was injured, tell me one wide receiver on that roster. Go ahead, I'll wait. And when Saquon was hurt, tell me who the backup was. People that aren't Giants fans or are familiar with the division probably couldn't tell you a lot of the Giants players. And so I really appreciated the mentality of the Giants owner. He was like, we're going to go out there and we got to get guys to protect him first. If whether he or whoever is back there is a franchise quarterback, you've got to be able to protect them first. And I love that mentality. The Ravens have always had a mentality, and I'm sorry for running backs. The Ravens have a mentality. Don't pay the guy that runs the ball. Pay the guy that blocks for the guy that runs the ball. You get what I'm saying? And I think that mentality pays off dividends. "49er says the real Giants are the San Francisco Giants, the baseball team. Face palm. If I could get my hand that close to my face with my hat. 49er says, hey, Giants fan, how long you been a New York Giants fan? Ultimate Report trolling a little bit for me, having some fun. But again, guys, this team for the Colts actually has a lot of guys that I really liked in this draft. Again, Tank Dell and Juice Scruggs, the guard on the Texans side. But Julius Brents, Henry To'o, Josh Downs, Evan Hull, Blake Freeland, and Odawabe, who we talked about earlier, the defensive tackle who's active, all were on my draft radar and all part of this. I feel like why this Colts team is who they are right now. The Colts tackles got snubbed, in my opinion, on for the Pro Bowl, but what can you do about it, right? And again, for those that don't know, there's our boy, Juice Scruggs, of course, on the offensive side of the ball in our draft sketch thing. He was placed on IR at one point earlier in the season with a hamstring injury as well. Of course, here's our boy, Nathaniel Tank Dell in the draft special. Having an absolutely phenomenal season. We still have to update the numbers now that the season has ended, but this was us working on the follow-up, essentially. But, of course, we had to talk about the running back room. Chase Brown, Zach Carbonet, whatever you want to call him. Keaton Mitchell, of course, would not made it out of the draft and part of the undrafted rookie free agent. Devon Achane, of course, got selected by the Dolphins in the third round. Evan Hull, who was part of the Colts on IR. Tank Bigsby, who's backing up Travis Etienne down in Jacksonville. And Tyjae Spears, who played pretty well behind Derrick Henry as well. Again, it looks like if I'd had a couple third-round picks, man, I'd have walked away with some studs in this draft. And of course, one of my favorite guys, we talked about Hendon Hooker. Tyson Bagent did not pan out. DTR took a few too many hits in Cleveland. Oh, there's our boy Stetson. I'm sorry, that was Tyson Bagent, our draft find that went to Chicago. And then Clayton Tune got a little bit of action down in Houston, but definitely didn't look like a starter. Not looking too good. Of course, we saw my boy Tucker Kraft getting some valuable snaps over at Green Bay. I believe Cameron Latu, of course, ended up over on the San Francisco 49er roster. If I'm not mistaken, Davis Allen over there on the LA Rams roster, 5th round pick. I was a little surprised the Zach Kuntz pick not picked till the 7th round by the Jets. Seemed like he had a lot of upside in that draft. And of course, like we talked about, Blake Freeland, the tackle for the Colts, highlighted on our pre-draft special. We had a lot, like I said, we did a lot of stuff on the draft. And this is just the offensive side. We selected like 5 to 6 guys in each position group that we predicted kind of be either like later to the 2nd round or, of course, 7th round picks. But try to basically take those high round guys out because those are a little easy. They get all the attention. But, of course, our offensive line looked pretty good. Cody Mock is now down there in starting right guard for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Blake Freeland working his way up with the Colts. Tyler Steen, the 3rd round pick, playing over there in Philadelphia. Nick Saldivaris down there, 4th round pick for the New Orleans Saints. And then, of course, Braden Daniels playing admirably out there for the Commanders. I think they've got him out of position. Andrew Voorhees got picked up by the Ravens. Juice Struggs is playing great for the Texans. Anthony Bradford's playing great for the Seahawks. And if you're watching this, you're like, man, look. Oh yeah, hold on. I've got to redo some of the score stuff real quick as well. But again, if I could trade all my 1st round picks, all my 2nd round picks for 3rd and 4th to 5th round picks, and with my pre-draft special, I could have fielded an entire team of basically starting caliber players, which is slightly the dream for me. I always used to talk to my regional managers in my professional career, and I would tell them, hey, when I take over as a station manager in the airlines, I want to go to a complete rebuild. I want to go to a place that's either fresh contract takeover, like no employees, or where I have full authority to clear house, basically, on anyone and everyone that I want and bring in basically my own crew. I love the draft. By the way, Jake Andrew, of course, taken by the New England Patriots as well. Again, we had a pretty good draft, of course. On our offensive side was definitely, I think, a little better than the defensive side of the ball. Of course, we have the defensive side there. Of course, Henry Ta'o. I think Zach Harrison will develop into a stud next year, by the way, for the Atlanta Falcons. Keep an eye on him. I believe he had the longest arms measurements at the combine. If he gets utilized correctly, he can generate a lot of leverage. And again, I'm sorry we're talking a little bit about draft, but of course the game hasn't officially started yet. It's coming soon. Oh God, I almost showed y'all the game again. But let's run through a little bit, of course, that draft as well. Gervon Dexter Sr., of course, drafted 2nd round by the Chicago Bears, having an outstanding season. Zach Pickens actually ended up on the Bears as well. I swear some of these teams were watching my draft specials. Keandre Coburn ended up with the Denver Broncos. Not much action down there. Jalen Redmond, undrafted rookie free agent, signed with Carolina, struggled in camp, signed an injury settlement. I was really looking for him to sign somewhere. I don't think he did. Devontae Stills, of course, drafted by the Arizona Cardinals, had a pretty good year behind Kevin Strong, if I'm not mistaken. Gerard Clark, part of our CCU brothers, signed as an undrafted rookie free agent to the Los Angeles Chargers, waived and then brought back to the practice squad. We're hoping for him. Moro Ojomo, of course, selected in the 7th round by the Eagles. Didn't get a lot early, but I think he had some snaps here later in the season. And again, like I'm telling you, you're going to see a common theme here, guys. A lot of these guys Third round pick by the Rams. Byron Young having an outstanding season down there. Yaya Diaby actually having a pretty good grade, one of the best grades in coverage. Colby Woolen, number 4 on interior rookie defenders. He's the backup behind Kenny Clark. This is a guy, a little smaller guy, 6th round pick. I really think he's got some potential. Give him a year to develop down there in Tampa. Keep an eye out for him. Welcome in, Lamar MVP, man. I'm hoping so. We already talked about Zach Harrison. Of course, Owen Popo, the Auburn linebacker, ended up at the Cardinals. Not much going on there. Ventrell Miller was going to be a standout for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Went down to an Achilles injury, though. Jack Campbell actually ended up going first round. Dayon Henley, of course, ended up over on the Chargers. Not enough snaps to really rank, but, of course, excelling in coverage, what they brought him in to do. Henry Tu'o, probably going to be a name you hear a lot tonight in this Houston game as well. And then, of course, my boy D. Winters went to the San Francisco 49ers as a 6th round pick. I actually really like him, but, of course, not having much. 31.8 PFF behind Dre Greenlaw. A little bit of a smaller guy, faster. I think he needs a year to develop that NFL body, so don't hate on him too much, Niner Nation. Of course, another name you're going to hear a lot tonight, Julius Brents. Basically visited every single team. Would have been gone, because he went in the 2nd round. Rez John Wright didn't do much, honestly. He's on the Raiders practice squad and then was released. Corey Trice, Steelers fans were actually really excited about him, but he had an ACL injury down early. And, like I said, he was standing out supposedly in their camps. They were really excited about this young man in their secondary, of course, opposite Patrick Peterson. DJ Turner, of course, went to the Cincinnati Bengals. Everyone knows how that went. Jacorian Bennett ended up with the Raiders, not doing anything. I was excited about some of these safeties, though. Jamie Robinson didn't do much. J.L. Skinner with the Broncos, not doing much. Jordan Battle, I don't even think made it on a roster. Jason Taylor's on IR, or was at one point, drafted by the Rams. But the one safety I did hit, Sidney Brown, of course, had that long pick 6 for the Philadelphia Eagles, the 3rd round pick. Wasn't playing well at the beginning of the season, starting to come on. It takes a while for those defensive players to get going. You know what I mean? And I'm sorry, I have to take a minute here to change this up. So we're going to put Houston in the home team slot. So Houston, congratulations. You are officially the team I am rooting for in this game. I got to get that right color. Hold on. I guess that red. Yeah, we'll go with the red. Houston, reset the score. Then we got to adjust Pittsburgh, reset the score. This is going to be Indy. We got to give them a color. That looks perfect. Beautiful. And then reset the quarter one time. Booyah. And I think with that, we're officially set up for the Texans Colts battle of the AFC South. We've got the game up. They're just re-rolling these commercials over and over again. It should be starting any minute. Let me see, complete. With that, officially, I will open up the Texans Colts betting. So again, and I'm real quick, let me give out some loyalty points to all our current viewers. We're going to give out 1,000 loyalty points to everyone who hung out with us in between those games. We appreciate you. Y'all the real MVPs. But betting is open for the Texans Colts. If you got questions, make sure you let me know. 49ers Ultimate Report saying Purdy deserves the MP. Only time will tell, right? Don't nobody ask me what's in my cup. I lied. It's simply spiked, guys. It's actually quite delicious. We're drinking on the signature peach flavor. And as always, guys, don't forget, like my boy Joe Swanson says, smash that like button. Oh, and Jay Spyro getting us started here tonight. I bet Texans. It didn't give the little notification, but I do see your vote in there now. So it did get your vote in. 49ers Ultimate Report saying CJ Stroud, a.k.a. the best Ohio State quarterback. You're not wrong there, my guy. He really has bucked a trend a little bit. Welcome in, by the way, Ron Duffney as well. And 49er says, Levi, are you drinking Diet Coke? No, homie. We got Simply Spiked. So it's the juice company Simply that makes all the juices. And they put alcohol in it, 5%, I believe. So officially, it's got, in order, carbonated water, alcohol, cane sugar, peach juice from concentrate, apple juice from concentrate, a little bit of citric acid, natural flavors, and sodium citrate, I'm guessing for preservatives, and a tiny bit of stevia extract as the last. Actually, pretty delicious. They make a variety pack. It comes with peach, mango peach, strawberry peach, and kiwi peach. And honestly, that kiwi peach and the mango peach, fire. But we're drinking some Simply Spiked, and we'll be transitioning to probably some Crown and Coke maybe at halftime. So welcome in, CarCast again. How y'all doing? So let's talk a little bit about this matchup, of course. Again, the Texans are going to be without 2 wide receivers and their starting defensive end. Colts, not really without too many starters. Colts entering this game PFF-wise, Texans entering this game PFF-wise, 14th ranked offense, 10th ranked defense. D'Amico Ryans in that draft class have been a big part of that turnaround. Of course, Will Anderson Jr. been an absolute threat on the outside. Really coming on later in the year. Colts coming into this game with the 24th ranked offense, 19th ranked defense, according to PFF. But, man, the Colts O-line, 8th in pass blocking, 7th in run blocking. Like I said, I feel like the Colts tackles got snubbed in the Pro Bowl voting. And, no, it's not orange juice alcohol. It's peach juice alcohol. Like I said, we'll be switching into Crown and Coke later. We doing I thought about it. Technically, we doing 16 hours of streaming in a 24-hour window, basically starting from that 4 o'clock slot today. So we have to pace ourselves here on Darwin's Raven. You know what I'm saying? We're not trying to get too cray-cray. But like I said, that Colts O-line, no respect. The Texans defense, though, that part of that 10th ranked effort, they're ranking 11th in pass rush and 8th in coverage. So playing the pass actually pretty well. The run defense ranked 15th, so that's supposedly being where their deficiency is at. But they've also been dealing with some injuries. Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins on the interior of that defensive line. Definitely been a big part of that. And then, of course, on IR for them, they had not only have Tank Dell, but Hassan Ridgeway and Jimmy Ward, linebacker and safety. And then, of course, like we said, the Texans have 5 different offensive linemen right now on IR. And that's got to be I feel like the true storyline of what they're overcoming and how dangerous this Texans team could be next year with a year under all their belts, basically. Be right back, guys. So it's funny, guys. You're talking about the Panthers poll. You can vote no, better, or division leader. And if you vote division leader, you're voting for a 180 kickflip of the Panthers. Have you ever ridden a horse before? Yeah, bruh. That's not how you ride a... Holy shit. Whew. I'm back. Sorry. I was bio breaking, like slightly dying. Ugh, as I cleared my sinuses. Big shout out, though. Shaq Mason, the right guard of the Texans, by the way. 0 hits and 0 sacks since week 13. Been playing really well for them. Nico, though. Guys, Nico Collins. Literally, I found these stats on him. 91.7 receiving grade versus man coverage in the NFL this year. That's second. And when he's being targeted by his quarterback, literally 155.8 passer rating, like above a perfect passer grading when targeted man coverage. Of course, that ranks first. Nico is a man coverage monster. Like, so something to keep an eye on here throughout the game. Of course, Will Anderson, the highest graded rookie edge rusher this season so far. Oh my gosh. Oh, that felt good to crack my neck. I wish y'all could have heard all that. Oh. I'm just ready for this game to start. Like I said, we had a lot of guys, like I said, that are, we were keeping an eye on through this game because they were on our rookie report. God. Oh my gosh, I'm dying. At least my neck's not terrible today. I literally, guys, to keep my neck from not being super like messed up every day, I have to now sleep like just flat on my back. Even though we bought brand new bed, brand new like pillows, everything, I just lay on my back completely flat all night. I don't move. I don't turn over. It kind of hurts my lower back a little bit because my long ass legs. As I said, definitely heard your neck crack. Oh God, it feels good when it goes too. Like, I know I joke. For those that are Tokyo Ghoul fans, I can basically do the knuckle crack the entire way, like one-handed. Oh, and we're finally about to get started here. Like, and I believe, like I said, this game is in Indianapolis, so. But like, how far can the Colts really go with Gardner Minshew? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh Lord. Do-dum-dum. I can feel moment for all my life. Sorry. For those that know me, I love singing, honestly. I've never even sang karaoke, though, once in my life. We got Snoop Dogg doing a song right now for Saturday at football? This is dope. What is this? Where you from? This scooping and scoring. I dig it. I almost said Phil Collins, but that's not who it is. Who sings that song? It's gonna drive me nuts now. Because it's in with songs I listen to. It's not Phil Collins, is it? Wish someone could tell me. Check Discord, what song? Heard. Ooh, Houston won, so they're going to defer. So Indianapolis and Gardner Minshew are going to get the ball to start this game. Let's go! Josh Downs, the UNC man back there to return it for the Colts. Man, this is hard because I have way more of my rookies that I was like heavy on in the draft on the Colts than the Texans. Like, man, I listen to so much music too. I listen to literally everything. Guys, I don't know what y'all listen to. Let me know in chat, but I listen to everything from country to rap to hardcore to EDM, rave, metal, like rock. I don't know, everything. And Josh Downs going to just kick this in the end zone. Gardner Minshew coming out here at the 25 to get started for tonight. There's Discord. Heard, I'm checking out on Discord right now, my guy. Messages. Azo. Here we go. Double motion here for Downs on the Colts. Handoff going left as Jonathan Taylor, of course, ended that contract holdout earlier this season. Oh, that's dope, dude, that you made that, Azo. That's super fucking cool. Azo says, Coheed and Cambria, everything else except dubstep. Second and 7, toss going right, and oh! Blown up! And Christian Harris, number 48 for the Texans, blows that play up. Looking like a young D'Amico out there. Now, Azo, I will admit this. I understand your argument about dubstep because, honestly, most of the dubstep I feel like is horrible. Especially nowadays. And again, ESPN does not have the game cast up yet, guys, so I'm trying. Give me the game cast. Guess it's time to bring the game back up. Minshew and right side to Pittman going to be incomplete on the play. You know, we bring back the word guess game while we're waiting for Gamecast to figure out what the heck it's doing. Second and 4. Minshew makes a change on the play. Drops back, looks over the center. He's going to drop it off, and it's going to be a first down, but Michael Pittman Jr. with another catch. 13-25 after a gain of 7 on the play. First and 10. Minshew looks right, then back left. Pump fakes. He's running left, getting pressured, and flips it out to, again, Pittman. And another first down. They're actually going to mark him a yard short, so going to be a gain of 9. Second and 1. after a huge gain there, after a little flip play, just running out and kind of flicks it with the flip of his wrist. Oh, are we finally getting Gamecast? Yeah, there we go. Gamecast finally up. There we go. For everyone that's trying to watch the actual Gamecast as well. And Shane Steichen, of course, absolutely deserving a little bit of that talk for potential coach of the year, what he's done with the Indianapolis Colts, especially with the injury to Anthony Richardson. 12 minutes left here in the first, going by quickly as the Colts continue with their first drive of the game. Ball on the, that's the 42 of the Texans. Minshew with a play action, looking deep, not going to go there. He's going to run out of the pocket, and off the left side, going to have another first down for the Colts as the scripted plays of Shane Steichen to start the game look really good. Of course, Shane Steichen coming over from the Philadelphia Eagles this offseason, and they're going no huddle 2nd and 1 here. Stack formation right for the Colts. Keep an eye on it. Going to be a quick run up the middle. Good run by Taylor Ansem. He's still going. And the Colts are down inside the 20. Their first red zone trip of the night. We might be in store for a shootout in Lucas Oil. See, are able to read my comments. Also, Levi, during commercial, listen to the anthem. You will like the song. I tried to, but I don't want to I'll definitely check it out after though. 1st and 10. Handoff going left. A little zone play and pretty good run. It looks like 3 or 4 yards. Taylor, of course, the lead back. 10:35 and ticking here in the first for the Colts. Oh, it says top chat, not all chat. Wait a minute. I just noticed that. I want my live chat. I don't want just top chat. I want to see all my fans' messages. There we go. 2nd and 6. Handoff going up the middle and pretty well played. Only a gain of a yard. And again, Harris, the linebacker for the Texans. You're seeing a lot of him tonight. 3rd down here for the Colts. Shane Steichen getting a little derailed here in the red zone. 9:45 and ticking. It's 10 plays, 61-yard drive so far. 3 wide here for the Colts. Put number 31 in motion into the backfield. So heavy look on the left side. Pump fake right. Minshew rolling that way. He's going to toss it and throw just too high for his halfback. So that halfback, Goodson, number 31, started out at the Z, motioned into the backfield, and then Minshew snapping the ball once he entered the backfield, bounced back out on just a little wheel route there and had him, but just Minshew misses him a little bit. Great effort by the young man, number 31, Goodson. And with 4th and 4, they're going for it now. And empty backfield here for Minshew and the Colts. They might just be trying to get the penalty. Let's see. They're just trying to get the penalty. And Minshew angry with the refs but they had to let the Texans make their substitution. So with that, going to be an intentional delay of game. Back up, and Colts kickers coming out here to take the early lead. Matt Gabe, 30 of 37, 57-yard long of this game. Something to keep an eye on maybe towards the end of the game. So he's not perfect, 81%. This one's from 38 yards. Sometimes it's a little bit too much of a gimme, right? Colts flipping their coverage on the protection a little bit. Interesting. Good snap, and just inside the left upright. Going to be 3-0 Colts, coming away with points to start the game. Always a good look. And we're going to get our first look here at C.J. Stroud, the rookie out of Ohio State. And we're on commercial, so let's bring it up. Here. Chat. Where are my widgets? We got the game. You can play our word guessing game, by the way. Game. You put exclamation point SL for Streamlabs game, as you'll see me here do in a minute, and then maybe put a word that's 5 letters to guess your word. It's kind of like Wordy or whatever that game is. If it actually works. There was a response from chat, though. RIP. Of course, it didn't do it, so let's try it again. SL game. Try it one more time here. It's crazy, my own games thing's not working. Wonder. And, of course, this kick going to go through the back of the end zone as the Texans are going to get started at the 25-yard line. Going to be our first look at C.J. Stroud tonight. Again, got to keep an eye on Nico Collins, one of the best man-beating wide receivers in the NFL. C.J. Stroud only needing 156 yards to break that 4K mark would be huge for a rookie. They are without, though, Noah Brown, one of their number 1 wide receivers, as well as Robert Woods, a very key third down guy they've gone to a lot. 9:15 as Stroud gets started here in Lucas Oil Stadium. Strong formation here from the Texans, expecting a run. Play action. Deep drop. Stroud going deep. He's got a man. It's Nico. It is one play as the Texans respond with a 1-yard, 75-yard play action touchdown to Nico. And we just told you how good Nico is in man. And he said, let me show you, homie. And just like that, Houston takes a 7-0 lead. Or 7-3 lead. Look at that. That's something we mentioned earlier. Play action, max protect. Let your guy just go. And he just goes on that deep, basically, post and runs by him. Great throw. Great catch. And PAT out here to make it 7-3. What a response by the Texans to start the game. Only took technically, 8 or 9 seconds off the clock on that throw and catch. 9:06 as the Colts get the ball back. 9-second drive by the Texans. Absolute stunner. That's impressive, man. That's just straight impressive. I wonder what corner that was on. I wish I could go back and watch. Actually, I might be able to. Here we go. I want to see what corner that was on. Or safety. It's the right corner. 29. Was that Kenny Moore or Juju that gave it up? Oh, it might have been Juju. Let's see. Was it Juju? Oh, 29's Juju. That was Juju that just gave that up. That's rough, my boy. R.I.P. Juju. God, Nico worked him, just ran by him. And I'm going to refresh my beverage, guys. Be right back. Oh, Steven Nelson almost came in with a pick there. I was going to say, I walked back on almost watching that pick. Yep. Derek Stingley Jr., LSU cornerback. Second and 10. Empty backfield here for the Colts. Pressure coming, and they're going to get Minshew. As that's again Christian Harris, who's already had a huge day for the Texans, coming away with the sack. Watch this. Christian Harris just comes flying. Unblocked on the blitz, nowhere to go, and nowhere to throw. 3rd and 18 now after the sack. 46 sacks for the Texans. That's the most in their franchise history, so congrats to them. Texans only bring 4. Little draw play from the Colts, and just going to set up a better punt position. 8:10 here on the clock in the 4th. As the Texans come back out after a one-play 75-yard drive previously, that's a worst-case scenario for the Colts, and it's not looking good. I think Shane Steichen knows he's got an uphill battle right now. I'm very excited to see what the Colts do in this offseason. I think they're just a step away. Still waiting for this punt. Long time. Punts away. Pretty good punt. Fair catch called for, and that's going to be at like the 24-yard line, it looks like. And here comes CJ Stroud and the Texans offense for their second drive of the quarter, honestly. And guys, we made the official switch. We got the Charm City Football Cup. We're sipping on some Crown and Coke. My brain's wondering if I can get the game cast up and, like I said, the nah. There we go. Sorry. I was playing around, guys, a little bit with that. Oh, these commercial breaks are going to be the death of me tonight. Like, every time a commercial comes on, I feel like it's so tiring. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to see something funny? Watch this. Commands, modules. I thought it was there. Never mind. I lied. I got nothing fun to show. First and 10 here for the Texans. Are they going max protect again? No. Run up the middle, and that's going to be Singletary. Looks like a gain of 5 on the play. 2nd and 5 coming up. Bobby Slowick. Interesting. Whoo, without his top of his 3-5 targets at wide receiver and still getting it done. Handoff going middle again, and not much on that. Maybe 2 on the play. Going to bring up a 3rd and short here for the Texans. Fifth most sacks in the NFL for the Colts, actually. Wow. Only team with at least 4 players with at least 7 sacks. That's another interesting little stat line, too. Colts fans are getting loud here at Lucas Oil. A little bit of miscommunication on the Colts D. Stroud's going to run for it, and he's got the first down as he dives for it. Going to bring up a first down, 6:05 here in the first. Dude, did you not see that bomb to Nico? One play, 75-yard for CJ Stroud's first drive to Nico Collins. And, of course, like they talked about, without 3 of his targets in this top targets in this game. Noah Brown, Robert Woods, Tank Dell, all out for this game. Ooh, Colts look like they might bring a little bit of pressure. Let's see if they do. Nope, only bring 4. CJ throws to the left. Got a man, and that's Nico again. Second catch on this game now. Coming towards 100 yards. "73 catches, 1,183 yards, 8 touchdowns, all career highs. He's in his 3rd year with the Texans. Welcome in Michael Montiel. 2nd and 4. A little bit of a hard count there by the Texans. Handoff going left. And, Singletary going to be brought down short. Great tackle by number 50 of the Colts on the play. And going to be a 3rd and 1 now after that. And, of course, they're talking about the offensive coordinator for the Colts, part of that Kyle Shanahan, Mike Shanahan coaching tree. And a run up the middle is going to be stuffed by the Colts. As that 5th-ranked sack team showing some absolute dominance on the front 7 side. 4th down coming here. And, man, great play by the Colts. Azo coming back in. Steve-O coming back in. What up, guys? I was wondering why Isaiah McKenzie was suspended. Fair catch called for. Looks like at the 14-yard line as Gardner Minshew gets the ball again. 3:30 here in the first. Gotta love that stare down on the camera. Definitely trying to do some commercial right there. I know, man. I'm just hanging out too. I'm honestly, I'm so starting to lose energy quickly. But, it'd be like that. We got to power through, right? Honestly, I'm starving. I think the only thing I've eaten today was like some rolls, I think, earlier today. Starving. I'm honestly probably going to go make some more of those rolls here in not too long. Azo says 85 hours into Baldur's Gate 3 and just getting to Act 3. I wish I could play some Baldur's Gate 3, honestly. Steve-O says already got 4 inches of snow. Dang, my guy. And Ultimate Report says how you got 49ers versus Rams. Ooh. It's going to be a tough game, I think. It all depends really on how invested the Rams are. I don't think they're in a win-and-in situation. Hold on, let me double check my playoff picture here that I had up earlier. So yeah, Rams already kind of guaranteed a spot in the playoffs. Honestly, they really don't need it. It depends on how many starters are played. Could go either way. I feel like y'all it's kind of like the Ravens-Steelers game. It's whatever, right? The most important thing is coming out of that game healthy. You gotta love how I get flashbanged by my really white screens, and then the game is, a lot darker. The slots are unforgiving, guys. I'm telling you, And this Judge, man, he's like blinking a million times right now. He looks dialed in, though. Handoff going left on the play. 5 yards, still going. Jonathan Taylor still going. And he's down, looks like a 14-yard gain. Strong running off the left side of the Colts line. I know, honestly, I'm down. So y'all are talking about snow in chat, guys. I am so south down here in Florida. Snow would never, if it snows here where I'm at, the world is ending. 100%. Mostly, Steve-O. I can change the slot combos to anything I want, basically. And pass incomplete on the right side as Minshew gets pressured early. Will Anderson Jr., a right ankle sprain. He's coming on and off the field back in. He's kind of coming in more on the pass plays, it seems. 7 sacks. That's tied second among rookies. I want to say Kobe Turner might be that other rookie. 251. Oh, and a pass going over the middle, incomplete. Had his man, but good coverage. That's Houston Carson, if I'm not mistaken, the safety for the Texans in the coverage there. And a little RPO there designed for Anthony Richardson, but Gardner Minshew does a really good job of running it too. Ball maybe a little low and behind his intended receiver, Mallory, the tight end, but still, it's on point, basically. Azo just, again, the gambling's where it's at. Yo, gambling addicts. Houston looks like they're bringing a blitzer. Let's see if he backs out. Blitz coming. Minshew having to run. He's going to bomb it deep. And over both his guys' heads as there's a flag on the play. Let's see what that flag's all about, though. Holding on the offense. That's going to be declined. 4th down. And Braden Smith, one of the guys we talked about a lot during Pro Bowl voting, coming back from an injury. You don't want to make a bet on the Houston Texans Colts game? And when I say bet, I'm joking, for only loyalty points and nothing else. Punt team out here for the Colts as the punt fest is starting. Return from the 20. That's King. 5 yards, got some more, and he's pushed out of bounds what looks like at the 36-yard line. Pretty good starting field position for the Texans. And there we are. They're talking about that coaching tree. Bobby Slovic, Matt LaFleur, Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDaniel. All part of that Washington, group, but I guess just nobody would listen to the young guys. A lot of really good young coaches that came from that team. Might have another head coach added to that list soon. Stroud, 1st and 10, looking right. He's going deep. He's got a man, and had his tight end wide open on the right sideline, but overshot him by just a little bit. D'Amico yelling something in. And, of course, Bobby Slovic, his first season as the Texans offensive coordinator, his 10th season in the NFL. Having a pretty good season again. PFF ranks the Texans offense 14th prior to this game. CJ Stroud, though, 2 of 3, 81 yards and a touchdown after that beauty to start the game. Oh, my God. Miscommunication on the Colts, but Stroud doesn't see it. Throwing the ball right when the miscommunication was left, and Nico continuing his big day, over 100 yards already, and we're not even out of the first quarter. Nico might be on pace for a 200, 300-yard game at this point, guys. I mean, we're not even through the first quarter. He's got 100 yards. Technically, he's on pace for a 400-yard game, but no way that happens. Be lucky if it's 200, right? 155 here in the first. Expecting a run here from the Texans. It is going left side and nothing on the play as the run defense for the Colts continues to hang up pretty good. Of course, coming into this game, PFF had the run defense of the Colts down ranked at 23rd. Of course, getting it done in the pass rush department, 9th coming into this game. So they're fast on that front seven here for the Colts. I believe Zaire Franklin is leading the NFL in tackles for most of the season. Part of that defensive effort here for the Colts. 2nd and 9. Julius Brents dropping out of press coverage. Run going that way. Good move by Singletary to cut back inside. And going to be a run of maybe about 4, bringing up what looks like 3rd and 6, I think, with 55 seconds left in the first quarter. Y'all killing it in the gambling tonight, too. Big 3rd down here for the Texans. Colts making some noise. Colts walking up, look like they might be man. That looked like yep. And that's going to be a false start on Laramie Tunsil. Back him up 5 yards. Now 3rd and long for the Texans. And Colts fans are getting even louder. And that's the correct call. That is a false start. And like they're talking about, Laramie Tunsil did not start that last game against the Colts where they gave up 6 sacks. So hoping to be a big stalwart on the left side for the Texans tonight. Let's keep an eye on it. Dealing with a groin injury. 3rd and 10 now. Stroud got a man underneath. That's Nico again, but he's going to be short by about 2 yards. 4th and 2. Texans, though, do cross the 50-yard line onto the Colts side of the field. And D'Amico, it's officially 4th and 3. I'm guessing punt team's coming out. I don't know. Would you go for it, guys? Or would you punt it here? 4th and 3. Ball just barely on the Colts side of the field. Oh, my gosh. And honestly, guys, again, we live in a medical state. I don't have tons of viewers right now. Your boy is going to slide off camera to hit the dab. I shall return shortly. As they continue these ridiculous ESPN Plus commercials. We're actually going to take a dab at reclaim. If you're not 710, you probably won't understand what that is. But we got some good heat reclaim we got the other day. But again, I want to thank anyone and everyone who's coming and joining us tonight. Again, you could be in a bunch of different places. You're hanging out with us here on DarwinsRaven. We really appreciate it here, guys. As we continue this journey to try to make something happen, I don't know, the lack of success in calling my second games has me a little discouraged, to be honest with you sometimes, to keep it real. But I know I just got to continue to power through. We had the same thing happen with our Ravens games, and then we finally had a breakthrough this year. So I'm hoping maybe more people will start to find my channel and, tune in regularly. Because we're still trying to grow the channel in a lot of different ways. We've got a lot of different series we're trying to start. Just a lot of stuff going on, But also, I talk about it a lot with the girlfriend. My next job that I get might not allow me to do this anymore. So We'll see, right, guys? Honestly, I'm thinking about taking over GMing a Dave and Buster's. I've worked for the company. They're not a bad company, but they're one of the few employers in the area that are willing to pay what I would want or require, basically. And good punt here. High bounce, and that's going to be down at the 1 yard line. Great punt by the Texans punter. Great coverage. And Indianapolis going to now have to come out of basically their own end zone. Yeah, Azo, I actually have a lot of kind of wide base, surprisingly, viewers. At least the ones that chat up, I should say. And with we're officially, actually, I'm sorry, let me update my quarter. We're officially now in the second quarter. Oh, and we've got someone reporting eligible, so keep an eye on it as we expect to run here out of the run. Oh, sorry, I sneezed a couple times there, guys. Had to mute my mic. And neutral zone infraction by the Texans. Good job by the Colts on a hard count, trying to get them to jump. And the Texans going to get a free 5 yards to get out of their end zone. Did you retract the message, or did my bot retract the message, Jay Spyro? I saw a message and it says retracted. 1st and 5. Handoff going right side, and Taylor with a gain of maybe about 3 or 4 on the play. Going to be about 2nd and 2. Azo hit that 69 roll. Oh, I need some lo-fi music. I feel like to play in my stream. It's okay, Jay. I have the same thing, man. If you know you're not in it, I'm always rooting for my friends' teams a little bit. Taylor with a good run up the left guard side, cuts back right once and able to get a first down. 14 minutes left here in the second quarter as the Colts finally get some breathing room. Ah, you retracted yourself, yeah. Azo said, oh yeah, that would be a good idea. Yeah, just especially in these other games where I'm not calling as much, to be honest with you, because I don't, really have that in-depth knowledge, unlike my Ravens. And of course, I'm not big enough to just have a group chat going kind of like Grossi. The fact, though, that they're doing this with Gardner Minshew is just, I feel like, huge for the Colts. Maybe I'm mistaken, but... And, of course, it's why I say, guys, chat is so big. Y'all are so big part of this. 2nd and 6, tight end the man in motion. Trips left here. Minshew, of course, they're setting up a screen that side, and Taylor getting some decent blocking, and he's going to be about a yard or 2 short of the line to gain. 3rd and short. Of course, both teams coming into this game 9 and 7. We talked about it a lot. This is basically the battle of the AFC South. Jacksonville, of course, taking on Tennessee in Week 18. Something to keep an eye on. But I think if Houston wins, I think they take the division. Or is it Jacksonville? It might be Jacksonville, actually. If so, my apologies. 3rd and 1. 12-12 on the clock. Downs the man in motion for the Colts. They got a weird little run here. And, gonna lose yards as Downs runs into Jonathan Taylor. Definitely a little miscommunication on the play. And going to bring up a 4th down now. That's unfortunate. Let's watch the replay there. And yeah, Downs, he crosses Jonathan Taylor instead of going basically being his lead blocker and ends up creating an issue there. That's a rough one. 4th and 2 as the Colts out punts punter is out there for the Colts. 11:25. They're not trying to convert on 3rd down shot or 4th down shot. King gonna have a little bit of space. Tries to juke a man, breaks 1, gets out of 2, missing 3, still going, and he's down on the 30-yard line. Not a lot to gain, but a lot of effort by King there. As here comes C.J. Stroud. They need to open up this offense, I feel like, a little bit. Jay Spire said it would be Jacksonville. Thank you for that correction, my guy. And Azo says it probably helps the Ravens are getting some well-deserved attention this year. That's very true, honestly. We talked about it a lot, just the fact that Lamar signing the extension and how electric Lamar has been has basically brought a whole new generation of fans to the Ravens fan base. It's not only been good for, of course, the team, but it's actually been good for like sales, jersey sales, stuff like that. So, Lamar, it's not just Lamar's on-field effect, it's the Lamar effect for the franchise. And it's again why, honestly, everyone that didn't chase after Lamar in the offseason, you're idiots, fire your GM. Like, if you're the Falcons, fire your GM unless he has some mastermind 2 to 3 year plan that he pitched to you a year ago. If he didn't pitch like a 2 to 3 year plan, you gotta fire him. Fire him. And yeah, no worries, my guy. We got a lot of stuff to work on. Even the girlfriend's been joking around a little bit about helping me design some more merchandise and stuff. It's like I would love to ask more people for help and stuff like that, and but at the same time, I don't want to burden anyone. It's not like I have money to be able to pay people. It's rough. You know what I'm saying? I would love to have more help. Oh, and refs missing an illegal horse collar tackle. Minshew trying to tell the refs, and rough one. So missed call there by the refs on a horse collar tackle. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind tonight, guys. Please bear with me and I apologize. Azo said, I've been a Raven fan since their birth, and I just got my jersey. Hey, man, it took me forever to get my first jersey. Like I said, I had a Lamar Jackson jersey ordered this season, but it was 6 months delayed. Supposed to have shipped already, and I gave up on it. 11-11, make a wish as the Texans get started here on their second offensive drive. Or is this third? I'm sorry. Handoff going left as they refuse to abandon the run. And not much there, maybe a yard. Jay Spiro says, people have been saying that either the Browns or the Bills, if they get in, could beat the Ravens. It's the NFL. It's the playoffs. Any team can win on any given day. You've got to respect the Dolphins' deep throw potential. Josh Allen, after the firing of their offensive coordinator, has been playing outstanding. There's a lot of good teams on the AFC side. I think the NFC side's a little easier, to be honest with you. And John Mechie with a cast on the right side, by the way, going to bring up a 3rd and manageable. But for instance, of course, Trevor Lawrence dealing with some injuries. But from my understanding, the Jaguars just activated Christian Kirk from IR. So small chance that Christian Kirk could come back in the playoffs for them if they're able to make a deep playoff run. Their number 1 wide receiver, and would be a huge boost to the Jacksonville Jaguars offense. Honestly, the only team I think that doesn't really deserve to be in the playoffs, a little bit the Steelers and a little bit the Colts, just because they don't have that true number one quarterback currently, but both do have good rosters. So I believe both of those teams could still win one playoff game, but going deep might be harder. But I think every other team in the playoff picture on the AFC side has a legitimate chance, to be honest with you. I know losing Bradley Chubb was a huge hit for your Dolphins. And of course, you already lost Jalen Phillips earlier in the season with the Achilles injury. So that's just a heartbreaker, but maybe you can find an unsung hero. You know what I'm saying? 1st and 10, ball at the 40-yard line. The Texans, little play action. Stroud going to the left side for his tight end, and nothing. Texans want a flag, not going to get one. Azo says, yeah, I've been brainstorming something for your stream, but I want to elaborate until I solidify it. I don't want to elaborate until I solidify it in my mind. Clean up the display and be... And that's the other thing. I'm actually... I'm working... there's a guy I follow on YouTube. Like fun little things like where if I leaned in like this, for example, it would actually cut to a green screen and it would like maybe like show a clown face on me. Things where you could like use loyalty points to queue up GIFs or sound effects. Those are little things that I can supposedly do in OBS and Streamlabs. So, we're working on it. I'll be honest, guys, my neck has been so messed up this week. I spent most of this week just laying down, taking tons of Excedrin, and trying not to hate my life. MetLife claimed 2 Achilles this year, and both of them were phenomenal players, says Jay Spyro. It does, dude. I hate artificial turf. I hate it. I snapped my leg in half on artificial turf on a non-contact injury. And Hutchinson with a catch, he's going to be just a yard short. Going to be 4th and 1, almost at the 50-yard line. Let's see if the Texans go for it. But yeah, for those that don't know, I snapped my leg on Doug Shaw Stadium playing tackle football with my friends. I was on a deep crosser route. My quarterback put the ball behind me. And when I planted my left foot in the ground to like chop and come back for the ball, my left leg gave in and I snapped my left fibula in half. And Texans going to get a flag now. That's going to back them up. That's unfortunate. And punt team probably coming out now for D'Amico Ryans and the Texans. Another false start. That's unfortunate. And that's on Laramie Tunsil again. And, yep, that's a correct call. He definitely... Now, I would argue... No one came across, really, but I guess so. And the craziest thing about, guys, when I broke my leg playing football, I went to my quarterback and literally told him, like, bro, I'm going to give you everything on this last play to try to win the game. And then I snapped my leg in half. So we had a fun talk after the game. I was like, he's like, bro, you did tell me you were going to give me everything on that last play. That it was like going to be your last play of the game. And then, like I said, snap my leg in half. And if you truly want to know who your friends are, spend time alone. Guys, after I broke my leg in half, basically, I also tore my ligament on the interior of my ankle. I spent like 6 months laid up recovering. I actually didn't have money for physical therapy because I didn't have insurance. So I had to like Google and do my own physical therapy. But, you'll find out who your friends are when you're laid up, can't do anything, and you're stuck at home for 6 months. Chase Spyro says, in my opinion, Miami has the best turf. We have real grass. It's very nice here and just not the Hard Rock, but pretty much anywhere, really. Yeah, Jay Spyro, y'all also, Miami has one of the most overpowering home field advantages in the NFL. For those that don't know, if you catch Miami in a 1 o'clock game, especially early in the season, you are going to hate life at Hard Rock Stadium. The way the stadium faces and is designed, there is sometimes a 20-degree temperature difference between the away side and the home side of the stadium. So sometimes, like, the away side is literally dealing with 110-degree temperatures, real feel, while the Dolphins in the shade are like 80s, maybe at max 90s. Like, it is one hell of a home field advantage for the Dolphins. And of course, securing the AFC East and, basically securing a lot of the playoffs through Hard Rock would be huge for Miami, even though it's been kind of cooler down here in the, southern Florida area. Azo says, I broke my leg on a trampoline simply by jumping too high. Didn't land on the ground, just came down too hard. I've had a rod the size of a crowbar in my leg since it happened. Ooh. What's funny about that, Azo, is actually when I was 4 to 5 years old, me, my brother, and a bunch of our non-biological cousins were all jumping on a trampoline out in Myrtle Beach. And, we were roughhousing a little bit, but all my cousins were like 18, 19 years old. They were much older. And so when they hit 5-year-old me in midair, it sent me flying. And so when I went flying after I got hit, I went not off the trampoline, but almost. One of my legs, they didn't have like that at that time, when I was that young. This is like early 90s, 1994, 1995, before the Ravens even existed technically. One of my legs got caught in between the trampoline and the metal circular ring around it. So when I fell, my one leg, I like whiplashed around the ring of the trampoline, and I snapped my left knee, basically my femur right on the growth plate. My doctors were terrified I was never going to grow properly because I broke my growth plate that early and just that horribly. I'm telling you, I've talked about writing a graduate level paper about how I feel like certain traumatic events can actually turn on long-term memory in children. And that's one of those things. I'm telling you, I remember hanging upside down on that trampoline. One of my cousins, high and drunk as hell, laughing at me, pointing at me as, I'm crying, hanging upside down from this trampoline ring. And my mom ran out. And I will never forget, our family was trying to feed me dinner instead of taking me to the hospital. Of course, finally got taken to the hospital. But I remember going to pre-K in a full cast with my knee. So that's how I said, I know I was 4 or 5 years old when it happened. Pretty crazy. And, of course, I grew to 6'3", so it ended up working out, but I was a late bloomer. Back to the game, 3rd and 4 as the Colts here at their own 17-yard line. Minshew setting up a screen right, and great coverage on the play, and going to be short. Brings up a 4th and short as the Texans are flying to the ball with effort. Jay Spravo says, we like to burn our opponents here in Miami. One time the opponent's side went up, I believe, to the hundreds. Yeah, I'm telling you, like I said, I was there. Thankfully, we had a Sunday night game when I was there when the Ravens came to Hard Rock Stadium. Like I said, I went to that game, and thankfully it was a night game. But honestly, Spyro, I'm going to level with you, homie. The tailgating scene in the cheap side was so piss poor for that game. Like, I literally showed up early with my girlfriend. I'm like, yo, I got beer, I got snacks. Like, I'm ready to tailgate and talk football. And then I was sitting out there in the cheaper parking. And I'm like, I literally went up to the security guard. I'm like, we're allowed to drink here, right? Because there's nobody here. Like, what is going on? I was like, yo, the Carolina Panthers had better tailgating in the preseason game. I expect better out of Miami. And honestly, it was the weakest tailgating experience I've ever had. Yeah, so man, I've had some traumatic injuries in my life. Yeah, for those that don't know, I think the first talking about the traumatic memory thing, my real father, of course, an actual psychopath. He's passed on now. He held up the Surfside Police Department at gunpoint at one point when we were children. I'm pretty sure you can still go find the article somewhere, but he found out where we were living. Basically told my mom that he wasn't taking the kids, and she wasn't taking the kids, and Police showed up. He was sitting at the window with a shotgun, waiting for them to walk up. And they basically came and got us and left his ass. They issued the warrant for him. And I like to joke that was the initial turn on of my memories as a child. Arthur remembers it too. Slightly. Oh man, I've got a whole thing. I'm thinking about doing a whole short series or video series, guys. Maybe even like slightly podcast again, because I've got so many crazy stories to tell y'all over the years. Like case in point, let me give y'all a story. I worked at a sports bar. I'd always wanted to work at a sports bar. Now I should have known better. I actually got invited to the Christmas party before I was an employee. And I watched the owner chase like this girl around and sexually harass her. That should have been my clue not to work there. I ended up working there. We had DEA and federal marshals in there basically to come get people. Our owner was basically running at his own little cocaine like shop. It was insane. And they're closed now, so rightfully so. Right there in Surfside, South Carolina. Jay Spire says, nah, this Sunday's going to be crazy. Hard Rock is fully sold out, bro. The best time for tailgating at Hard Rock is like 4:25 or 1. Jay Spiro, so what you're saying is I should drive down 2 hours down to Miami just to do some tailgating and some stuff instead of calling the game? Can you imagine, Spyro, if I actually drove down to Miami instead of calling the game live, said, nah, fuck it. I'm going to sit outside and tailgate with some real Dolphin fans at Hard Rock and have a good time. It definitely would be some fun coverage, that's for sure. All right, but back to the game. I'm sorry. 2nd and 3. We've almost like 5:45 through the second, or left in the second. It's going quick. Stroud, he's got that play action looking deep. Checking down, though, to his tight end. That's going to be a first down. Saubert. Chase Farrow says, yes, bro, come hang with us, man. I know, right? I got a tiny bit of money, so definitely not enough money for tickets, but it would definitely be a little weird to like be chilling out before the game and then see, it'd be really cool, Spyro, if it's somehow I could set up like a mobile stream like really well and basically like set up an entire table and pregame stream where you could be live on the stream basically and have a bunch of the Dolphin fans in, Bills Mafia in, and have a live pregame show of the Bills Dolphins game live from outside Hard Rock Stadium. It's something I'm kind of exploring that idea with like the draft, the combine, and some other stuff. So, man, now you've inspired me, but it's tomorrow. I'd have to make a decision like tonight before the game's done almost. It is the best game of the week. You're absolutely right. That's why the NFL flexed it into the last Sunday night slot. Oh, that's so tough. Man, why you gotta do me like that, Jay Spyro? You got me all inspired and thinking about it now. I'm like, that would be kind of fun to just drive down there. Doesn't take much to drive. Wait, no, I don't think I have to have a ticket to get into the parking lot either, if I remember correctly. Little screen pass left, wide open. Nico makes 2-man miss. Down the left sideline, the 10, the 5, he's still going and out of bounds. They're going to officially say actually at the 6-yard line. 1st and goal as Nico continues the dominant first half. 32-yard gain. Oh, you Latins do know how to cook. You ain't exaggerating there. Miami got a strong Cuban presence. Man, you making me think about it. Like legitimately think about it. Oh my gosh. 1st and goal here for Houston. Looking to expand their lead. I'm sorry. Toss going left to Singletary and gain of what looks like 4 on the play. Going to be down at the 4. 2nd and goal. Man, I'm really thinking about it, my guy, Jay. I'm not gonna lie. I think it would be fun to give a bunch of Miami Dolphin fans some airtime, have some fun, talk about their playoff chances, what goes on. I definitely would have to do a bunch of research, too, to make sure I was properly prepared and had a lot of good questions prepared. It's something I've been, again, thinking about the Pro Bowl because I've been thinking about doing a lot of content at the Pro Bowl. And see, I know at the Pro Bowl, I can't have selfie sticks or set up. But at like Miami Dolphins at tailgating, of course, I could set up like a whole booth, like a table. Put my camera on my cell phone on a camera stand. Of course, then I could connect that to YouTube live and just broadcast directly from that. Man, that would be something else. I don't know. Azo says, is this game crucial for Miami, or will they sitting out their starters? Not really. We're in the playoffs regardless, but instead of facing the Steelers, we would face the Chiefs. So, yeah, the seeding and being the divisional leader is probably the big thing here. And exactly like Azo said, oh, y'all want to face the Steelers. Like, for real. Like, I feel like just that playoff bunch, I'd rather face the Steelers than the Chiefs too, weirdly. Even though I know we just lost to him. Jay Spyro says, either way, though, the Chiefs are looking really shaky right now. They kind of are, honestly. Man, can you imagine, though? Think about this. The Chiefs, I don't think are expected to have too much turnover in free agency. If they free up a little bit of cap space, and then they go and get a true number one receiver. I cannot believe DeAndre Hopkins did not end up as a Chief. Can you imagine the difference that would have made in that team if DeAndre would have ended up as a Chief? Hunter Renfrow, make him a Chief. That offense has significantly changed. There's a lot of guys like. And again, Azo, yeah, I agree. Like, I want Lamar to take off in these playoffs. I just want him to shut up all these haters, dude. All these people that make these, like, very pick and choose. Like, they pick a very tiny, like, argument, basically. Like, let's see. We're back. Yeah, Azo. Mahomes is an animal, but his wide receivers, Kadarius Toney, did not put in work this offseason. Other than Travis, he's got nobody other than Rashee Rice, the rookie out of SMU, is a stud. But other than him, nothing. And wow, Stroud had a wide open fullback in the back of the end zone. I'm talking, guys, there wasn't anyone like 5 yards near him. And barring the PAT, Texans now going to lead this game 14-3. And that's Andrew Beck. And just, again, wide open. What happened? Someone must have missed an assignment. Definitely one of the linebackers or safeties not on the right page. That was hard to watch. Perky Bumps joining us, says, looking for group Texans. They're leading 14-3 now with 1:57 left here in the second quarter. CJ looking good. Azo says, yeah, there's no excuse this season for the most part. We are healthy, so Lamar needs to go to the playoff and drop the mic. And again, Lamar's healthy. The offense is pretty healthy. The offense, he's playing, again, hit like a career year for Lamar, basically. There's no excuse on the defensive side. Todd Monken's a good offensive coordinator and has shown amazing adaptability so far in the season. Case in point, we talked about it a little early in the season, Dan Orlovsky calling it a chameleon-style offense because they can do anything and everything. And again, like they just said there, Texans going to get the ball to start the second half. So unless the Colts score here, this could get out of hand really quickly. CJ Stroud now 10-12 for 151 yards, 2 touchdowns. Continuing, again, CJ Stroud got my Pro Bowl vote, and he's coming up on, I believe, 4,000 yards now. Oh, I feel like I'm losing my voice, though, to be honest with you. I'm a little concerned about tomorrow's games. Whew. Jay Spyro says, if the Dolphins lose in the playoffs, I'll be rooting for the Ravens to beat the 49ers. In the Super Bowl, I'll never forgive the 49ers for stealing the Super Bowl from the Dolphins years ago. I appreciate that, Jay. I appreciate that, my guy. And, of course, likewise, if the Ravens aren't in, I'll be rooting for your Dolphins. I kind of got to root for the Bills a little bit, too, so I'm really conflicted on it, but, like... First and 10, Minshew from the 25-yard line. Getting pressured, rolling out right, and throwing into some coverage, and what a catch by Josh Downs. My God, I don't even know how he caught that. What a diving catch. Ball. That's a fantastic catch. Minshew getting pressured again, dumps it off over the middle, and not much on the play. And again, the scary thing, guys, is this Texans offense, without 3 of their 5 top wide receivers, without one of their best pass rushers, Jonathan Greenard, the right defensive end, been the absolute bookend opposite of Will Anderson Jr. 12 men on the defense, 5-yard penalty. D'Amico Bryant's taking a deep breath there, though. 1st and 5. Ball on the 44 of the Texans. Congratulations to Josh Downs passing the rookie record for the Colts for rookie receptions. That's huge for him. Congrats to Josh Downs, the UNC rookie. Minshew, again, constantly under pressure, and he's just going to kind of throw that ball away. There's a flag down. That's probably going to be intentional grounding against the Colts. Let's see what it is. Jay Spyro says, you have no idea the amount of crazy betting and other bizarre things that occur when Bills fans meet. I know Bills Mafia and Dolphin fans are... It's funny, when I went to that game, I almost watched a fight happen right in front of me. I had like a bunch of Dolphin fans, older guys right in front of me. They were, pretty chill. They weren't terrible. They heckled when they had reason to heckle, and they were respectful when they should be respectful, didn't say anything terrible. But I'll admit, there was a Ravens fan that started shit. And I was like, So I can only imagine it's going to be a crazy at Hard Rock tomorrow. I know, like I said, I'd be thinking about driving down there like 4 o'clock and start tailgating. But the thing is, then I couldn't actually drink. because I would have like a several hour drive home, of course. But still might be really fun. First and 15 after a penalty on the Colts now. Minshew going deep right, and that ball's going to be out of bounds. Looking for Pittman Jr. Definitely a bad throw on the play, and double coverage as well. Both teams have all 3 timeouts, so a little bit of mismanagement on the clock probably at some points. We're at 999 views currently, guys. One more view to the 1,000 mark. I'll be honest, guys, I'm starting to think about calling the game after halftime just to save my voice. I know there might be some people that are counting on this game, but like I said, I can feel my voice starting to get really stressed. Oh, pump fake going deep left, and oh, he had his man. 81 of the Colts, Allie Cox had a step on his man, but unable to connect with him. 3rd and 15 now. Oh, and that pump fake by Minshew actually bought the time on the deep ball. Great job by Minshew to throw that pump fake in. Third and 15. Play clock down to 3, 2, 1. Snaps off. Going to be a handoff up the middle. Going to be Taylor still on his feet and might have just brought them into field goal range, honestly, with 40 seconds left. And I think we're going to get the first timeout by one of the teams. Oh my God, my throat is dying. And field goal unit coming out, of course, for the Colts. Is that Reed Blankenship still kicking out there? Ooh, they're coming back out on the field. Jay Spyro says, have you ever been in the Hard Rock when everyone sings the fight song? It's crazy, especially when Are you talking about what is that song? It's like so corny, but so catchy to my... Oh, God. I'm pretty sure I've heard it. But I don't think my game was sold out because, of course, the Ravens were dealing with a lot of injuries when we came into that game. So 52-yard attempt here by the Colts, and it's good. That's a good kick. 6-14. Texans still lead, but it's an 8-point game, so technically a 1-possession game as we get ready here for halftime, kind of. I'm going to go blow my nose, take one last dab before we get ready for halftime. I know, I'm trying to remember that fight song, Jay, but it's like, oh my God. Hold on, I'm going to Google it. Dolphins fight song. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry, guys. Apologize about that. And we got a false start now. Texans going to have a little bit of a chance maybe to get in a field goal range with 35 seconds, 2 timeouts still. And there we go. There's the list of quarterbacks. Most pass yards by a rookie. Andrew Luck, 4,300. Justin Herbert, 4,300. And then Cam Newton and Jameis Winston at 4,000. CJ Stroud, of course, has a chance to be the third on this list now and pass Cam Newton on that list. 1st and 15 after the penalty. Crazy motion here by both teams. Handoff going off the left side and nowhere as that Colts D continues the dominant run defense. And I'm guessing that's probably going to be... Who's taking the timeout? Indy taking their first timeout. Ooh, that's big, honestly. They're trying to get this ball back somehow. I mean, that's not a bad call. Crazy that Jacksonville could still miss out on the playoffs, technically. Like, toss going left. That's Singletary and nothing. And Colts probably going to take their second timeout now on a 3rd and long. Indy trying to get this ball back and take maybe a Indy might be trying to get a Hail Mary shot, to be honest with you. What the heck is he? He's got a weird little bag, like, interesting. He's got a bunch of basketballs, tennis balls, bunch of weird little contraptions. That's interesting how CJ Stroud warms up. I don't know if y'all just saw that, but that's got to be one of the most interesting warm-up routines I've ever seen in my life. 3rd and 12. CJ Stroud needs a big play here if they want to try to get some points. And incomplete. Going to stop the clock with 18 seconds. And now Colts have 1 timeout as the punt team comes out here. Minshew going to be in pretty decent range here with 1 timeout to try to get them either back in field goal range or get in range for a Hail Mary. Keep an eye out on it, guys. I'm going to slide off and take a dab. This game's kind of getting good. But this was, again, one of the few good games that's left in Week 18. But nothing comes close to that Dolphins-Bills game that's going to be Sunday night. I will admit the Packers-Bears game is going to be a good one, too. I might be calling that game. Josh Downs, the rookie, going to return it. He's going left. Breaks the tackle. Cuts left, right, left. And he's down at what looks like the 33-yard line with 7 seconds left in the game. Probably should have just maybe called a fair catch, to be honest with you. This has either got to be a great play for a field goal attempt or they're doing screen or Hail Mary. I don't know. What y'all think? What up, Steve-O? Welcome back, my boy. 7 seconds again. 14-6 Texans as we're taking our last stab before halftime. Again, guys, I'm so excited for the draft coming soon. Like, Delta set. Green hut. Green 18 set up. 1st and 10. Rolling out right. He's got time. He's going for the Hail Mary. Time's out. And just going to dump this ball away as time expires. We're headed for halftime. 14-6 Texans lead. Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of respect for the Colts, man, but it's just not their year. Especially with the Anthony Richardson injury, just the potential he has compared to Gardner Minshew is night and day. But honestly, guys, I am kind of thinking about calling this at halftime just so I can go eat dinner. I can spend some time with the girlfriend. It's just, the stream's not looking like it's going well right now. I know I should probably pull through though. But like I said, I'm also slowly losing my voice, which is one of my bigger concerns, especially if I'm trying to call that big game tomorrow night. But I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna try to power through at least till the next score, if you know what I mean. Steve-O, we're still working on that points redemption, my guy. Honestly, I'm still struggling how Streamlabs like to actually insert rewards. But it is something I'm working on, so look forward to it, my guy. Perky Bump says, this is horseshit. You have commitment to the fans. That it. I have had enough of this crap. I like the accountability. Jay Sparrow says, if you got to go, you got to go. I'm trying, guys. Like I said, I can just slowly feel I'm losing my voice, but I'm going to try to keep going. Like I'm 50-50 right now. I'm so sorry, guys. Like I'm trying. Mason Rudolph effective, by the way, in that win. But of course, the big story, guys, like everyone was talking about, TJ Watt, Perky says, we need you here. You got this. I know you're part of that Houston nation, right? And I do have Houston technically on the home side of my OBS setup. So, it's like the team I'm rooting for kind of in this matchup. So we really, like I said, I kind of hope the best for the Texans until they catch my Ravens, kind of in a sense. I got a lot of love for a lot of AFC teams in a sense. I love how they're counting down now on, I don't know, in the bottom of the screen on ESPN. Second half starts in 9 minutes, 49 seconds. Perky says, go get a Gatorade and take a deuce. You'll power right through the second half. Oh, I know, right? I'm sipping on a little bit of Crown and Coke here. Trying to keep my vocal cords a little wet, you know what I mean? But man, that grade 3 MCL sprain by TJ Watt, that's a heartbreaker. And why I'm like, honestly, I know, I do actually. Jay Sparrow says the Cuban fix is either tea and honey or Cuban coffee to help the issues with the throat or voice. I got some green tea and ginger honey and ginger green tea with a little bit of, I think, lemon ginseng in it as well. In the cabinet later for tonight, probably. Hey, my boy. Welcome to the Crown Club. I feel you, my guy. Crown is my drink of choice, to be 100% honest. So glad we got that in person, Perky. Or glad we got that in common. Steve-O always trying to duel Streamlabs, bro. You funny for that. I wish those Streamlabs could, like, accept the duels. Man, the last 10-win season for both of these teams, 2019, 2020. So you know they want it, especially the Texans. I know, I'm trying to do more content, guys. Like I said, my neck issues are always a problem. Perky having a good time. He got some Crown and some other fun stuff to do. I feel you, my guy. I live here in Florida myself, so we got a medical legal state. So I'm usually taking dabs off camera and such, and we started with some Simply Spike, drinking some peach and alcohol, and we then transitioned to our Crown and Coke later in the game. Man, number 1 versus 2 college football playoff national championship, Monday 7:30, Michigan versus Washington. I know my boy Joe Stevens, who's a Washington fan, super excited about this game. This is about to be a nuts game, honestly. Like, who y'all got, Washington or Michigan? And like they're talking about right there, dude, if you give Michael Penix time to set his feet and throw, he'll tear you apart. But Michigan runs a pro-style defense. Of course, Jim Harbaugh came in, always was a big defensive guy. Mike McDonald came in from the Ravens to Michigan, and then, of course, back to the Ravens. So, they run that pro-style disguise offense out there, and that's why they're so successful in Michigan. Oh yeah, my guy. Jay Spyro talking about the neck pain. I know. Another good one. If y'all haven't heard of it, if you've got joint pain, there recently was a medication that used to be prescription only that is now available over the counter. It's called Voltaren. It's good for, like I said, joint pain, specifically like arthritis style. Honestly, it helps. It's a topical solution that you rub onto the joint. Kind of like that BioFreeze, really helpful. Oh, Perky got Washington and Jay Spyro got Michigan. See, this is where it gets tough because I want to root for Washington for my boy Joe Stevens, but at the same time, I have faith that the defensive system that shares similarities with the Ravens might be able to counter and kind of shut down that offense. I would have to really look, I feel like, at the offensive line play of the Washington Huskies. However, the big thing is like Mike McDonald showed for the Ravens, that schematically he's able to generate a lot of pressures, a lot of sacks, and a lot of hits. And like with the Ravens, with Kyle Van Noy and Jadeveon Clowney, just knowing how to play it, simplifying the scheme that, and playing quick. And of course, everyone's going to talk about, even if Michigan wins, everyone's going to talk about the sign stealing scandal, basically. My heart wants Washington. My head says Husky. But, we'll see, right? Jay Spyro says, my Knowles got beat badly in the Orange Bowl, but it's okay because But, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, because that was at Camping World Stadium, if I'm not mistaken. No, there was some game there. I almost went to it, though, Jay, because I had tickets to the Under Armour All-American game, where they're also holding the Pro Bowl this year. But your Florida State Seminoles, if I'm not mistaken, rested 30 starters, they rested there were so many people that opted out of that game for Florida State because they got kind of snubbed from the playoffs a little bit, So your Knowles getting a little. If anyone's hating on your Knowles for that bowl game, it's unjustified in my opinion. And I don't even really watch college football till post January 15th. And for those that don't know, the reason I say January 15th is because that is when it becomes actually official to declare for the NFL draft, is the deadline. So at that point, I know a little more who's coming into the NFL and to start studying their tapes. Supposedly, one of my neighbors who is an alumni from Notre Dame told me be on the watch for, I forgot the name of the safety, but they've got a safety, I think, eligible 2025 draft. He said might be as good as Kyle Hamilton. So I know that's someone I'm keeping an eye on. I'm going to start looking into him a little more. Yeah, exactly, Jay Sparrow. You got snubbed from college football playoffs potentially. Alabama didn't look like they had it this year. And it's someone that, we talked about a little bit on this channel, guys. I've got the paperwork here in my drawer from the Florida Department of Professional Business and Regulations. That's who you have to go through to technically get your license to be an NIL or sports agent here in the state of Florida. We did that, or we have the paperwork because I was going to do it. I was thinking about doing NIL money myself, but when I went to FGCU, Florida Gulf Coast University, this past year, and talked to the guy that was running the NIL program for that college, after those talks, I decided to not actually go for it, but 23 Heisman Jaden Daniels. SoCal. Oh no, sorry. It's last year's. Oh, LSU's quarterback. 6'4", 210, 3,810 yards, 40 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. Let's see here. Let's look at the full stat. It's here. So transferred from ASU, of course, probably after the debacle with the former Colts head coach, Tony Dungy, out there at Arizona State University. Came over to LSU. He's a 5-year starter, so that's kind of encouraging, to be honest with you. And so not only did he have 3,800 passing yards, he had 1,100 rushing yards. Total touchdowns, 50 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. I mean, that's pretty impressive, I'll be honest with you. What was his completion percentage? 72.2. That's nuts. Honestly, I'd never heard the name before, but yeah, kind of deserves it. He's on my radar now for the draft because he's a 5-year starter, so he's got to be coming out. And there's Nico Collins again, continuing like a career day. I've got to be at this point. Jay Spyro says, I'm going on a college tour throughout Florida. One of the stops will be FSU. I'm going to show love and support from my Knowles. Yeah, honestly, what's funny about that, Jay Spyro, one of my guys that sat beside me in a business management class, actually, literally, he's transferring to FSU this semester as well. So that's pretty funny because he hated FGCU that much. Nico now 6 targets, 6 catches, 152 yards, and a touchdown. And we're going to talk about that in a minute after this failed screen. So we talked about it a little in the pregame, guys, Nico Collins, and I want to mention this again. Nico Collins, I found these 2 stats about him on PFF. 91.7 receiving grade according to PFF versus man coverage this season. That ranks 2nd overall in the NFL in his 3rd year. But supposedly the passer rating when being targeted by his quarterback, 155.8. So above perfect basically somehow, basically because he's been that good in man coverage. And that's, of course, when being targeted in man coverage, that ranks 1st in the NFL. So CJ just sees when he's in man coverages and exposes the defense. And we're seeing that tonight. Coming into this game, the coverage unit for the Colts, literally dead middle of the pack, according to PFF, ranked 16th in the NFL. So, you know, it's not like this Colts secondary is terrible by any means. And again, like we talked about, the big story, they're without 3 of their 5 starting wide receivers on the Texans side. They've had 5 offensive linemen went to IR. Absolutely nuts. FGCU is nice if you got a lot of daddy's money. But it's like the area is expanding and there's no money here. Like, it took 40 minutes to go a quarter a mile the other day on one of the major roads here in Fort Myers, all because of one accident, not even on that road. Just because there was another accident somewhere in the city and it diverted so much traffic. Oh, I'll be honest, Jay, I miss Colorado so much. 3rd and 21 after that sack now. Colts 50 sacks on the season. And little just screenplay to Collins on the left side. Not much, but able to gain back a couple yards. I'm really excited for visiting University of Florida, University of Central Florida. I love Gainesville and Orlando. Those 2 areas can be good. I've been to Orlando a few times. I love Orlando because they have a Del Taco, to be honest with you. I love Del Taco. Fuck Taco Bell. Taco Bell sucks. If you have a Del Taco, even within like me and my girlfriend have driven 2 to 3 hours to go to Tampa to get fucking Raising Cane's. And we drove like 5 hours to go get Del Taco one time from Jacksonville. We could have gone to Orlando, but we've been to Orlando a few times, so we went to Jacksonville instead, to be honest with you. Stupid long how long it takes to get out of Southern Florida. And you gotta love, I don't know if y'all can see those thigh pads on, I think that's DeForest Buckner, got like crosses on them. That's pretty cool, honestly. Oh, I'm not feeling good. Apologize, guys. Give me 30 seconds while I'm on commercial. I'm literally going to take 30 seconds and heat up a piece of bread. I'm so sorry, guys. Again, we took 30 seconds to heat up a single slice piece of bread. Oh, honestly, this brand of bread is so good. I get it at Publix, and even like a 30-second thing in the microwave. But you got to know, the trick is you heat it up 30 seconds. You have to flip the bread and move it to a different spot on the plate and give it a second to like stiffen up, if you feel me. It's like one of those little tricks that just works with this brand. Jay Spryer says, to be honest, I mainly like Orlando due to the theme parks. Other than that, I love living in Miami. I would say Miami is the beating heart, Florida, everywhere else, especially the tours. You know what's funny, Jay Spyro? When I was younger in my career in the airlines, I actually interviewed in Miami to be a what's known as a ALICE agent, an aircraft load information system specialist in Miami. I flew down there to Miami when I was like 19 years old to interview for that position. But honestly, at that time, the money they were willing to offer me for the job and the cost of living, I told them no. And I basically told them to take me out of the running if that's what they were offering. And then I interviewed for the gate manager in Minneapolis. 1st and 10, big run by Taylor, and that's a first down as they show some signs of life. Perky says, I have diarrhea so bad, I'm trying to make it through this game. Need the Texans to win. Oh, my God. That's funny, my guy. Oh. All right, I'm going to give y'all some craziness here in a minute. Hold on. 1st and 10, handoff. That's going to be like 2-yard gain. 11 minutes here in the third. All right, I'm going to drop a knowledge bomb truth fact on you here. There's a lot of cereals out there that are artificially enriched for iron. While generally that is a good thing, look at the iron levels next time you're at the grocery store of some things like mini wheats and some of these other brands. You can overdose on iron. It's not really an overdose, but it causes nausea and things like that. I'm sorry, not iron. I'm trying to think of the right. It might be iron, actually. Oh! Good throw by Minshew. But so basically, if you eat one bowl of cereal, which most Americans, one bowl of cereal is already over the recommended serving of the nutrition. So sometimes you're taking in like 50 to 80% of a mineral. And of course, if you eat a second bowl of cereal, yeah, you're technically going over what your body should have of it. Taylor with a big run off the left side, the 10, the 5, and then just like that, this game's not over, guys. Jonathan Taylor coming away with a huge run. 49-yard touchdown run by the Colts. And I'm guessing this is going to be a 2-point conversion coming from the Colts. Jay Spyro says, bro, what sub do you get at Publix? Honestly, the popcorn chicken is banging at Publix. What is it? My girlfriend gets it all the time. Like the fireman sub. Like I think it's like chicken, bacon, and I forgot what cheeses are on it. But Publix is underrated, guys. Like 2-point conversion here from the Colts, though. RPO, wide open, little Tim Tebow jump pass there. And just like that, we've got a tied game in Lucas Oil. Wow. Christopher says, the Steeler fans talking smack because they won the game like they want some real smoke in the playoffs. I know, man. I knew it was coming. So I try to be very respectful with a lot of fan bases, right? But there is a Steelers fan that, again, lives in our area, in our community here. And we were grilling out one night, me and the girlfriend, and he came out and, he was talking a little bit of smack, and I was like, oh, yeah, I love Freiermuth, yada, 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 all these things, blah, 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 blah. So then we're talking, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm telling you, Rashad Bateman's going to be a difference, later in the season for the Ravens. And this Steeler fan looks at me and says, Rashad Bateman's not even on your roster. And I'm like, you mean the first? This was in a sophomore. I'm like, you're talking about the former first round pick, Rashad Bateman, University of Minnesota, like 6'2", 210-ish frame. Yeah, and he was like, yeah, he's on the Buccaneers. I looked at him. I tried to correct this Steelers fan. I said, you're talking about Brashad Perriman, the former University of Central Florida receiver that the Ravens took in the first round like 5+ years ago, that, yes, is playing for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And this Steelers fan sat there and was arguing with me to the point he literally was like, I bet you $1,000, bro. Let's put 1,000 on it. Let's put And of course, I'm sitting there. I'm barely had like my first drink. I don't know how many drinks this dude's had. And I'm like, bro, I could record this and take $1,000 from this chump Steelers fan right now. What made it worse, guys? It gets worse. This guy told me during our sequence of conversations that he runs a college sports talk show or is trying to run like a podcast for it. So this guy, as a Steelers fan and as someone that's supposed to know football a little bit, trying to tell me as a Raven fan who's on our roster, as I run a Ravens channel, of course, that I hadn't told him about yet. It was one of those moments like, exactly like Christopher said, I spared him. And what's funny is he tried to find people to come on his show. He actually tried to offer me. He's like, why don't you come on my show? I was like, nah, I'm good. That's the type of stuff I try to stay away from those type of people, to be honest with you. Jay Spyro says, bro, Publix is phenomenal. I mean, in my opinion, no one tops that. Dude, the fried chicken, so good. Even though it's kind of like basic, it's so good. Two things I do. I eat a lot of their popcorn chicken. Sometimes I go get their chicken wings and a bottle of Buffalo Wild Wings garlic Parmesan sauce from the aisle. I come home and I put their wings in the air fryer for just a second longer. Sometimes their chicken needs a second longer, in my opinion. So I throw in the air fryer, just 350, crisp it up a little more, toss that shit fresh in some sauce. Oh, second part, I buy the... Publix sells whole rotisserie chickens for like $6. So I go buy Publix rotisserie chickens and shred them down and make tons of stuff with their shredded chicken all the time. Again, if you have a Publix near you, go check out in their deli section. They have these little like pizza doughs that like they kind of started, but they need an hour to proof up. Oh, I use them as cheap pizza doughs and make handmade like from scratch pizzas with those doughs kind of all the time, and they're way better than any frozen pizza you can get, in my opinion. So, like, love it. Perky says Texans are toast. It ain't over yet. As Ray Lewis once said, put a smile on. It's a 60-minute ball game. Stroud looking left, and that's going out of bounds. It's going to be bring a 3rd and 8. What frustrates me in life, guys, is I really just want to own my own businesses. And I grew up poor as shit, and I have no money to invest. And no matter how good a business plan I bring to the bank, they'll never give me the money unless I got capital. It's as simple as that. 3rd and 8 here. Stroud getting pressured. He's having to lob it up, and incomplete. Good pressure by the Colts, honestly. Hey, there's my boy Joe. I know we're rooting for your Huskies, my guy. We were just talking about that University of Michigan or Washington Huskies matchup on Monday night, actually. And we were talking about how my heart's for the Huskies, but I don't know, man. The Michigan stealing signs and the pro disguise defense. That's the same style of defense that just beat the Seahawks and the Niners. Ooh! 43 just leveled Josh Downs. Oh my God, dude. I'm so going to lose my voice tonight. 62-yard punt by the Houston Texans punter, too. Ooh, watch that replay. Oh, my God. What a game. 14-all. Yep. I miss Raising Cane's. I miss Del Taco. Like, oh, so much. And for those that don't know, my obsession with Del Taco, since we're on commercial break, everyone wanted McDonald's since they took it off the menu. Everyone's wanted McDonald's to bring back the crispy chicken snack wrap. Used to be one of their all-time favorites on the menu. My first job was McDonald's, even. Let's just say that. They took it off the menu because, issues with suppliers, chicken strips, whatever, yada, 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 yada. They never brought it back. Everyone wants it. It's like a cult following. Del Taco has crispy chicken tacos. Last time I checked, they were like $1.39. It's just a chicken tender, lettuce, cheese, and like a sauce. And they got a banging mango habanero sauce. I'm telling you guys, I'm a 6'3" ginger. I cannot take the heat physically or palate-wise, but that mango habanero is good. My mouth is literally watering thinking about it. I miss it. Joe Stevens says, best offense Michigan has seen all season is 37th with UNLV. We're first. Man. And it really is. They were talking about it here on the broadcast. They're talking about it now. If for Penix, I believe, Jr., the quarterback for the Huskies, if he gets a chance to set his feet and gets comfortable, he's fucking dangerous. Like, the only story is, will the disguise style defense of Michigan be able to confuse him and force him into some bad turnovers, which is, again, what Baltimore's done all year. Azo says, oh my God, me and my girl will talk. And I'm telling you, Azo, look it up there. I think there's a Del Taco in Columbia, my guy. If you don't know, look up where Del Taco's at. They got crispy chicken taco. It's the same thing as the snack wrap, homie. It is so fucking good. Me and my girlfriend used to go and just load up on them. Like I said, we drove hours to Orlando and Jacksonville to go get those tacos. I miss it. Del Taco is like a such better, fresher version of Taco Bell. It's what it should have been, basically. And Zach Moss going right side for the Colts now. 8:50 here in the third as we're officially halfway through. Joe Steve, oh my God, Azo, I got to show you a video one day. So fun story, guys. I spent like almost 6 months in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Basically, 30 employees in Pennsylvania said, if we band together, our boss can't fire us all. And Delta Airlines said, ha 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 ha, bet, homie. And they fired all of them and brought 6 of us in and said, you can work as much overtime as you want. But one of the pranks they did to a guy there, they spiked his pasta with ghost pepper sauce. Like a guy brought ghost peppers from Puerto Rico over because they got a big Puerto Rican community there in Allentown. And they gave this kid a big old plate of pasta and spiked it with ghost pepper. And he screamed bloody murder. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I legitimately submitted the clip to Tosh.0 because I was like, yo, Tosh would have a field day with how this man just screamed. Like, I'll have to find the video. I think it's still on YouTube, buried deep down somewhere. Oh my gosh. I don't want to subject your ears to it. Like, and another run as the Colts just taking over the ground game. That's Jonathan Taylor now. Well, I'm going to try to find this. I'm trying to find it. It's so old now. God, I wish I remembered his last name. That would help. Is it Chris? Oh my god, I'm trying so hard now to find this video to show y'all this shit. Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm friends with him on Facebook still. I think that's his last name. I wonder if it finally got taken off YouTube. All right, I'm going to give up on it. I don't want to spend too much time looking for that video. Chimera says, I dropped in and heard Ghost Pepper Spaghetti and Delta Airlines. This is fine. Perky says, wow, Texans are, I'm going to say dope. DP and, oh, do not prefer. Let's see. Jay Spyro says, bro, if you ever pull up to Hard Rock here in Miami, best hangout spot actually other than tailgating is front of Marina's statue. There were a lot of people hang out there. And see, I was wondering, I saw a lot of people walking, and that's probably where they were going. The AT&T Grand Plaza, in my opinion, is the best place for tailgating at any arena. But don't you have to pay to get into that area? Azo said, LMO, he could have had a lawsuit on that one. He absolutely could have. What's really funny is that kid actually ended up a manager in that station. So that's kind of funny later on. He won. Jay Spyro says, putting ghost pepper in a man's pasta is wild. He was in pain for days. I know he was. I know it's so dirty because he was like one of those kids that was just like, it was an endless pit eating. And so if you put food in front of him, he always ate. It was so dirty. Like, I had so much fun when I worked there in Allentown. Honestly, I was so young. Your first experience with Ghost Peppers was Mad Dog 357 Gold Edition. Oh my God. Y'all be crazy with that. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, like medium wings are almost too hot for me, to be honest with you. To keep it real, I'm that much of a wuss when it comes to spice. To keep it real. And I don't know if y'all know, I got another crazy story of, you know, when I worked in the airlines, for those that don't know, I actually had a heat stroke. They found me out cold in a corner. Like, I am literally only alive to this day because a random EMT on our seasonal flight from Myrtle Beach to New York LaGuardia saw me out cold in the corner. And not only did he see me out cold in the corner, he stopped the first responders from the airport from giving me water, which would have sent me into shock. Crazy little thing. Like, and that's how I lost my promotion as a gate manager for Minneapolis. While I had won the job, I was waiting for my acceptance letter, and you cannot transfer on OJI. And that's how I ended up in Arkansas as the performance manager, as well as I got to be the charter coordinator for the Razorbacks. And of course, through the Delta Airlines is also where I met Ron Hill, the former vice president of NFL operations. You know, so we had a good time in the airlines. It was a little crazy. It was a little crazy, to be honest with you. 3rd and 9 here, though. Ball on the 39-yard line of the Texans. Houston looking to get into the red zone here. Minshew with a good protection, and ball gets batted down at the line of scrimmage. Malik Collins, the defensive tackle. I think that he came from Cowboys. And formerly LSU, maybe, potentially. Jay Sparrow says, yeah, it's like $20 for the mission, so depending on your financial. And see, I didn't know that. I should have spent that $20 to get in there. Azo says, listen, I would eat ghost peppers on everything and every single time after washing my hands thoroughly. You know what's funny? And they're going for a 57-yard field goal attempt here to take the lead, by the way, the Colts. Let's see here, Owen. I'm going to wait for this field goal attempt, then we're going to talk about food. Ooh, pulling right. Oh, off that bar. No good. Gonna stay tied as the Texans are going to get pretty good field position to start. So fun story, guys. I've always enjoyed cooking, even now, like me and my girlfriend, I joke with my girlfriend, not only could we have like a whole channel dedicated to us gaming, but me and my girlfriend have watched every season of MasterChef, every season of Hell's Kitchen, every season of Next Level Chef, like of almost every cooking show there is out there. I grew up, as a young kid watching Iron Chef America. But one of the things that we used to do with one of my buddies back in the day, we would have Iron Chef challenges where we would walk into Food Lion grocery store. Shout out to the old South there. And we would be like, all right, it's battle of, and we would just decide on an ingredient. And did one time battle of the peppers. And it was so funny as we were walking out with all these peppers and this food, heading to my friend's house. His mom would like leave us money to order a pizza like on the weekend whenever I would come over and like stay the night at his house. And so instead of buying pizza, we would, like I said, we would have our little own Iron Chef showdowns and, cook like crazy. It was so much fun, honestly. I miss those old days of my childhood and having friends like do stuff like that with. But we did Battle of Peppers, and a chef apparently came running out at the end, like when we were walking out to my car with all the peppers, like basically trying to warn us. He's like, "Do not touch your eyes. Do not go piss if you're cutting peppers." Trying to like warn us about burning ourselves a little bit. It was real funny. Perky says, "I snorted some pickled ghost pepper sauce once. Talk about diet." Bro, you got a death wish doing something like that, homie. Like, Spyro says, "When my grandfather worked at Miami International Airport," dude, I almost would have met him then. "He had the honor of meeting Don Shula and many famous players, as well as, I believe, 3 presidents. He met Reagan." So, all right, fun story that you're mentioning. So, when I was working at Allentown, being as close as they are to like things like Newark and some of these other locations, not Air Force One, but Air Force Two, one day landed at our airport. It was my first time actually ever having something like that happen. So that basically the police ran around, told every single person that was working on the ramp, "You have to get off the ramp. No ramp personnel are allowed out. And if you get caught out, you could catch like a federal charge, essentially." And then what was crazy is we watched a helicopter like go set a sniper down on top of like the air traffic control tower. We watched a helicopter basically go place snipers at several different locations to cover a bunch of different angles as Air Force Two came in and made a landing and went to the private side of the airport. It was honestly pretty cool, like, experience to be part of. Just, I'm blessed that I got to experience that all when I was younger. Flea Flicker coming from the Texans. Stroud gonna run for it. He's got a first down as he dives down at the 40-yard line of the Colts onto the Colts side of the field. 5:20 and ticking here in the third. Yeah, let me see here. I've got all like the stuff here. So I got to cover the phone number and stuff like that. But this is Ron Hill, former vice president of NFL operations, business card. We got to meet Guy Fieri, who signed something to me personally. Really great guy. It's really faded, so all you can see is the autograph now. That's from Steve Mariucci, the former 49er legend and quarterback guru. We got to meet James the Bone Crusher Smith. I believe fought Mike Tyson back in the day for the heavyweight belt. Weird one, guys. We met Dougie Fresh. So there's his autograph there at the bottom. Got to meet Dougie Fresh. That was super fun. Raymond Felton, former point guard of the Denver Nuggets. And then there's Ron Hill's VP of NFL operations, former Ron Hill. And then when I was younger, I was supposed to go the same tryouts soccer-wise as, you probably can't read that. That's Freddie Adu's autograph. He went pro MLS at like the age of 14 out of upstate South Carolina. So I got a lot of fun things to do in the airlines. Even though I suffered permanent neurological damage, I never got to sue them. I'm still slightly thankful, as weird as that sounds. 3rd and 2. I've got Stockholm Syndrome. Stroud with a good pocket, deep over the middle, and had a man open left. Should have gone there, staring down the middle guy. And we've got a defender down for the Colts. But great forced incompletion by the Colts defense. 3:44. And like they're saying there, that was a back foot throw by Stroud, really just showing arm strength on all of it. That'd been so cool to meet Don. Oh, by the way, I got to meet Terrell Owens as well. But let's just say this. The Terrell Owens interaction did not go well and did not leave a good taste in our mouths. He was not having a good day himself. And he definitely let everyone else know that. Let's just say that. My God, Chimera, 3 separate bomb threats? That's terrifying. I remember actually towards the end of my elementary school, we started having bomb threats and stuff like that. Like, it's just nuts what everything's turned into. And the thing that frustrates me is everyone's like wants to blame the kids and the youth. It's who raised them. One thing that was taught to me when I worked with kids, there's almost no such thing as a bad child. Every child is born a blank slate. So how do they get there? 51-yard attempt, though, from the Texans here as they look to take the 3-point lead. One failed field goal. Let's see if we correct it here on the opposite side. Kick is up. It looks good. It is. Great kick as the Texans now take a lead 17-3 with 3:39 here left in the third. Yeah, Chimera. A lot of my friends used to tell me, I did a lot in a very short amount of time. I mean, in less than 5 to 10 years, I've lived in Maryland, or basically South Carolina, Ohio, Arkansas, Colorado, Florida. I spent 6 months in Pennsylvania. I'm forgetting somewhere else. Where else have I been? One of the things we talked about. Let me see here. Actually, I've got a fun thing I might be able to do. Trying to find something here. Pardon me for one moment. Trying to bring up some fun content to talk about and show. But I'm just still trying to find it. So my apologies, guys. Man. Really thought I'd be able to find it really quickly. I was not. And ground game continues for the Colts. Only a 3-point game, so no reason to get away from the ground game either. Excuse me. That's not going to be it. Minshew got a man on the right side and a first down for the Colts as they're moving. Chimera says, I believe a major part is also a lack of social therapeutic communication with kids, social programs that would help. And agreed, the social programs fail across the board. We need, I think, a redevelopment. I actually had a philosophy teacher that wrote a paper talking about how we should be teaching philosophy as early as elementary school, not for the fact of like learning the different types of philosophies or the names of philosophers, but general that we have lost the ability to truly debate with one another rationally. It was his argument essentially. And I kind of feel that a little bit. Jay Spyro says that is 100% true, though. Although in my school, we have something called HIP that helps educate kids and also teach them to reach out for help when they need it. Yep. See, again, I had a weird schooling. I spent 7 semesters in ROTC where I had a bunch of really great role models. Command Sergeant Major Joe S. Johnson, Major Billy Mitchell, and Sergeant, I believe, First Class Patrick Curry. Or might be First Sergeant, my apologies. But each one of those men taught me some incredibly unique things that you don't normally get in high school. Little play action. Minshew looking left. He's got a man, and oh my God. And they're going to throw penalty flags as Pittman takes another huge hit. That's his second of the season. And that's going to be a personal foul against the Texans. So add on 15 yards. That's Desmond King, their returner as well. The thing is this, I don't know if I've told you this, me and my girlfriend, I joked that we could have a whole Disney movie. Me and my girlfriend actually met working at the YMCA together. I was in college at one college. She was in college at another. I was in my public speaking class talking to one of my friends when I was like, you know what, I need another job. It doesn't really matter about the money. Just a little, anything will kind of do just a little bit. And she's like, well, come work with me at the YMCA, And so my girlfriend worked with the kids like 7 and under, and I worked with the kids 7 and over, basically. So it's our fun little story. I basically ran the room for 7 and over, and she ran the room for 7 and under. And it's kind of how we really bonded with each other is, just I trusted nobody else with the kids other than her, and it was the same the other way, basically. Originally, when I got to the YMCA, we had so many kids in one room that it was no way it was legal. And I actually convinced them, of course, to open up a second room, taking like person accountability for making sure the room didn't get ruined and didn't interfere with other YMCA activities. And I think about my YMCA kids every day, babe. I'm telling you, like, I had one kid, of course, I'm not going to say his name. I had a general rule for my kids. If we can't go to the gym, because when I got to the YMCA, they never had a male counselor. They rarely went to the gym. No one ever got in the pool with them to like help them swim, teach them to swim, stuff like that. The pass rate for our swim test skyrocketed once I got there because kids actually wanted to swim. But my general was we can't go to the gym till everyone's done with homework. That's the rule. And I had one kid who was sneaking, doing other kids' homeworks just so he could get to the gym faster. And like, I was like, dude, I love you, little buddy, but like, you can't do that. Like, you're only hurting them, I actually wrote a paper in sociology about how I felt working with kids, could really be a change of perspective for people, and how I feel like that should be somehow intertwined into either later high school or early college education, essentially. If, of course, I had plenty of people that worked there that could care less about those kids, but at the same time, like, it's rough. I eventually had to leave the YMCA because they were paying us $7.50 an hour, and of course, only giving us 20 hours a week. So once I was out of school, I told him, I was like, guys, it's not going to work anymore. I was kind of using some extra money from school to subsidize my income, which I probably shouldn't have been doing, but Jay Spyro says, I think most kids nowadays are just misguided. I've seen a lot of instances where parents have their own life, kids have theirs. That's very true. I wish I could tell y'all more. Y'all have no clue. No clue. the stuff that goes behind scenes in some of these like social media people's lives. But it really is, and that's what I don't want to say that specifically, but that was what I was saying. Kids are always a blank slate, man. Like I used to watch, and I still watch all the time. Parents, they're like, I don't understand why my kids does this. And then when and honestly, one of my biggest fights with one of my like childhood friends came. He worked at the county in a much better funded program than me at the YMCA at the time. But we both worked with kids. And I remember one day we were hanging out. We were, it was like him and his girlfriend. I just was recovering from breaking my leg. And we had some other friends and we were talking about kids. And he was talking about he had an older girl who kind of was like hitting, picking on kids, all this stuff, showing aggressive behaviors. And so, I'm like, hey, such and such, XYZ, have you ever thought about, talking to the kid? We were in ROTC together. Major taught you, what happens in your home life can carry over even in the sense of a soldier, maybe this kid and often is replicating something they're seeing at home or somewhere. Kids usually don't come up with stuff out of nowhere. Well, they do, but and he looked at me dead face and said, I don't get paid enough for that. And honestly, I walked away from him there. I got out of the hot tub, went into the pool and started swimming some laps to burn off steam. Because that's not the type of person that I like to associate myself with. It's a matter of personal integrity. If you take a job and you're working with kids, like, give your all. Think if you were that child and you needed help and how much, that impact you could have on that child's life. Like, giving them someone to talk to, stuff like that. I don't know. I had to have a talk, man. I went to the boathouse and saw one of my kids one time, and we had to have a talk. I was like, bro, there are way too many drinks and alcohol, and you are like kind of too young to be here at this time. Like, and they're going to an official review here. And, part of all these issues, guys, like you're talking about the out of touchness of parents, stuff like that. I grew up, I'm part of the lost generation. I am old enough. When I was a child, bro, I had a dial TV. I had 8 channels, click, 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 on a dial on my TV. So I'm part of that generation that really watched the fucking explosion of technology over these years. It's kind of hard to deal with, but it's also a socioeconomic issue. Everyone's struggling. Everyone's working 2 jobs. You used to be able to work 1 job out of high school, afford a 2 to 3 bedroom house, an entire family while your wife stayed at home. Of course, when everyone's having to work nonstop, no one can pay bills, family vacations have disappeared. Most homes in America or households cannot even sustain a $500 emergency. It's only a matter of time. But man, to get to the root of all that issues is a whole deep rabbit hole we're probably not going to go down to tonight. I'm telling you this, guys, nothing frustrates me more than the lack of ability to address a lot of the situations. My manager in in my professional career once asked me this: what is the most important trait to a leader? I answered integrity. He answered to me something that's echoed from Bill Gates to David Thoreau to the U.S. Special Forces: being able to find simple yet creative solutions to complex problems. And I'm telling you, if you can take that mentality into your professional career, it'll take you far. But I almost ran for mayor of my city last year, to be honest with you. I'm just so frustrated with people when there are solutions, but we can't get everyone to come together. But it's easier said than done. 1st and 10, 30 seconds here in the third as we finally talk a little bit about football. And Moss, as Jonathan Taylor, by the way, heading back to the locker room with an injury. And that's going to be then the third quarter with a loss by Moss on the play. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about my family on stream. Azo knows a little bit about my family. Azo, of course, actually knows me in real life, like from high school and all that. He knows my brother very well, of course. My older brother suffered from mental issues as a child. Let's just say that. He used to pick the locks into our rooms, my mom and me, and leave sticky notes saying he was going to slit our throats while we were sleeping. Once he got in, basically. I used to sleep with a 6-inch reverse blade under my pillow. And legitimately had trouble sleeping with other people, or let alone just anyone coming near my space while I was sleeping at night. It used to creep the shit out of my friends, because if you even came near the space I was sleeping, I flew awake staring at where I heard or felt the sound coming from. And I almost hurt a few friends a few times, to be honest with you. And of course, part of the issues is, I am the black sheep of my family. My mom, dad, brother all have black hair, brown eyes. I was born with red hair and blue eyes. My older brother, of course, we talked about, had some issues. My father had mental and drug issues. You can find the newspaper articles, like I said. I exhibited anger issues early as a child, and thankfully got put in basic anger management, where I was taught self-reflection at a young and early age, which I think is one of the most critical things to teach a child, self-reflection. But, my brother experienced those issues later in life. And of course, my father always exhibited them. My mom also being adopted. So I have very little real family to start with. 3rd and 9, 420. I grew up in the back of a trailer park. Pass over the middle. Ooh, good pass. Good catch. And not going to be enough for a first down. So punt team probably coming out here for the Colts. Yeah, fun story, guys. I got attacked by a drug dealer's Rottweiler, because I grew up, like I said, back at the trailer park in the South kind of deal. And when I was 5 to 6, I got attacked by the Rottweiler. It latched onto my neck, and a kid by the name of John Gardner rammed his bicycle into the dog, and that's how they were able to get the dog off me. I'm very thankful the dog was just holding me and not really clamping down and trying to rip my throat out, And with that, we've got a tie game. I'm sorry, the field goal unit was out there for the Colts. 17 all. So, and honestly, I used to be great with dogs. I then got terrified of animals, and I spent years volunteering at a animal rescue called WARM, or the Waccamaw Animal Rescue Mission. Later in elementary school and early middle school, actually up until early high school, I used to volunteer at the Waccamaw Animal Rescue Mission at Merle's Inlet Square Mall, which is about to get demolished. But I did that because I tried to work over my, fear of dogs, which of course I eventually did work over it. It's just crazy. I'm talking about, I joke with my friends, one day I'm going to write an autobiography. Yeah, it's hard because, capitalism, it is the best choice, but it has to be regulated correctly, and there's just too many grease palms going on. But I don't want to get... Perky says Texans are toasted. I mean, it's 17 all, homie. I'm always doing better. I'm trying. We don't all ever talk about all the struggles in life, right? We all struggling every day, to be 100% honest. Yep, 305. And since I got 3 viewers, no one's really watching. We're going to talk about it for a sec, because who cares, right? I started on Twitch. I've still got the videos. Half the reason I started streaming, guys, is because 10 years ago, sitting in my second stint in college, done 3 stints now in 3 different colleges, I came up with the idea of what I called my biofuel cell. We nicknamed it SHME, the Solar Harvesting Mitochondrial Engine. And 10 years ago, there was nothing on it, and just with a lot of my, you know what, fuck it. We're going to pull it out. I'm going to pull it out here. We started a folder system years ago with a bunch of folders for a bunch of crazy ideas. Of course, there it is, the solar harvesting mitochondrial engine, patents, electric bus programs, parks, immigration programs. Oh yeah, I forgot about the bone marrow immuno cancer therapy, GARP, or the Great Africa River Project, the One Foundation. You know, I've got a whole patent I want to file on a toilet. I want to redesign slightly the toilet and decrease the cost by half and becoming the new major supplier in new homes across America. But if anything I'm going to tell you in life, it takes money to make money, guys. Sadly. I haven't even put the idea out about what I feel like, based off an old failed Gates Foundation experiment in Arizona. I feel like I can pull carbon from the air, trap it in a usable form, which of course Elon Musk said he'd pay $1 billion for. And a part of my idea, of course, is a brilliant lobbying campaign tied to it. But, you know, I'm trying, guys. But half the reason I started streaming, because I literally was at a point in my life where I was like, fuck it. I don't even care if anyone takes my ideas anymore. I've lost. I tried to open a Dunkin' Donuts in Myrtle. Someone else opened it. I had a meeting with the Myrtle Beach redevelopment director to open something I called the Myrtle Beach Entertainment Park, featuring a wave park. That wave park is built now. Of course, I have no ownership of it. After he canceled my meeting and ghosted me. I tried to build self-storage here. They're literally building self-storage on the location now. It's so frustrating, honestly, every day to watch ideas get taken constantly. Other people make money. And by the way, on the Myrtle Beach Park, they stopped progress on it because they ran out of funding. They had to jump on the idea quickly before I could gain the funding for it and get the crowd behind it. And now, of course, they're struggling with financing. So it just shows, like, it's so frustrating. And I'm sorry to go be talking so much off football right now, but I joke, if God came down and gave me a button, he's like, press this button, I'll take your life, but I'll fix everything. I'd fucking smash that button so goddamn hard I'd break it. Like, I just want to help people, and it just takes money or a platform to help people, and it's so fucking frustrating. Like, all right, back to football. 12-10, blitz coming, Stroud gonna take the sack. Huge sack there. I gotta blow my nose, sorry guys. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me too. Like, especially guys in Colorado, my health was declining quickly. My AST levels, and that's the fun thing, in Colorado, I was not drinking. My AST levels, which are liver enzymes that show damage, skyrocketed to triple times the average again. My calcium shot to 3 times the maximum range, which prompted my doctor to start sending me to endocrinologists and stuff like that. I lost 50 pounds of weight over a year, to the point I would weighed less than when I graduated high school. And my doctor told me if I lost like another 10 pounds, they were going to send me to Denver and put me in a study. Basically just keep me locked up, and so I can't do anything else than, eat what they tell me to and be watched. I went through multiple colonoscopies, multiple endoscopies in 1 year in Colorado. It was one of those ones, man. There's one point in Colorado, guys, it was rough. Yeah. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. Like, honestly, I used to joke with my friends back in the day. I was like, guys, I'm going to die somewhere on a bench somewhere, middle of nowhere. Like, and of course, like I tell people, they're like, it's like, why do you want to start a biofuel cell company? Because you want to be a billionaire? No, no. Deep down, I have plans to turn it to nonprofit one day. I used to tell my friends in college too, when I first started coming up with these ideas and starting to soundboard against my college friends and, develop the ideas deeper. I would tell them, I'm like, guys, if I like, they say I killed myself, don't believe them. I did not. I got Clinton. Chimera says, I got 2 goals for my channel. Leave the world a better place and live a good, fun life and help others, by extension, yourself. Exactly. Like, I'm a weird believer in Kantiism a little bit. Do the right thing no matter what, which only a Sith deals in absolutes. Ha! But, Stroud buying time, and he's going to launch this deep right. He's got a man, and that's Nico Collins again with a catch for a first down. He's going to have 200 plus yards before today's over. A 40-yard throw while pedaling backwards and able to get it to Nico. Yeah, what's funny is, Mr. Beast from North Carolina, not too far from where at. I joke all the time, man. I'm like, what I would give. I've actually applied to be on the Joe Rogan podcast. Of course, Joe's never going to call me. I've hit up Mr. Beast countless times. I entered Nat Geo's Chasing Genius contest a long time ago, and then they lost my submission for my biofuel cell. Sent me an email saying they were going to help me make sure to get submitted, and then they never answered me again. It's one of those ones that would sometimes force you almost to be a conspiracy theorist, but, shit happens, so. But, I then came up with an idea. I was like, well, maybe if I could just gain the attention of, like a celebrity or someone, that's all I need, man. I need Joe Rogan to give me 5 minutes and let me blow his fucking mind for a second. Like, we're just going to play it over. You would just hear that ref. Replay the down is the correct term, my referee friend. Chimera says Stroud is Himothy. I thought Josh Allen is Himothy. You can't have 2 Himothys in the AFC, Chimera. I'm really hoping for CJ Stroud, though, of course, except for against the Ravens. 8:50 here in the fourth. Tied up 17-all. A little bit of play action. Setting up a screen left. That's the tight end Schultz, and he's going to be just short a yard of the first down. Going to bring up 2nd and 1. 8:35 and ticking. Whew. Yeah, my belief is this, guys. I try to always do the right thing no matter what. No matter the personal consequences. And sometimes it's put me in bad situations. Like, I don't have enough money to get to work. Like pay enough gas to get to work. But it's just weird how life ends up kind of working out here and there a little bit. And I try to continue to have that belief and faith every single day. Like I said, but it gets hard sometimes. But even the girlfriends come around to the philosophy. I used to preach it to her. She thought I was crazy, and now she got her dream job of her life, basically. Something she used to joke about. A job that's not even real, and she got it, basically. So, even though, because it is real, it's just that rare. Tua said that's Himothy. I love y'all. Go have fun on tomorrow night, man. And great tackle for a loss. AJ Speed. Loss of 3, and that's going to bring up 2nd and 13 for the Texans. I know, Spyro, I want to come down there to Miami for that game tomorrow just for the tailgate and to broadcast live, but I got to be here. Jay Spyro says, how dare you? Dare doesn't work. Dare just gets kids intrigued about drugs. Oh, Nico with another catch over the middle and a flag. That's going to be a 1st and goal, half the distance to the goal, probably on the penalty. And with 6:35, the Texans are about to score potentially. Oh, Chimera says, I duel you, good sir. And that's a horse collar tackle. So again, half the distance to the goal. Going to be like a 1st and goal on the 3 probably. What's kind of funny, Spyro, with that name, I actually got my girlfriend into playing Spyro again and everything like that. She's actually literally in the bedroom right now playing Fortnite with one of her girlfriends, you know. I think that's kind of funny. Christopher says, I need a passing touchdown from Houston. Oh, you got money riding on the game, Chris? Here we go. CJ Stroud, single back. I might be play action right here, to be honest with you. Nope, handoff, middle, good lane, and he's in! Singletary gonna take the lead here. Again, 6:20 on the clock. And again, this was all on Stroud. Stroud's got to win Rookie of the Year, honestly, especially Offensive Rookie of the Year. 12 plays, 73 yards, 7 minutes, 13 seconds off the clock. I don't know why Stream Ops isn't registering the Dual J Spyro 925. Stroud is fire, honestly. Oh, shit! The PAT missed! Oh, shit! I spoke too soon! That's his first PAT miss on the season. 23-17. That might come back to haunt the Texans. Let's watch. Snap. It little late, but might have been high, but looked like he got it down in time. Oh, I know, right, guys? Like I said, I wish I had the NFL Pro Era and the Quest 3. I would be playing that and streaming that all the time. And I keep wanting to do the Rocket League and League of Legends video. In both of those games, I have 150 loot crates essentially to open, or different items to open. And so that's a whole thing, is the unboxing and loot crate videos. So I've been thinking about doing it, but honestly, I've been a little uninspired to play games lately. I've been wanting to put more time into my channel and do other stuff, but I'll be honest, guys, the neck issues have been coming a serious problem lately. I was scheduled to start getting x-rays and CTs on my neck in Colorado, and then we had to very suddenly move here to Florida for work. And I, of course, lost all my medical coverage and all my stuff. Christopher says, tomorrow's going to be off the chain. It is. Chimera says, I am a broke-ass college student in Buffalo, New York. I have no method to get down there. Oh, I know, my guy. I know. It would be pretty cool to do a show at The Rock, though. I don't know if you were here, Chimera. We were talking about that earlier. Since I live 2 hours from Miami, I could drive down to Miami and be live at that game. Of course, I couldn't afford a ticket, but I could hang out outside the stadium, do a show, pregame show, from 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock at the tailgate, and do different stuff like that. But if I bought tickets to the inside, the $20, they're not going to let me set up a table or anything like that, probably. And so it'd be a lot harder to do a show there. Christopher says, my sleeper NFC team is the Eagles. Chimera says, I highly doubt the Eagles get out of the first round. They've been playing like trash. Maybe they're waiting to turn it on in the playoffs, Just got to keep going to A.J. Brown is honestly all it is. The defense definitely has been struggling after all the free agents left this offseason. They did a good job in the draft, but the secondary's been the issue over there in Philly. I do slightly want to, Spyro, but like, case in point, man, I don't even know how my neck's going to feel tomorrow. I feel like Jonathan Taylor, by the way, 21 rushes, 165 yards on the night, averaging 7.9 yards a play right now. Jonathan Taylor looking like a stud. 6:20 as this game's coming to a close. Yep, agreed, Christopher. Agreed. The Eagles are really missing Shane Steichen, to be honest with you. He was a great coordinator, and he's a great head coach here tonight at the Colts. And Blake Freeland, the rookie, taking over at right tackle, someone we've been talking about here in the pregame show, part, of course, my offensive draft special. Second and 11 after the loss on the play. Zach Moss, the back end, I believe. Texans bringing a blitz. Here it comes. Minshew gets it off to the left side. That's Josh Downs. Makes one man miss. Makes a second. Still going. And he's down at the 47-yard line of the Texans across the 50-yard line. 5:30 and ticking. Chimera says, my sleeper is the Cowboys. This year, low-key feels different for them. I think they'll stun some of the haters. You know what, Chimera? I kind of agree on that a little bit. This has got to be Dak's year. This is one of the better teams I feel like they've had in a while. I mean, other than maybe like Dak's early years when they had that insane dominant offensive line and Zeke was playing some of his best football. So 4:35 here in the fourth as this Colts game's coming to an end. 2nd and 10 as the Colts trying to tie this game up. Again, the missed PAT by the Texans might come back to haunt them. Hi, Nani Boo. What's up, Boo Bear? How are you doing? My dog came in, by the way. Over the middle, got a man. That's Downs again. And gain of what looks like maybe 4 on the play. Going to bring up a 3rd and manageable. Christopher says, Cowboys can't beat a team with a winning record. A lot of people will say that about the Dolphins as well, but, we'll see about that, right? Chimera says they beat the Eagles. You're so cute, Nani Boo. Yeah, you're so stinking cute. Yeah, you're so stinking cute. I'm a 6'3" grown-ass man. I will talk to my dog in a baby voice if I want to. And Jonathan Taylor back in, but we've got a flag on the play. Looks like he might have been just short of the first down, but we'll see. Her name is Nani, like, in Japanese and in Hawaiian. An illegal hands to the face against the Texans. That's going to be an automatic first down for the Colts. Huge penalty against Malik Collins, the defensive tackle. I know, guys. I'm so excited for the playoffs. Like, insanely excited for the playoffs. And that's absolutely a good call by the refs. What are you doing, Boo Bear? What's got you acting like this? You're acting scared. Did you hear a big boom? Yeah, Daddy protects you from the big booms. 340, handoff going up the middle. That's Taylor again, and looks like a gain of maybe about 5. As they're honestly, the Colts know if they can execute a 4 minutes offense, which basically means using the full 4 minutes to score here, which basically means they have their options of run pass really at their own pace. Got to keep an eye, though, on how much play clock they're using. But with that missed PAT, they're looking to punch this in and leave the Texans no time to score. Going to be really interesting here at the end of the game. Ball at the 30-yard line of the Texans, so almost in the red zone. Little toss play going right. That's Taylor, and bottled up on that one. Nothing to gain, but it looks like we've got a Texan down on the play. Chimera canceled the duel. Gasp. And oh, that's Perryman, the linebacker. Looks like something with his left arm. The way he was holding that, I'm going to guess like that's a stinger. Looked like he kind of lost a little bit of feeling in that left arm. And oh, that's a three-way collision of helmets on the Texans. Perryman in the middle, kind of catching the brunt from both sides. Might have caught, like I said, his shoulder too. And you can see he's holding that right hand kind of still and up as he's going down. And he's right there. He's shaking. Actually, that's his left arm. He's shaking now, holding that left clavicle shoulder area. For those that don't know, clavicle is your collarbone, by the way. Sternum, clavicle, and the scapula. And the duels commence in the chat. Colts now 0 of 9 on third downs tonight. Average distance 8.4. They've only got 5 to go. So they're hoping to buck this trend on third down. 2:35 and ticking. We're getting to the final minutes here. 4 down territory for the Colts. Handoff, middle, it's Taylor. They're still going to run it. And oh, he's going to be a yard short, maybe even inches on the play. And that's probably going to bring us to the 2-minute warning as well. Definitely going to be a 4th and going for it situation. Streamlabs is struggling right now. It definitely is. I'm going to close some other tabs and see maybe, and then refresh some stuff. And of course, Colts are going to huddle up. They're going to go for it on 4th and inches here. This is basically the game right here. Not like this. I'm going to crush you like a can of diet seltzer water. Boy. Still alive. You've done it now. You've made me turn my chair. Jay Sparrow says, oh, fun fact, some people hang out at the Walmart by Hard Rock, depending on the game, of course, but I've definitely heard of people chill near the Hard Rock just for chatting. And see, that's what I wanted to do when I went down there. I was so looking forward to it. It's actually before I think I'd really started my channel. I'm just glad I was able to make it through the game and finish it all out. Is the betting still open? It shouldn't be. It is. Make your final bets. I don't even know if you have that bet, Steve-O. 31,000 points are in. We've got 3 bets on the Texans, 1 on the Colts, as Shane Steichen's getting ready to go for it on 4th and 1 when we come back from the game. I'm going to close the betting. God, come on. Just come back to the game already. Like, this is crazy. Oh, my God. I mean, what a way to end the game, too, if it is winning in. That's so weird. He has enough points. I don't know what's going on with Streamlabs and the duels. Oh, they're going to actually give him a first down after the replay. So 1st and 10. Oh, my God. Their first third down conversion of the game with 2 minutes left in the game. That's nuts. Toss play going right. Taylor, stiff arm, and he's pushed out of bounds. 2-yard gain. Going to bring up 2nd and 8, 154 as the clock stops. 2nd and 8. Toss going left this time, though. Or, I'm sorry, run going left. And I'm going to bring up 3rd and manageable with 1:48 as this 4-minute offense continues for the Colts. God. Like they just said, started the Indy 25 with 6:20 left. A 10-play, 59-yard drive with 4:32 off the clock. They're showing some young Colts fans there next to a Texan fan. Winner clinches playoff berth. Loser gets knocked out of the playoffs. It would be absolutely heartbreaking for Texans fans to get knocked out here. Here we go. 3rd and 2. It's another handoff up the middle, and Taylor's short, but gonna bring 4th and 1, as you know they're going for it here. This is the play of the game. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. Here we go. Play of the game. Little bit of a hard count there by Minshew. Double hard count. Makes an adjustment on the line, and we're getting a timeout probably by the Colts. A little bit of that old Peyton Manning hurry up and wait there. Hurry him up to the line of scrimmage, call a bunch of hard counts, and then use one of your timeouts. Honestly, good strategy by Shane Steichen and the Colts. That's good coaching. Demise Avalon. Wow. What's up, my guy? How you doing? Steven said, I'm going to kick your ass. Butt ass. Oh, y'all starting a treasure hunt. Joining the heist. Ahoy, Captain Chimera is trying to get the crew together for a treasure hunt. Type, exclamation point, heist, space, a point amount to join the heist. Arg. What's a pirate's favorite restaurant? Arby's. That's your dad joke of the week. 106, 4th and 1, shotgun. They're passing. Oh! Goodson had it. Ball's a little low and behind, and he just drops it on a 4th and 1. Colts fans are losing their minds in the stands right now. That young lady literally looks like she's about to break down in tears. Oh my God. Goodson with a bad catch. Could have been a little bit of a better ball by Minshew on the play. Just a little low and behind his guy. A pretty good play call design-wise, but oh my God, bro. They are not pulling it off. 103, 1st and 10 for Houston. Indy has 2 timeouts, so they could maybe get the ball back with like 20 seconds, 15 seconds left, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll see here in a moment. If the Texans get a first down, though, the game is over. First run goes for about 4 yards. As, of course, the Colts call their second timeout, 1 left with 58 seconds left. And just like, what a crazy game this has been. CJ Stroud has just pulled some stuff out of his ass this game. Like, to be honest with you. And he's taking some hits while delivering strikes to Nico like they showed right there. Like I said, even if the Colts get eliminated, guys, like, legitimately, the Colts have a lot to be looking forward to next year. And Gardner Minshew, he's taking that one personally a little bit. He's got his head down on the sideline. No one's over there consoling him. That's rough. Run up the middle. That's Singletary going left side now. And going to be either a gain of none or maybe a gain of 2 as the Colts use their final timeout. Whew, and Texans are celebrating after that 4th and 1 failed conversion by the Texans. That was close. They were living on a prayer like Bon Jovi once said. Third and 6. Big third down for the Texans. If they don't get this, the Colts could get the ball back with about, like I said, like maybe 11 to 14 seconds on the clock potentially. Of course, they're going to hand it off to keep the clock going and going right side. And that's going to bring up 4th down. So punt team coming out. Looks like officially they will get the ball back. There's about a 7-second disparity between game clock and play clock. So like I said, Colts maybe going to have less than 10 seconds to try to make a miracle happen. They have to go for a Hail Mary. Chimera says, easy rookie of the year for CJ Stroud. It's got to be. Broke 4,000 yards passing, has an excellent year. Like I said, we've been excited for him. And the next year, the Texans might be even more dangerous as they just continue to develop those guys and then add more around him. You know, there's no doubt the Texans might be a better free agent acquisition than they have been in a long time, or a free agent destination than they have been in a long time. And I know this is going to absolutely make Texans fans ecstatic. Big thing to keep an eye on, though, is the offensive coordinator for the Texans. He might, see some potential candidacy calls, depending, Spyro says, I remember back in the day when Hard Rock was called Sun Life Stadium. Those days were different. It was very special back when the stadium reminded me of the orange. Oh, I know, right? I kind of feel that. Like, why is the gamble on such a long cooldown for you, Steve-O? What? Is it based off points, maybe? I'm so confused. Okay, so playoff berth, but if Jacksonville loses, whoever the winner is becomes the divisional leader of the AFC South. So officially 8 seconds on the clock as the punter's out here. Of course, they took the delay game, back it up 5 yards to absolutely use the clock. With a sky punt, this could be like only 3 seconds. Oh, they're going to pull a Harbaugh. They're going to take an intentional safety to run out the clock. And with that, of course, intentional safety, that's something Baltimore did back in the day. Going to leave 1 second on the clock, so there's still a chance for a punt return, technically. Weird chance, though. Like, can you imagine a punt return goes back to the house for the Colts and they walk it off like that into the playoffs? Like, how insane that would be. And I agree, Sun Life was a way better name. What's funny is they're called Hard Rock Stadium. We had Hard Rock Cafe in Myrtle Beach, but we also had Hard Rock Theme Park, which Hard Rock Theme Park's roller coaster is now sitting, I think, in Korea or Vietnam, one of the two. Absolute just greased palm, dirty money politics thing. After the park got closed down, the ex-mayor of the city bought the property, and 3 times it was almost burned down and investigated for arson each time. And I think they were even investigating. All right, 1 second left, guys. It's about to be over. We're probably about to see some trickery play. I think you heard a couple Texans telling their guys like to stay back as a just in case. And there you can hear him literally yelling at his special teams players, stay in your line. Do not leave your gap. Like, no matter what, stay where you're supposed to be. Like, as they're getting now, ref getting to the sideline, here comes the punt for the game. Honestly, I would just punt this ball into the ground. Why even punt this high? Barely squib this to the front line. And we've got a little bit of trickery here. Fumble, and game's over. And just like that, congratulations to the Houston Texans. 3 out of the 4 bets going for the Houston Texans. Congratulations to all the winners who were the winning option, of course. You're going to get some points. What a game. Like, absolutely nuts. But, before we get out of here, guys, big special thanks to everyone that here joined us. Chimera, Spyro, Stevo. Hold on, I want to make sure I scroll up here and I don't forget anyone here. Demise, Avalon. We had 49ers Ultimate Report in here earlier as well. Hit us up with that super chat, so we really appreciate that. And, of course, Azo and Christopher. Azo, one of our members, so special shout-out to Azo. Trying to help me here out on the channel with everything. We really appreciate it. But thank y'all all for coming out and hanging out with me today here on Darwin's Raven for this play-by-play and watch party. I'm about to go spend some time with the girlfriend, eat some food. I hope I'll see all y'all actually tomorrow. Make sure you come back and check us out. With that, guys, D-Rave out.